Hello, welcome to Pippers Live on YouTube. We're here a little bit early this morning. We'll get started soon for day one of 2 days of the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment for Vaping Reforms Committee meeting. Welcome to Pippers Live on YouTube. Alright, so hang in there. We'll have a little bit of a chin wag before all the proceedings get started at around about 10:15 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for joining me here on Pippers Live. Today you will be required to subscribe. If you wish to comment in the chat, and I appreciate that. Okay, see you in just a bit. Alright, hello and welcome to Pippers Live. Let's improve education. Let's improve vaping education. Today is day one of 2 days of the Therapeutic Goods and Other Legislation Amendment Vaping Reforms Bill 2024 Committee meeting. We'll be showing this in full is the plan. From 10:15 a.m. onwards, we'll be having a little bit of a chat during the breaks and trying to respond maybe a little bit to your comments in the chat. However, I will not be responding to any comments whilst proceedings are going forward. I do ask for utmost respect. Please also ensure when you do make a comment that it is respectful as much as possible. Please also ensure that to place a comment in the chat that you will have to be subscribed. Look, I've just had to do that as a little bit of a measure just to try and keep try and prevent any trolling. and that sort of thing today. So, all right, without any further ado, let's go live. All right, hi and hello. I hope you are all doing well wherever you are. Bear with me just a moment as I um, get some orchestral sound that you probably can't hear in the background out of my background, so I can maybe concentrate a little bit on what's happening with proceedings here today. Um, yeah, it's very loud. It's very, very, very loud. It's important that I have a little bit to hear in the background. I might just bring it down just for the moment, and we'll keep an eye on the screen as we go. Hi, hello. If you don't know who I am, I am Pippa Star. I hope you are all very well wherever you are today. As you can see on the screen, no, that way. Um, Welcome. Please note to comment. You will need to subscribe to the channel. It's not just a ploy just to get extra subscribers. Maybe no. Seriously, I just wanted to do it that way, just to ensure those who do make a fair comment in the chat today are subscribers of the channel, and hopefully that'll hopefully help prevent any crazy sort of trolling and that sort of thing. Give us a thumbs up, give us a thumbs down. Let me know if my sound's not right at all today. I'm doing this and keeping this as simple as possible without fancy effects or whatnot. Trying to be respectful to the parliamentary broadcast guidelines, etc. Which, yeah, so I've gotta behave myself a little bit today, guys. Maybe not too much, but look, we'll have a bit of a chat and see how this all goes. Hey, next thing is, I don't really want to wear these headphones at the moment, but I think I've got to because I've got to sort of listen to see what's going on and keep keeping my wits about me and making sure we don't miss anything. All right. Now, speaking of not missing anything, let's talk about what is happening today. What is happening today? Let's have a look at the program, shall we? If I pop the program on screen just a second. Wednesday, the 1st of May, being all day today. Let's go to the split screen. Here we go. All right. So, in the committee room, 2S1, Parliament House, Canberra, starting at 10:15, we'll be listening to Professor Tanya Buchanan and Miss Anita Desai. And I apologise if I'm not pronouncing any of these names correctly. I'm just having my best go at it. All right. From the Cancer Council at 10:15, we'll also hear from the Lung Foundation, Mr. Mark Brook. Mr. Mark Brook. We'll also hear from the National Heart Foundation of Australia, Mr. Peter Thomas, and Professor Gary Jennings. Moving on to 11 o'clock, I think we're going to see a few more people, of course. Okay, there we go, from Cancer Australia, Miss Cindy Toms and Professor Vivian Milch. At 11:30, we'll see the AMA, the Australian Medical Association, Dr. Michael Bonning. So, yeah. And we'll also hear from the Royal Australian New Zealand College of General Practitioners, in particular, Professor Rowena Ivers. Professor Rowena Ivers. Okay, then we'll have a bit of a break. That'll give us a little bit of a chance to have a bit of a chinwag chat. Maybe I'll take some notes and maybe make a few special comments. But look, I've got to kind of not be too, yeah, I've got to be, got to mind my P's and Q's a little bit today while I'm broadcasting this today. But yeah, we can certainly make a few comments as we go. 12:30 p.m. we'll have Bay Pharma. I believe they're a legal supplier into the pharmaceutical game nicotine products, and I guess that's the theme for that 12:30 time slot, along with Liber Pharmaceuticals. We'll also hear from Richard Lee from there. From the Fields Pharmaceutical, not Doctor, Mr. Wilhelm David, CEO and co-founder. 1 p.m. we'll hear from Professor Tom Karma. He does a lot with the Indigenous side of things, and he's more like, I think he's pretty much headed up the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program over the last sort of 5+ years. So also hear another interested party. He also does a lot in that sort of space, if you like, Indigenous space. Associate Professor Raglon Maddox. Um, and then 1:30 p.m. we'll go to lunch. We'll go to lunch. And we'll see how things will run from there. Okay, so we'll have a look at that. Um, we've got some other programming happening tomorrow, of course. We'll have, I'll just quickly run through it. We'll have Dr. Colin Mendelson. I think he's coming on at 1:45 p.m. I believe there's a printing error on the program there at the moment. So I might shuffle around the times a little bit from here, as most times usually do with these things. We'll hear from the schools tomorrow. We'll hear from the Alcohol and Drug Foundation. Um, um, and more probably the harm reduction side of things. We'll also hear from a lot of from the vaping stores' point of view. Particularly, yeah, Craig Jackman. I'm sure we'll have a few interesting things to say there as well. We'll hear from him tomorrow around about 2:15 p.m. around about there. And 3 p.m. we'll also hear from the Police Federation of Australia. Also, an interesting guy, criminologist, Dr. James Martin. We'll hear from him tomorrow. And Dr. Alex Wodak, um, an absolute, an amazing person who's been in and around harm reduction uh, uh, for drug harm minimisation space for a lot of years, a couple of decades. So certainly knows his stuff when it comes to harm reduction. Even got, I think, an Order of Australia for it. So yeah, it'd be great to hear from him as well. All right, let's go back to me in full. See if you guys are saying hi, hello, or anything like that in the chat. I do apologise if I ignore you. Whatever. Let's have a quick chat to you guys in the chat and see what you guys have got to say before proceedings get underway. Master Machine Records, good morning. Hello, and welcome for joining me here as we go live. And I look weird with this headset on, so pardon me. Probably just going to have to put up with this until we go live or something because I kind of need to hear what's happening in the background. I'm doing all sorts of stuff. To give you just put you in the picture here, I've got 4 screens. I've got 4 screens at the moment on 2 computers and doing recordings as well as going live and coordinating this today so we can have easy access to this. Don't get me wrong, it is available live on the website, but to be able to have it on YouTube straight away live and also be able to chat maybe with some like-minded people as well. Welcome into the chat as well, Birdman. Birdman, I am welcome. Great guy, great vaping advocate. Yeah, you're very, very welcome. Says thanks for this. Yeah, Master Machine Records makes a comment, says, look, yeah, it looks like tomorrow will be more interesting than today. Lots of mainstream talking heads today. Yeah, yeah. Look, absolutely. There'll be some interesting rhetoric. I will say today regarding all things and the way they think that this bill should go. As far as the people who are on today, but we'll see how that all pans out. Um, what else? What else? What else? We got Birdman's also listening in the truck. Well, awesome. I'm glad being able to provide this in such a way that hopefully it will be easy to listen to, and you'll be able to hear what is happening along the way, along this little journey. All right, now I think it might be time for a little bit of hydration. A little bit of hydration. It's going to be a long day. Could be a long day. Quite a few hours. I've got a feeling there's a lot more after 1:45 p.m. this afternoon. But look, that gives you an idea where we're up to, and I'll try and get up another program later on, maybe the main break. But yeah, let's just say I think there'll be a lot of people on today who may not necessarily be as pro vaping as what they will be on tomorrow, and that's okay. I think it's important we've got to hear from both sides of all arguments as these things go, and yeah, we'll work out where we're at after that. Now, just a quick reminder, guys, if you're trying to comment in the chat and you can't, it might be because you're not subscribed. Look, just purely, um, we're trying to filter out the trolls, if you like. I'm just asking you to subscribe. Unsubscribe after today if you don't want to see any more content on this channel. I get it. It's okay. Or maybe you might. Maybe you do like to sort of stay up to speed with what's happening with all things vaping advocacy in Australia, and you're with me on this journey to let's improve vaping education and stay subscribed. But to comment in the chat today, you will need to be subscribed. Um, right, what else have I got? Yeah, one thing I wanted to encourage you guys to do if you're a vapor and you're in the chat today, uh, tell your story. Look, of course, it's only a few words, maybe a couple of sentences. Space is what you've got in the chat. I get it. So, I mean, it's tell your vape quit story. Just very, very simply. Hey, I'm 50 years old. I was smoking 25 years. Um, been smoke free 10 years. I prefer a jam donut flavor, or whatever the case might be in your situation. Would love to hear your vape stories. Love to see them, love to read them. And yeah, and I think it's important as well. I think it's important about, again, improving vaping education. See, it's through our stories, it's through our experiences, of course, that only it's really the best way to be able to tell others what we've experienced and how maybe legislators may be able to take that on board and hear what we've got to say. We've only heard one or two people saying, "Oh yeah, this is how I quit." Yeah, it's all right, but I think we've got many of us at the same time doing it. All the better. So I'd love to see your quit stories out there in the chat today, and I thank you for those who are watching. I see where the numbers are starting to get up a little bit because, of course, we're getting closer to that 10:15 a.m. mark. So we've got about 15 minutes before we go live to the Senate Affairs legislation meeting. Put you in the loop here, guys. I'll just set this up a little bit so you can sort of see what's happening, and also so I can test it as well. We've got this. So what will happen is when we go live, won't go like that. It won't go like that. Um, that's one option, but the major thing will just go to a full screen. You might notice a little bit of black at the top or the bottom of the screen. It's part of the rules of me broadcasting this is that I have to show it in full screen, and that's the only way that it fits. So bear with me for that little bit of black at the top and the bottom of the screen. We'll see how that sort of pushes out, I guess, as things proceed later today. So again, at 10:15 a.m. today, in about 15 minutes, all going to plan. We should be starting to hear from the first people from the Cancer Council, talk about what they're putting forward to the Senate committee, and also hearing from the senators that are doing this today. Now, one thing I didn't do my prior preparation very well with was organising the list of senators who will be asking questions today. Now, those who may have seen other broadcasts I've done on this or previous Senate inquiry some years ago, I used to get too fancy and put names on screens and all that. I'm not going to have that. This is going to be very plain Jane. But look, who have we got today? I will tell you in just a moment. As far as who the senators are. All right, today we've got Senators Marielle Smith, Anne Urquhart, Maria Kovac- Kovacic, I apologise if I pronounce these things wrong, Jordan Steele John, Ross Cadell, Louise Pratt, and they're the senators that'll be asking questions of the people about their submissions as we go to this inquiry. All right, now I'd like to also welcome Di Evo. Good morning. Good morning. Into the chat as well as Samantha Barrett. Why no consumers on panel? Um, there will be, I believe there may be a couple of consumers on tomorrow. I'm not sure, but yes, it's a fair question, Sam. I think it's a really fair question. And look, it does raise actually an interesting little topic I did want to touch on before we switch over at 10:15. Um, the submission process at the moment. I had a look at this morning, and there's there's not many. There's not many submissions actually live uh, on the Australian Parliament, on the Australian Government website regarding this committee inquiry. And I also ran a poll last night. Out of 41 responses to the question of have you submitted to the inquiry, and if you did, is it is it actually live or showing on their website? And 83% said no. So I found that kind of interesting. 83% of some vaping consumers out of 41, so it's not a big sample, but 83% said no. So what's that? What's that? Circa 32, 33, something like that, maybe. Um, haven't had their at least about that amount. I'd say there'd be a lot more. Sure, there might have been hundreds of submissions, but nonetheless, we'll see how that goes. What else have you guys got to say out there? Let's have a little bit of story time. There's a good little story here from Master Machine Records. He's, he or she is 42 years old, smokes since the 14, and quit smoking via vaping open tank systems 10 years ago. So not the disposables, the open tank systems, for those who aren't aware. We're just watching this channel just to tune in and see what's happening. Open tank systems are literally just open tank. You can refill the device with a separate e-liquid. And unfortunately, March 1 no longer are able to import. We'll see what happens after this committee meeting today regarding that. Says I'm a long-term cancer patient and receiving treatment at the moment. The prognosis is good. Oh God, thank goodness, thank goodness. Yeah, please get well. Please get well soon. But it says a lot, doesn't it? That you can just quit smoking very easily. It seems with um vaping and on a device that works for you. Whether it be open tank or whatever it may be. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're only legally limited to what's available on prescription model, and that's all outlined on the tga.gov.au website. What's available under their standards of what they call TGO 110. But yeah, so in other words, we've got to go to a doctor and get a prescription if you can find one. I mean, a doctor, yeah, also I'm in a chemist who will sell you one, and at a price that maybe you can afford. If you couldn't afford the doctor's appointment. So yeah, there's all those complications. As I said, I can't get a bit too opinionated on this stream today, but um, um, I'll still let a few opinions fly, I guess. Um, all right. Samantha Barrett says almost 10.5 years smoke free due to vaping. Awesome, absolutely awesome. That's you know, it's really really interesting. Um, Birdman says if it wasn't for high powered vaping, never would have been able to quit. Never would have been able to quit. And I concur with you there, Birdman. I know if it wasn't for um, a variable wattage vaping device with some options, with a refillable tank, I don't know. Like, I've tried, like, here we go. This is a Nicotine. This is one of the Nicotine devices, the Nicotine Q. I have tested this. I'm obviously with a prescription. I'll see what it does and how it goes. Like, if it goes any better than this morning, and then I'll tell you how it went. It went actually a little bit better. I know my face probably didn't show that it went better. God, that's gonna be one for the ages. If anyone still shots that, oh, I'll kill you. Um, I'm figuratively speaking. Um, it went snap crackle pop, as it does. The first puff on any day, it just normally just pops with an absolute bang, and it's scary. It's really, really, really scary. But it's got a high strength nicotine. It's got this really horrid medicinal mint flavor, and I mean medicinal, like, mm, um, yeah. Anyway, so that's the legal version of vaping, with a prescription. And my 2 cents worth there. On a nickel vape, one of the most popular models you'll find that is currently prescribed, and sold through chemists throughout Australia. And now I'm a little bit, whoa, like I seriously am. Vaping doesn't do that to me, but because I've been forced to be legally compliant with something like that, I'm having to use a nicotine strength which is high, way higher than I'm used to, and it's just, oh, yeah. Anyway, so there is that. There is that. Thanks for covering the live. People says, Sam, thank you. No problem at all. Thank you for tuning in. I think it's important. Someone's got to do it. I might as well. Look, guys, we've only got just over 5 minutes. Just over 5 minutes before proceedings start. Look, regardless whether proceedings start on time or not, whether they start on time or not, I am going to switch it straight over to this full screen right here. Okay, I'm going to set it up so we go straight over to there. And so you might be staring at the blue screen. You might be staring at the blue screen until they get things rolling. I'll turn my microphone off so you can hear everything, and make sure all the sound settings are fine for you so everyone can hear what's going on, without my microphone in the background. So that's where we'll be at in around about 5 minutes time. All right. So as I say, to comment in the chat, and this is probably why there isn't a lot of comments in the chat, because I get it. A lot of people don't want to subscribe; they just want to sort of tune in, hear what the content is today, and that's cool too. But if you wish to comment, yeah, please pop into the chat and subscribe, and then you're able to comment in the chat. I saw a hi hello to Hey Addy. Hey Addy. Maybe Addy Cheney's in the chat. So he is hi and hello. I can't see him come up on my screen, although I have got not the top chat but the live chat on. And we'll see how that goes. Oh, hang on. Go figure. I've got to have top chat on to see Addy Cheney. Welcome into the chat. Great to have your company. Great to have all your company here today. It's going to be a long day. 8:15 over in Perth. There's Guy. Yep. And we'll be going over to the blue screen that I just showed you a short while ago in about 5 minutes. As I say, yeah, look, let's try and keep the comments respectful in the chat. I understand there's going to be maybe some things we hear about that we don't want to hear. There's going to be some things we hear that we don't want to hear. Yep, that makes sense. And there's things we want to respond to, and that's okay. So what I'm saying is just try and keep the profanity down if we can. If there are things that do upset you or anything like that, also know that if you're going through a bit of stuff at the moment and some topics and things that may upset you, um, on the live stream today, look, please, by all means, we understand. I understand, and just step away. Just step away, cool off for a bit, and if you're, really, really need someone to have a chat with, or whatever, DM me via Twitter or the like. email me at pipperslive.com. Lifeline 13, 11, 14, I believe. So, um, they're cool. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So, there might be some challenging topics and some challenging statements made throughout this inquiry. So, hang in there, guys. We're here to help each other. No matter what side of the fence you're on, it's certainly a very, very passionate debate that is going on right now, and justly so, and justly so. Hello and welcome to Red Baron. Um, hmm, Good to see you on the chat. Good to see you. All right, where we at? Where we at? I'm a little bit confused because um, got a. I'm doing another separate recording over on the side screen here, which I'm about to start. So give me just a moment. Uh, Excellent. So I'm doing a separate recording today, um, as well as this live. So for those who do miss this live, don't worry, you'll be able to watch it on the replay, and also doing a separate recording as a backup as well. What else have we got going on? What else have we got going on? That I need to remind you of. That's about it. I've shown you the program. I'm sorry if you missed the program. Maybe I might just quickly go through the program once again. So you can sort of see who is on today if you missed it a few moments earlier. Um, with me. And, go on that one. One of the two. That's what we want. The selected program for today is Cancer Council on at from 10:15 a.m. We've got the Cancer Council, Lung Foundation Australia, National Heart Foundation Australia. From 11 a.m. we've got the Cancer Australia. 11:30 a.m. we've got the AMA, or Australian Medical Association, and the Royal Australia New Zealand College of General Practitioners. 12:15 we'll have a short break. 12:30 p.m. we'll hear from the pharmaceutical companies, Bay Pharma, Liber Pharmaceuticals, and from the Fields Pharmaceutical. From 1 p.m. We'll hear from Tom Karma and Raglan Maddox. 1:30 p.m. Sorry, let's go to the next page because I didn't do this before. 2:30 p.m. I have to be really, really quick. I've got Dr. Sandro De Mayo, Professor Emily Banks, Associate Professor Becky Freeman, Associate Professor Michelle John Garlis. We'll also at 3:15 we'll have Professor Ron Borland, Professor Michael Farrell, Emeritus Emeritus, that too. We have Professor Simon Chapman and Professor Matthew Peters. Then we'll have another break at 4 p.m. 4:15 we'll hear from the Australian Council on Smoking and Health, National Centre for Disease Use, Substance Use, Emily Stockings, Marie Thiessen, and then we'll call it a day. So it's a big day to get through, guys. A massive day to get through. As I said, at 10:15, and it is 10:15 now, I'm going to flick over to the blue screen because that is the time we're due to start. Um, I don't want to muck around. I don't want you guys to miss a thing. So we are going to go over there just in 1 second. I'm just going to set up the sound and make sure everything's good with the sound. So I don't miss a bit. All right, guys. I'll see you at the break and in the chat. All right. Thanks for joining me a little bit early. And sorry to do this to you guys. Got to sit you over to the blue screen. Blue screen. Let's do it. Hopefully, hopefully it won't be too long, guys. I'll turn off my microphone now. with the music pause, that means we're really only seconds away from the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee getting rolling to talk about this therapeutic bill.
From, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are here with us today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. My name is Senator Marielle Smith. I'm the chair of this committee, and I have with me on the line today Senators Steele John, Pratt, Kovacic, Urquhart, Roberts, Canavan via video conference, and also Senator Cadell in person in Canberra. These are public proceedings. They're being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. In accordance with Australia's obligations under the World Health Organisation Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the committee will decline any requests for witnesses to be heard in camera. In accordance with the same obligations, we will be asking all witnesses to declare their interests in regard to the tobacco and vaping industries. I now would like to welcome representatives from Cancer Council Australia, Lung Foundation Australia, and the National Heart Foundation of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, I'd like to ask each witness to please state their full name and the capacity in which they're hearing today, and we'll go in that order, starting with the Cancer Council of Australia.
Hello, Professor Tanya Buchanan. I'm here representing Cancer Council Australia today.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator. It's Mark Brook. I'm the CEO of the Lung Foundation Australia.
And I'm Professor Gary Jennings, here on behalf of the National Heart Foundation of Australia.
And Senator Lee is Anita to say. Sorry, Anita.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for all submitting your declaration of conflicts of interest. I now ask that you make the declaration once more for the Hansard. The question I'm going to put to each of you is, have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
Cancer Council does not receive any such support. Thank you, Senator.
No, Senator, and I nor the Lung Foundation Australia receive any such support.
And the National Heart Foundation?
And neither does the Heart Foundation.
Okay, thank you. I now will invite each panellist to make a brief opening statement if they wish to do so. We do have a number of senators online with many questions for panellists, so I do ask if you could keep them concise and also your answers to questions on concise so we can work through as many as we can. We'll start with Cancer Council Australia if you have an opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. As I said earlier, my name is Professor Tanya Buchanan. I am currently the CEO at Cancer Council Australia. I'm also an honorary professor of practice in public health at the University of Wollongong. And with me today is Anita Desai. Anita is the Director of Cancer Prevention and Advocacy with Cancer Council New South Wales. She is also the Chair of Cancer Council's Public Health Committee and a professional doctoral candidate in public health at the University of New South Wales. We would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the countries in which we're coming to today and pay our respects to elders past and present. Cancer Council has a very long and proud history in working in tobacco control, and we strongly support this bill. The bill is not seeking to alter the scheduling of nicotine vaping products in Australia. It is seeking to introduce measures that ensure compliance with the existing laws governing their supply by prescription. The regulation of nicotine vaping products in Australia is consistent with our comprehensive approach to the regulation of medicines and poisons, and it is an entirely reasonable and proportionate approach considering the highly addictive nature of nicotine. To date, no nicotine vaping products have been assessed by the TGA for safety, efficacy and quality, and Australia's prescription access approach maximises the likelihood that nicotine vaping products can be used successfully for smoking cessation, while minimising the risk of nicotine addiction among non-smokers. Pro-vaping advocates will assert that Australian adults should be given the choice to use vaping products recreationally. However, in this regard, we agree with the statement from all current and recent still living chief medical officers in the United Kingdom when they said to be pro-individual choice should mean being against the deliberate addiction of children, young people and young adults to something that will harm them potentially fatally. The provisions of this bill will dramatically improve the effectiveness of the current laws by closing the glaring loophole that currently exists related to the failure to regulate non-nicotine vapes. The enactment of this bill will simplify enforcement activity for all Australian governments and substantially reduce the environmental impact of vaping in Australia as fewer illegal products enter the country. In closing, Australia's prescription access model does not ban the use of vaping products. This bill provides the mechanism to ensure that the prescription access model can function as intended while protecting the vast majority of Australians, and particularly young Australians, who are not smokers from the harms of e-cigarettes. And we thank you for the opportunity to discuss the bill with you today.
Thank you. Do others have opening statements?
Yes, thanks, Senator. Senator, my name is Mark Brook. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Lung Foundation Australia, and I'm coming to you from the Turrbal and Yagara lands here in Brisbane, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Lung Foundation is Australia's leading lung health charity and has been supporting individuals impacted by tobacco addiction for over 40 years. As you know, lung cancer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease are two of the leading causes of death in Australia and impacts a substantial number of Australians and their opportunity to live a long and healthy life. Lung Foundation first identified recreational vaping as a significant issue impacting our lung health. In 2019, we launched the first ever chemical analysis of e-cigarettes and vaping products purchased from within Australia to find that 100% of those products were incorrectly labelled or had materials in them that were harmful for lung health. We noted subsequent reports have shown the high levels of nicotine in these products despite them being labelled as non-nicotine devices. As you're aware from previous Senate inquiries and numerous departmentally commissioned reports, e-cigarette use and vaping use have increased dramatically over recent years, particularly amongst young people and young adults. We are concerned and remain concerned for the future of those young people and the young adults' lung health. Whilst the long-term health impacts will remain unclear, one of the many recognised short-term impacts includes addiction to nicotine. What we see in this bill is a precautionary and practical way of supporting Australians to quit through recognised healthcare professionals, not their corner store or their vape store. If I suffered hypertension, I would not seek non-medical advice, and quitting an addiction should be rightly the purvey of healthcare professionals who understand the individual and how best to support them to quit tobacco products. One of the things that the Lung Foundation is very clear about as a charity that supports smokers is that we must lead with empathy. We cannot stigmatise people that are addicted to nicotine products who have been preyed upon by corner stores, corporates and others who have deliberately misled that consumer audience for decades. We commend this bill to the Senate and the House and ask that it be urgently passed, but we make two recommendations. One is that personal possession be clarified so that no individual is stigmatised or criminalised as a consequence of their addiction, and that sustained ongoing investment in quit services right across this country is absolutely essential, working in partnership, in tandem with our pharmacy and general practice colleagues. To be clear, this is a hot button issue for parents. One of the most downloaded resources from the Lung Foundation website is how to talk to your children about vaping. We were the first to introduce this resource, and it continues to be one of the most highly sought out resources in our arsenal to promote Australia's lung health. We truly hope that the Senate will see through the smokescreen that is the rhetoric around a ban. This is not a ban. This is a therapeutic good designed to help people quit their cigarettes. It's nothing more than that. And the urgent attention of the Parliament to ensure the precautionary approach that another generation does not suffer lung health damage is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke. Professor Jennings, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Professor Gary Jennings. I'm Chief Medical Advisor to the Heart Foundation, and I have critical and academic roles in some of the major institutions as a cardiologist. I'm not surprisingly going to concentrate on the cardiovascular and heart health consequences of vaping, and we, like my colleagues, are very concerned about the rise that we're seeing in children, young adults, and non-smokers. And it's distressing to see this trend, which could lead to chronic disease and shortened lives. As far as effects on the heart are concerned, nicotine and the other substances in vapes, including the flavourings and the solvents, raise heart rate, they raise blood pressure, they stiffen and narrow the arteries, they make the blood more sticky, they increase clotting, they promote inflammation in blood vessels. If we were to purposely develop something that was designed to increase the risk of heart disease down the track, heart attacks, strokes, sudden cardiac death, we probably couldn't do much better. And there is emerging clinical evidence that this plays through into heart health problems too, with increases in the risk of heart failure, for example. And of course, above all, this is a highly addictive situation where short-term effects play through on and on and on. And we could not expect any good to come from that. It's true that the really hard evidence on deaths from cardiovascular disease related to vaping is not yet in, probably because it hasn't been around for long enough. There is a heart health heart study, which was in almost 40,000 people, which showed that compared to non-smokers, people who vape reported lower health scores in general, more chest pain, more palpitations, more coronary disease, more heart health problems, particularly the adults, of course. And there was NHIS data from 2014 and 2016 showing that the risk of developing a heart attack almost doubled in long-term vapers, a risk 1.79 times. So there are other reviews, as I've said, which relate to heart failure. So all the clinical evidence so far on cardiovascular disease is one way, but it's all adverse, and lab research is quite compelling too. But it's worth reflecting that the increased incidence of lung cancer in actuarial studies wasn't seen until 1930, but there was definitive scientific evidence associated with cigarette smoking and lung cancer in 1950, and it was not until 1964 that the US Surgeon General reported the increase in lung cancer to smoking. The mortality from heart attacks and stroke took longer to be recognised and longer to dissipate. Let's not go through this again, this sequence. It seems to me to be analogous to jumping out of a plane and saying it's pretty harmless halfway down, because I think all the signs point in the other direction. On top of that, vaping, many studies have shown that vaping might be helpful for smoking cessation, but more often it leads to smoking compounding its health risks. And the vaping industry and those who promote vaping as harmless is aggressively marketing to an underage audience. They use appealing packaging, enticing flavours, ice cream, cotton candy, bubblegum. And this is not aimed at helping long-term smokers to quit, but at hooking a new generation in nicotine. Even the evidence for smoking cessation has some wrinkles on it. For example, the endpoint in most of the widely cited studies was cessation of smoking, not cessation of all tobacco products. And there were more people that at the end of the studies that were doing both than had quit both. And I regularly see people in my clinical practice with serious heart problems that both vape and smoke. And when they do that, they consume far more nicotine than the average smoker smoking combustible cigarettes. So I really urge senators to listen to the healthcare professionals, the teachers, the parents, even the children who've shared their struggles with nicotine addiction. Our consensus is clear, and we would like to see immediate change to protect our youth and future generations. It's about harm reduction, as you've already heard, not prohibition. It aims to ensure that those who need nicotine for therapeutic reasons can access it safely with professional guidance and keep addictive and harmful products away from children. It doesn't just protect individuals, it safeguards the community. It's not an infringement of liberty or choice. There's no liberty or choice once you're addicted. And we thank you for really considering this vital public health issue.
Thank you, Professor. We'll be moving to questions from senators now. We have 5 minutes each for questions, senators, and then I'll be seeking to rotate the call. I'm starting with Senator Urquhart, then I'll be coming to Senator Cadell, then Senator Steele-John. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much, Chair. And could I ask the witnesses if they could be very quick in their answers, given that we've got short time frames. So can I ask, and I'll throw this open to all the groups, can you talk to me about the different impacts on children versus adults who are vaping? What sort of information are you seeing around that?
Thank you, Senator. I might just defer across to my colleague Anita, who has been working on the Generation Vape project, and ask her to take that question from Cancer Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. So Cancer Council has been collaborating with the University of Sydney and the Daffodil Centre with support from the Australian Government and New South Wales governments in undertaking a research study which has been called Generation Vape. So we have been monitoring the awareness, attitudes, knowledge and behaviours surrounding vaping and how it's impacting young people as well as young adults for the past 3 years. We've certainly seen a significant increase and remain sustained high level of access. So we know that from both teenagers as well as young adults, there's very high accessibility. We know that flavours and taste have really driven uptake. And we also know that as our panellists have also referenced, that there remains very high level of concerns amongst parents and carers and in particular teachers regarding this particular issue. We know that about 83% of parents are concerned about their child vaping, and we know that amongst teachers, 93% were concerned about students vaping. And to quote a particular teacher, we do qualitative research as part of this study, report that this is the single most disruptive issue in schools at the moment.
Anne, you're on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'll leave it on, I think. Can you talk to me about how vaping influences behaviour and sentiments towards cigarette smoking?
So, Senator, what we know from the research is that while most young people see the two as quite separate, the research is fairly clear that the nicotine addiction develops, and then while young people believe that they have control over the situation, they rapidly lose control. And so the research is showing us that actually nicotine naive young people who vape go on to become more likely to become smokers. In fact, 3 times as likely to go on to become smokers.
Okay. How are people accessing vaping products currently? I know there's a few different areas and we see vape shops popping up everywhere. Is that the general sort of accessibility, or are there other areas?
I'm happy to answer that question. Again, through the Generation Vape research project, we do monitor and we do ask young adults and teenagers really explicitly where they do purchase, where did they purchase their last vape. And overwhelmingly, the majority report that they are purchasing it from a retail outlet, quite specifically a tobacconist or a tobacco shop. And that's also followed by petrol stations and convenience stores.
Yeah. And are they predominantly flavour vapes, or are they nicotine vapes, or are they a mixture?
The majority of vapes are flavoured, but we also do know, and we do ask young people as well, whether or not they know whether their vape contained nicotine, noting that it is sometimes hard to distinguish. But in actual fact, we do know from young adults that nearly three quarters of ever vapers had used a vape that they knew contained nicotine.
Right, and they bought that through that same outlet?
The majority are purchasing them from retail outlets, yes.
And I asked that question just because on Anzac Day I was out at a function and I asked a young person who was actually vaping where they bought their vapes. Did it have nicotine in it? The answer was yes, it does. And they got it at the local vape shop in my hometown, which I was pretty horrified at. This young person certainly looked to be 18, but was not much older than that. But I was really concerned about the issue that he said they had nicotine in it. So, yeah. And, his answer to me was it's cheaper than cigarettes, but yeah. Can I just ask finally, are there parallels which can be drawn between the emerging health impacts of vaping and our experiences of the science that emerged around the impacts of cigarette smoking? Can we draw some parallels there?
Well, as I said, the major parallel is that it took us a long time for us to recognise the most serious consequences of tobacco smoking, and it would be the same in this situation. We can get all sorts of leading indicators, and they're there already, but we can't just sit and wait and watch for those to emerge. I believe to make vaping products available to the wider community is a really fairly large experiment, which is probably not founded on a lot of health science.
Thanks, Professor Jennings.
Mr. Brooke, did you want to just quickly add something, or are you in agreement?
No, I'm in agreement. Thank you,
Okay.
Senator.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Urquhart. Senator Cadell.
Did we want to AusPic first, Chair?
Oh, yes, sorry. Just letting senators know AusPic is in the room and seeking to take photos, and I'll take your silence as agreement. Thank you, Senator Cadell.
Thank you. The one thing that's not been mentioned in any of your evidence is organised crime and criminality in this industry. If we're talking about 69,000 registered prescriptions and 1.3 million vapors, you gave evidence about all your studies. Think, Professor Jennings, you looked at vapes that were meant to not have tobacco that had the Queensland government report last year, tabled in May 2023, looked at 17 e-liquid samples that were meant to not have tobacco that all did. Has there been any study onto the effects of prescription and regulated products with Australian health professionals and having the same effects you're talking about?
Senator, I might add that I think that's a law and order issue that's often confounded with a health and medical and population health issue. The criminal element in this is undoubtedly a concern, but it's a concern for the healthcare community as much as it is for the rest of the community. What you're asking us to comment on is something that's outside of the purvey of this organisation, certainly in the case of the Lung Foundation.
So you can't comment on the effects of formaldehyde by ingestion by illegal vapes?
What I can comment on is that over successive governments have acted quickly where they found a consumer product that has been harmful for health. That's the point we're trying to make here.
What's the long-term effects of ingesting formaldehyde via a vape?
We don't actually know at this point in time, Senator. But we didn't know, as Professor Jennings said, that smoking tobacco would end up having dire consequences for people's lung health. So I'd imagine if we transported ourselves back in time to 1940 and we were having this same conversation about traditional tobacco products, then we would be absolutely taking steps to ensure their availability to the wider community was examined.
Okay. Why? Sorry?
Just to add to that, we certainly don't know about long-term effects. We do know short-term effects in the lab and the solvents that are in many of these vapes, as well as
the prescription ones or the illegal ones?
I'm talking about just the components of
prescription or illegal?
Both.
Well, thanks, Senator Pratt. I'm not asking you.
Senators, it's very difficult for me as chair if you're talking over witnesses and talking over each other. So we do need different levels.
I thought I was muted.
In these hearings, in all directions. Thank you, Professor.
Well, the solvents in the legal ones would also have, in the lab, be shown to cause at least inflammation. But I think we can at least say that they would be controlled, the levels would be controlled, and the advantages of using them to get people off smoking in general would outweigh those.
Okay. Question to the Cancer Council. In section 4.2 of your submission, you mentioned the EVALI use. You raised that it was US Centers for Disease Control raised 2,807 instances of hospitalisation and 68 deaths, raising the concern about vaping. But later you go on to point that that was actually a E-acetate contamination in cannabis rather than nicotine vaping. Why is that relevant to this hearing?
Thank you, Senator. The reason it's relevant is because under a prescription access model, when you have contamination events, there is an established framework for medical practitioners to report adverse events, and we could potentially then be looking at these things being notified sooner and preventing further harm.
Was there a similar EVALI outbreak in the UK where things are regulated?
So again, Senator, in the UK, I can't speak to what happened in EVALI. I'm sorry I don't have it to hand. What I can say is that in the UK, people are not getting prescriptions for their product. The point we are making is that if there is a contamination event in these products, under the prescription access pathway, there is an established system for reporting adverse events, which would enable us to act quickly.
What engagement have all of your organisations had with organised crime and importers and gangs to make sure they will follow these recommendations on the things they bring into the country and not just the 8% of legal products?
None, Senator, but I'd note that unlike the Nationals, I don't take donations from tobacco parties, if that's what you're suggesting.
Well, I'm suggesting you'll be driving money to big tobacco by getting them off vapes where they become addicted to nicotine by illegal vapes containing them, as is the evidence today, and where they'll go for their hit is tobacco. Aren't you driving through this policy money to big tobacco?
Senator,
no, Senator.
And Senator, if I may, we know that even in countries where they have had so-called retail sales, that hasn't stopped an illicit market. So I think we need to be really clear that illegal sales will continue in a retail environment. In the UK, intelligence-led testing found 1 in 3 shops knowingly sold vapes to people under the age, the legal age, and that in those instances, we also see the illegal sale of product, so products that don't meet regular standards in those countries. So we understand that there is not a perfect system to absolutely stamp out illegal sales. But what this bill does is it will enable all enforcement agencies to take a more streamlined approach, because it will be clear that if something is being sold outside of the prescription pathway model, it is an illegal product and it can be seized.
Is it illegal now?
I do need to return to Senator Steele-John. We'll return to the coalition later. Senator Steele-John, and then I'm coming to myself, and then Senator Kovacic next. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chair. Firstly, to the Cancer Council, in your submission, you recommend defining the term commercial quantity. Would you recommend the term be defined in the TGA Act or in the regulations?
Thank you, Senator. We would probably recommend that you define it in the regulations, but what is important is that it is defined because we're very supportive that people who are using these products for therapeutic use are not in any way at risk of criminalisation.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the measures that you would recommend, it would be useful to know what measures you would recommend to increase the transparency in relation to enforcement of this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. We make a suggested amendment as well in our submission that talks about utilising the new role of the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner, which was introduced subject to the Liberal Party's work on the Tobacco and Other Products Public Health Bill. And we recommend really that the the criminal and civil penalties that might be applied under this Act are reported to that Commissioner, because that will improve transparency of what is happening. It will also ensure that enforcement agencies are reporting their actions and they will know that we are watching what they are doing in terms of this space. And it will also, if made public, act as a deterrent to further illegal activity.
And can I ask you how you would recommend amending the legislation to safeguard against the promotion of vaping products to health practitioners?
Thank you, Senator. We have seen some interesting practices happening to pharmacists previously. And so to safeguard that, we are recommending that healthcare professionals and pharmacists only receive information they need to accurately prescribe these products in a text-based form. So what we don't want to see is promotions, we don't want to see incentives, we don't want to see videos, we don't want to see cartoons. We just want healthcare professionals to get accurate text-based advice.
Absolutely. Can I ask, of great concern in this public debate is the use of e-cigarettes by people under the age of 18. What, in your view, do we know about the health impacts of the current status quo on that cohort?
Thanks, Senator. Well, we do know that the younger people start to use nicotine, the more impacts there are potentially on their developing brain, on their decision-making, and also on the degree to which they develop an addiction. And so that is a real concern. And when we then add to that those young people who have never used nicotine products before, and actually who were not smokers, those people are now 3 times as likely to go on to become cigarette smokers and then suffer all of the consequences of tobacco.
Yes, indeed. And can I finally ask you, because I'm conscious of time, what does the federal government, in your view, and I'm also happy to hear from the Lung Foundation if you've got a view on this as well, what does the federal government need to do to support children who are addicted to nicotine to both cease vaping and get access to nicotine replacement support?
So, Senator, I think there have been some good actions taken already. We would like to see them extended, so increased supports to the Quit line. The campaign activity is really effective in driving quit attempts amongst young people. We know that campaign activity really does drive quit attempts, and we do want to see that continue. I might just stop and let my colleagues from Lung and Heart Foundation speak.
Senator, it's certainly investments in teaching resources and education resources for education departments is going to be critical, as well as improving access to headspace and other areas. We do know that use of nicotine vapes is associated with stress with young people, particularly during exam times. So it's really important that we take a multi-layered approach to supporting young people quit nicotine, and that we provide parents with the necessary information and support so that they can support their young teenagers and young adults.
Anything from the Heart Foundation on that point?
And no, I really support the views you've already heard, that there's no single approach, but all of those things are important. And as well as taking a no-blame approach to people that are already addicted. That's something that both the health professionals and the community needs to take on board.
Okay, if you could take on notice, I won't ask it, but if you could take on notice any ways in which you think services like Quitline or other services may need to be adapted or funded differently in order to effectively reach and support this kind of much younger cohort than would traditionally be interacting with them, that would be really useful. And I'll hand back to the Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
That's very much on all our minds.
I have a question which I'll put to all panellists. I don't mind who jumps in. What do you make of suggestions that big tobacco is influencing the public debate on these vaping reforms?
Well, Senator, all of my colleagues were quite there, so I might jump in first. I mean, we do see big tobacco behind a number of reforms. We can look to Responsible Vaping Australia, the website, that it is a British American Tobacco, fronted campaign. So they are definitely engaged. And all of the tobacco companies have invested to some degree in e-cigarette and associated products. There are certainly other vaping organisations, vaping companies involved in promoting a pro-vaping approach, but it would be the case to say that big tobacco is definitely in the game. And, for them, this is about a long-term pipeline of future customers.
I think, Senator, you need to look at the insincerity of tobacco companies repositioning themselves as health and wellbeing brands through their smoke-free foundation, but then challenging in every jurisdiction nationally where attempts are made to cut down on traditional tobacco products. I mean, it speaks volumes to their motivation, but you will see that one of the current F1 teams is currently sponsored by an e-cigarette company, and that is plastered over every Grand Prix being televised into Australia at the moment. We see concerts being sponsored by e-cigarette companies. If they were truly hell-bent on supporting smokers, then perhaps they'd like to make a substantial contribution to healthcare and hospital costs rather than promoting their products.
Thank you very much. I have more questions, but I'm just going to keep rotating the call because we've got a few more senators. I'll go to Senator Kovacic, then Senator Pratt, and Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody, for your evidence today. I think it's very clear that no one wants children using vapes. I don't think there's anybody that wants that, and that's a significant problem. And what I'm trying to understand is how do we make this distinction for adults who are vaping particularly so they can try and quit smoking. And the reality is that many adults do this. So in terms of how the legislation sits and we've heard about how highly addictive smoking is. We've heard about all the different programs that have been in place for many, many years to assist people to quit smoking, including the increased cost of cigarettes, of legal cigarettes, I'll say. Can you give me an understanding of how you feel that, and this is for anybody, that just because we do this, people will stop using vapes or they'll just go to their doctor? If it was that simple, surely people would have just stopped smoking. So we need to sort of find a sensible or reasonable way, and what would that be for adults who are using vapes to transition away from smoking?
Senator, I might take this one on behalf of Cancer Council. I think, firstly, to call out that we do obviously have lots of learnings from our experiences in tobacco control. And so overwhelmingly, when we're talking about nicotine addiction, we do have good evidence that shows that the majority of smokers have successfully quit unassisted. We are incredibly sympathetic to the fact that we do know...
So don't interrupt there. So the majority of smokers have quit without any of the investment in all the different programs across all of the, state, federal government, health programs. They actually haven't been the reason people quit. They've just quit because they've ceased.
No.
Is that your evidence?
No. So to clarify that point, have quit without a cessation aid. So we know that a combination of coordinated comprehensive measures have driven down smoking rates, and that has included pricing measures, really strong compliance and enforcement, restrictions on advertising and marketing. All of those factors have played an incredibly important role in driving down smoking rates. For those smokers, though, who do need support, so cessation aid to quit smoking, we know that there are a range of proven effective methods that can help support them to quit, and that can include methods like pharmacotherapies, nicotine replacement therapy, quit lines and talking to a health professional. Really clearly what this bill does offer is a very clear and legal pathway for those smokers who want to use these products to quit. Really importantly, we are calling out, though, that we do want them to seek the care and the support of a health professional in doing so. Recognising that this is addiction and nicotine addiction is involved, a healthcare professional is best placed to provide advice regarding their personal circumstances and what mode is most suitable to them. And weighing up, vaping is potentially one option, but there are a range of other proven effective methods that can help support people to successfully quit nicotine.
And is there a concern that to transition to vaping from smoking, so somebody could actually reduce the amount of nicotine in their vape over time, whereas that isn't necessarily possible with cigarettes, that they have to go into a treatment plan with a doctor, which carries its own expense, yet if they continue to smoke, they can just go and buy the cigarettes?
Well, I think it's, again, reinforcing the point that when we're talking about nicotine addiction here, a GP or a health professional is absolutely best placed to be providing personalised care, advice and support, particularly in guidance regarding what's best placed in terms of cessation support for that particular individual.
But effectively the drug, or whatever we want to call it, the addictive substance, the nicotine in a cigarette, they can go purchase that. But the vape, if it's assisted them to transition away from smoking, they can't go get that without their doctor. So that's what we're trying to say. You can continue the addiction and you can continue to harm yourself in that way, but you don't have the choice to go purchase a vape, which you may be transitioning away from smoking with, because it doesn't fit the box that we've given you of a patch or, hypnotherapy or whatever else it is, even though they are currently using that themselves to transition away from smoking.
But again, I would certainly be encouraging that for someone who is addicted to nicotine, that their doctor, their GP is absolutely best placed to tailor advice and support for that particular individual.
Yeah, or go to the shop and continue to buy cigarettes. They're their options.
Well, I think it's important to call out that there isn't evidence to suggest that that is actually going to happen.
I have actually witnessed it myself in individuals who have been smokers, where they don't have access to a vape, who've then, for whatever reason that's occurred, have gone back to smoking. So I think the reality of the circumstance for adults who are addicted to tobacco is very different to the circumstances of children who are using vapes, and none of us want to see that. And I think we need to be very careful about what we're doing, and we speak about treating these people with empathy, about actually understanding the difficulty of quitting smoking, and if there are, legal avenues to do that, we should allow that.
I'll just give the witnesses a chance to respond, and then I'll rotate the call to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Senator.
Seeking to respond.
Thank you. I take the Senator's point, and we all do want to support smokers who want to quit. And I think when we look at the pattern of e-cigarette use in Australia at the present time, what we're seeing is that it's overwhelmingly being used by young Australians who are not using it to quit smoking. And where we would like to see it being used is amongst those older Australians who are still smoking. So when we look at the 50 to 59-year-old age group, where we have still some quite entrenched rates of smoking, actually what we're seeing is very, very low rates of e-cigarette use in that age group. And so I think when we're talking about who's using this for smoking cessation, we want to make sure that it is being used by the people who need to use it for smoking cessation. The vast majority of Australians do not smoke. They don't need these products. Where people who do need them for smoking cessation, we want to see them being used effectively, as Anita said, with their healthcare professional. The other thing that we would say is that we have some data from Victoria that shows that where people had a prescription, they were 6 times more likely to be an ex-smoker than people who didn't.
Thank you, rotating the call. I don't have your audio, Senator Kovacic, but I do need to rotate the call now to Senator Pratt, and then I'm coming to Senator Canavan. Senator Pratt.
It was a very brief follow-up, if that's all right, Senator.
Sorry, I've got your audio again. I'll come back to you at the end if we've got time, but I'll go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Would it surprise any of you to know that a member of my family who's 12 years old told me that children in her school are vaping in the classroom, and because it's got a less noxious smell than smoking, it's going undetected. They're just doing it through their jumpers, essentially, sucking it through their jumpers.
I'm not surprised, Senator.
Senator, and we are aware of, you know, the hoodie vape and the asthma inhaler vape, because your teacher won't take it off you if it's in the shape of an asthma inhaler.
Right, an asthma inhaler vape. Is there evidence, because I've certainly seen it myself, to show that vaping indoors is elevated again also because it's not as detectable, and that therefore parents are more likely to vape around their children when they would otherwise have smoked outside?
I don't have hard evidence. What we see is anecdotally we are hearing that from parents and from teachers, and most of us will have seen it where people would have stepped outside to smoke. They're now vaping in indoor spaces. And that is also the challenge about what drives dual use, because when you couldn't smoke, now you vape, and it continues the nicotine addiction and undermines the effectiveness of the smoke-free spaces in driving quit attempts.
It certainly does. Can I ask the Heart Foundation, what are the impacts of nicotine on the body once it gets past the lungs? I'm presuming that whether it's through smoke or vaping, or even if you're using other smoking cessation aids, be it patches or whatever, that's part of the impact on the heart and the cardiovascular system. What's the science behind it as far as you know?
Yes, the immediate effect of nicotine itself, notwithstanding there are other things that come along in this package, to act like adrenaline. It increases that part of the nervous system, and therefore you get an increase in heart rate, an increase in blood pressure, you get increased stickiness of the blood, you get a whole number of changes on the heart blood vessels, which in the short term most people can cope with, but with sustained abuse of that kind, we would anticipate long-term damage.
So when you say the science isn't clear, because there hasn't been enough research yet, that's a pretty conservative thing to say, given the impacts of smoking and nicotine once it gets past the lungs is very well established in any case.
Yes, look, the biology is beyond dispute. There's no question about the biological effects. They just take time to manifest as heart attacks, sudden cardiac death and stroke.
Yes, they take time to manifest in terms of people being able to apply it to vapers at a cohort. But if you apply it to users of nicotine broadly, you can say that cardiovascular impact, including elevated rates of, what were the diseases again?
Yes, I'm sorry, what was the question?
What are the diseases, heart diseases and vascular system diseases associated with long-term nicotine use?
Yeah, well, it's probably splitting hairs, isn't it, to suggest that the nicotine that comes through vapes is going to be any less consequential than that through standard tobacco smoking. And, of course, we see much higher rates of atherosclerosis throughout the body, and therefore heart attacks, strokes, peripheral arterial disease, amputations, kidney disease. I could go
on. And in that context, what do we know, as far as you're aware, about the levels of nicotine that people are consuming from vaping versus smoking, particularly if they're doing it indoors, you know, they're doing it socially because you don't have to stand aside from your friends because it doesn't smell as bad. Is there evidence to show yet? Because I would certainly think it's true of my own experience, including of having used vapes, that you can elevate your nicotine use quite quickly because, it just doesn't smell as bad.
Yes. I think there are two elements to that. One is that the amount of nicotine in vapes, particularly those available through retail areas, varies considerably, and in some cases it's very, very high, much higher than you could get from a packet a day of conventional smoking. The other side of it is you've just got to look around you and see how people vape. They tend to inhale regularly. Whereas if you have a cigarette and the cigarette's over, it's sometime before the next one. And if you do the sums, it could be anything up to 300 intakes a day, far more than you might see with regular smokers.
You've all highlighted that you don't want to see smokers stigmatised, and I would agree with that. And I think the stigma kind of shows that people have difficulty sometimes declaring their addictions, even to their own GP. So in that context, I certainly support driving vapers towards needing a prescription for it so that they can do it with the supervision of their doctor. As a doctor, if you knew someone was a regular vapor, what kind of health checks for their cardiovascular health would you be recommending they get? And, could we perhaps, in the context of this, trying to get the uptake of vaping linked to making sure you get regular heart health checks, what kind of link could there be perhaps to Medicare and ensuring that people are getting the appropriate cardiovascular checks, for example, a CT angiogram and those kinds of things?
So I'll let the witness respond and then we'll be rotating the call, Professor Jennings.
Thank you, Chair.
Quick response. There is a heart health check available under Medicare for everybody from 45 to 59, and younger people if they have diabetes or First Nations. All doctors are alert to the fact that anybody that comes along, whether they vape or smoke, are at risk to their heart health and would go much more earnestly towards checking other risk factors as well as supporting them. What's new, as we've said here today, is the fact that we're now dealing with children and we don't have a heart health check for children yet.
Thank you. Senator Cannon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask a very simple question? Is vaping less harmful than smoking?
Yes.
So, Senator, there are varying claims about vaping's levels of safety. In that regard, we refer to the NACE report, the National Academy of Science, Engineering and Medicine, which says it's actually not possible to quantify the safety profile of e-cigarettes because of the vast quantity of varying devices, ways in which it's used. So I think we need to be careful about quantifying safety levels.
Right.
What we do know is that they are not in and of themselves safe. And so we do need to take a very, very precautionary approach here.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure who's speaking at different times, but I'm just looking at the Cancer Research UK GAYS website. So I presume they're a similar body to the Cancer Council, or you might have some relationship with them. On their website, they've got a page saying, is vaping harmful? And directly quoting from that website, it says, research so far shows that legal e-cigarettes are far less harmful than smoking. I mean, that's a fairly strident statement for any medical body to say, far less harmful. Why is Cancer Research UK so clear on the relative health impacts of vaping and smoking, and yourselves are equivocating? I don't quite understand.
I can't speak to why Cancer Research UK makes a statement, Senator. What I can say is that cigarettes are killing 2 in 3 Australians who use them exactly as they're intended to be used. So saying that something is safer than a product that kills 2 in 3 Australians who use them as directed is a very low bar for safety. These products have a range of health effects that are not good outcomes. They drive increased addiction and they drive increased uptake of smoking, and that for us is enough to say that we don't want to see them being used in the general population.
All right. I'm just going to another, I mean, we can go this all day, of course, but the National Health Service in the UK is quoted in an article in Euronews recently saying that vaping is not risk-free, but is substantially less harmful than smoking. This has been my continuous problem for years in this debate, is that the international evidence seems very clear and is very, very put quite stridently by medical authorities, by government authorities right across the world. Yet there seems to be something very different in Australia. And I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I know you can't speak for these other bodies, but I would have thought through the peer review process, through your communications with researchers overseas, that you could try and get to the bottom of why your conclusions are so much different from those medical researchers overseas.
I don't think that our conclusions are very different, Senator. I do think when you look at the conversations that are happening around the risk of these products, increasingly we are seeing reports of good health harms. So to say something is safer than the use of cigarettes, which kills 2 out of 3 users, is not a high bar to jump. What we're saying is that e-cigarettes are not safe. We do not yet know that.
With all respect, I mean, I'm just sorry to interrupt because we're just repeating evidence, and I've got limited time. With all respect, my quotes to you were saying far less harmful, like substantially less harmful. It wasn't just a little bit below the 2 and 3. They say far less harmful. But I want to move on. You mentioned.
Sorry, Senator Canavan, I do need to let the witness respond.
But if I've got 5 minutes, Chair, and so if they're just repeating evidence, I'd prefer.
No, but when we're
question
sharing online, it's very difficult when we're talking over each other.
Okay.
So manage the process, or let the professor respond to that.
Just on the that you said that smoking kills 2 and 3 users. How many? What's the proportion of vapes for vaping? So, how many people who vape die of vaping-related causes?
Senator, we've already answered the question that the long-term health impacts are still emerging. It would be very unusual for us to expect to see deaths from heart attacks, cancers and respiratory disease in the time that we have seen the increase of abuse.
Do vapes cause cancer?
I don't think we can say something causes at the moment, and that is a really strict interpretation of cause. What we are seeing is emerging evidence, and a few weeks ago we saw emerging evidence out of the UK for the first time that pointed to a similar link between people who smoke and develop lung cancer and people who vape. The same sort of cell changes in that cohort and their risk of developing lung cancer. So we are very concerned about the long-term impacts of vaping.
Maybe you could take this on notice. Maybe you could take this one on notice. Then again, on that cancer research website, is vaping harmful? Cancer research say directly there is no good evidence that vaping causes cancer. Do you disagree with that statement?
I am not disagreeing with cause. The word here is cause. We cannot definitively say that vaping causes cancer.
That's not quite what I asked. That's not quite what I asked. Did you agree with the statement there is no good evidence that vaping causes cancer?
I did answer your question, Senator. What I said was there is no evidence at the moment that we can say that vaping causes cancer. What we are seeing is increasing evidence that it is very likely that it will cause cancer.
Thank you,
thanks, Chair.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being present today. Professor Buchanan, can I confirm your involvement with the University of Wollongong School of Health and Society?
Yes.
Thank you. The University of Wollongong School of Health receives substantial grants from the National Health and Medical Research Council year on year. Is your testimony today completely independent of the people who fund you?
I am not funded, Senator Roberts, by the University of Wollongong. I have an honorary position and I receive no funding from the University of Wollongong.
Okay. The university is associated with the Global Challenges Project, which is funded by the Open Philanthropy, an organisation that campaigns against smoking, specifically by taxing it out of reach of everyday Australians. Do you support increased taxation rather than vaping as a means of smoking reduction?
Sorry, Senator, I got the last part of your question. I got a bang on the microphone and I didn't catch it.
Sure. Do you support increased taxation rather than vaping as a means of smoking reduction?
Senator, we support a comprehensive approach to reducing tobacco, and excise is one of those approaches, and there are a range of others, and they're all outlined in the National Tobacco Strategy, and we support all of the measures in the National Tobacco Strategy.
Thank you. Cancer Research UK has a 100% opposing view to yours. Their analysis of the use of e-cigarettes, ones that are registered with the UK Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Authority, the equivalent of our TGA, states this, quote, "Lots of people want to know about the health effects of e-cigarettes. Many studies show that vaping is far less harmful than smoking. This is because e-cigarettes don't contain cancer-causing tobacco, and most of the toxic chemicals found in cigarettes are not in e-cigarettes. There's no good evidence that vaping causes cancer. Because vaping is far less harmful than smoking, your health could benefit from switching from smoking to vaping, and you will reduce your risk of getting cancer," end of quote. Professor, who's right? The UK Cancer Research Council, or the Australian Cancer Council?
Senator, what we are all saying is that what we want to see is that people who smoke stop smoking, because that is incredibly risky. If some smokers can benefit from quitting by using e-cigarettes, then we would support that. We have never not supported that. But we would like to see that support provided through a healthcare professional who can enable that person to make the right clinical decisions to manage their nicotine addiction, and then to move forward in terms of helping them to quit vaping. Because sorry, Senator, because what we see is that in many of the studies where people have used vaping to quit, we see an increase in the number of people who dual use rather than quit products altogether, and that is not a good outcome.
Thank you. John, I'll come back to what you said in a minute. John Hopkins Medicine also maintains that, quote, "Vaping is less harmful than smoking. Regular cigarettes contain 7,000 chemicals, many of which are toxic. Vaping exposes you to fewer toxic chemicals," end of quote. Professor, why are you supporting a bill that exposes smokers to more toxic chemicals than vaping?
Sorry, Senator, is that for myself or for Senator?
Yes.
We're not supporting a bill that increases people's exposure to anything. What we are supporting is ongoing tobacco control measures in this country, comprehensive tobacco control measures, which are proving to be incredibly effective in reducing smoking rates. And at the same time, for those smokers who are struggling to quit, we need to remember that's a very small percentage of the population. For that group of people who are struggling to quit, that they get the help that they need under the care of a healthcare professional.
Right, we're on the same track now then. Professor, the United Kingdom National Health Service says of vaping, quote, "Nicotine vaping is substantially less harmful than smoking, substantially. It's also one of the most effective tools for quitting smoking," which I think is what you want. "Vaping is not completely harmless, and we only recommend it for adult smokers to support quitting smoking and staying quit." Is the Cancer Council of Australia, Professor, out of step with the science?
I think we've already addressed that. What we want to see is that people who are looking to quit smoking use evidence-based approaches to quitting. We know that most Australians who are looking to quit smoking will quit unaided. For those who need support, and it is not the vast majority of smokers, in fact, the vast majority of smokers quit smoking unaided. For those who do need cessation support, cessation aids to quit, there is a strong evidence base of safe, effective, regulated medicines in Australia. E-cigarettes are not one of those, and so they should be receiving the support for using that product under the care of their healthcare professional.
Thank you, Professor.
That's the end of your 5-minute block, Senator Roberts. We are running significantly behind.
Can I ask one last question?
I'll let you put one more, but we are very behind, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. My electorate office has been receiving many contacts from real Australians complaining about this measure and saying how much vaping has improved their life, reduced their nicotine dependency, and even helped them quit smoking entirely. Are these people lying, or are you protecting the $500 million quit smoking industry from a product proven to reduce smoking, internationally proven?
Senator, we have not anywhere said that this product will not help some people to quit smoking. We do believe that it will, and that because of the nature of the product, it is not a safe product. People are best placed by working with their healthcare professional.
It's safer than two out of three dying from cigarettes.
You need to let the witness finish.
I do take objection to your implication that we are somehow protecting the industry. We are actually about preventing ill health from smoking and the harms associated with vaping.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Chair.
We will be moving on. Thank you for staying longer than you were allocated. We appreciate your involvement in our committee, and you are free to go. If you have taken answers to questions on notice, we are asking for them back very, very quickly by COB Monday the 6th of May. I will now welcome representatives from Cancer Australia. I believe they're in the room. Thank you for appearing before our committee today. Just while they're coming to the table, I will read the preamble. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available to the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Thank you, Senator. My name's Claire Howlett. I'm the Acting CEO of Cancer Australia.
Thank you.
And my name is Vivian Milch. I'm the Medical Director at Cancer Australia.
Thank you. I also thank you for submitting your declaration of conflicts of interest, and I now ask that you make those declarations once more for the Hansard. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
No, Senator.
No, Senator.
I invite you to make a brief opening statement. We have a number of questions from senators, so if you could keep your answers to questions concise, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I will make a brief opening statement. Cancer Australia is the Australian Government's national cancer control agency, and we're a statutory agency within the health portfolio. From our perspective, we welcome the committee's inquiry with focus on legislation that strengthens Australia's regulation of tobacco products, particularly in relation to the promotion and accessibility of e-cigarettes. Cancer outcomes in Australia are among the best in the world, but we know this is not the case for all Australians. There are disparities in cancer outcomes among specific groups and across specific tumours in our society and locations, especially for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We emphasise the need for this bill in implementation to focus on equity of outcomes, to be culturally safe and accessible for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and accessible for other priority populations who are especially impacted by high rates of smoking and e-cigarette use, including adolescents and young adults, people in lower socioeconomic groups, and people living with a disability, people living with a mental illness. Since Cancer Australia's Chief Executive Officer, Professor Dorothy Keefe, appeared before the committee in October, we have released the first ever Australian Cancer Plan. The plan is a 10-year strategy to improve cancer outcomes for all Australians, and particularly those whose health outcomes are poorest. The plan sets out a national reform agenda covering the continuum of cancer care, from prevention and early detection, presentation, diagnosis, treatment, supportive care, survivorship, palliative care and end-of-life care. The plan seeks to achieve equity of cancer experience and outcomes for all Australians, with special attention given to priority populations, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The bill is consistent with the Australian Cancer Plan's strategic objective of maximising cancer prevention and early detection. And I draw the committee's attention to two actions of the plan in particular: a 5-year action to strengthen the policy and regulatory environment to address known modifiable risk factors and social, cultural, commercial and environmental determinants of health, and to a 2-year action to strengthen cancer prevention in broader health strategies and public health partnerships. Over the last year, the Australian Government has announced a significant boost in Australian Government funding to support better cancer outcomes, being the largest investment in cancer in Australia historically. Cancer Australia is working closely with the Department of Health and Aged Care and the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation to deliver this investment of some $725 million to improve cancer outcomes across Australia, including $166 million to establish the Australian Cancer Nursing and Navigation Program, $264 million to establish a national lung cancer screening program announced as part of a broader package to tackle smoking and vaping, including and improve cancer outcomes, and $239 million to build the capacity and capability of the Aboriginal community-controlled health service sector and to ensure mainstream cancer services are culturally safe and accessible. Cancer Australia supports the bill in assisting in the implementation of this generational reform in cancer control set out in the Australian Cancer Plan. Happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you. Senators, the order I'm going in is Senator Urquhart, Kovacic, Steele-John, Pratt, Cadell, Smith, Canavan and Roberts. If you don't need questions, please send me a text and the blocks will be 3 minutes. But Senator Urquhart, you have the call.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could ask if you could keep your answers quite concise, because I've got a few questions to get through. So can you tell me how would you characterise the government's proposed vaping reforms in the context of the reforms that are occurring internationally?
Thank you, Senator. As you would be aware, Senator, Australia has a long history of being a world leader in tobacco control and smoking cessation. And we consider that these reforms are consistent with that historical approach.
Thank you. Can you outline your understanding of the current evidence on the health impacts of vaping?
I'll ask Professor Milch to take that question, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The current health impacts of vaping are at this stage emerging. We don't have long-term health impacts statements around vaping because we haven't been using it long enough. But that does not mean that there's not going to be evidence in the future. And just because there isn't current evidence, it doesn't mean that vaping is safe. The issues around risk, I guess, are partly to do with vaping itself and partly to do with it being a gateway to tobacco smoking. In terms of it being a risk itself, there are many parts of the e-cigarette liquid which are potentially dangerous and potentially carcinogenic. Some of those are in the flavourings, some of those are in the colours and the perfumes and other things that are in the vapes, and these are largely unregulated, as are the amounts of nicotine in vaping liquid. The additional risk in relation to vaping is in relation to it being a gateway to smoking, and we know that for young people they are more likely to move to smoking after vaping, and that is a risk which we all know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there different impacts on children versus adults?
There are different impacts in relation to nicotine. Adolescents are more likely to become addicted to nicotine than adults, than older people. Also, we know that the younger a person is exposed to nicotine, the more likely they are to become a heavy smoker if they move to smoking as after starting with nicotine. So we know that nicotine in adolescence is dangerous. And we also know that nicotine in vaping is for a child who was a non-smoker and uses vapes is more likely to go on to vaping, more likely to go on to using tobacco.
Thank you. I've got to pass the call to Senator Kovacic.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence this morning. I'm particularly interested in the differences between children and adults, and obviously the evidence has been around children vaping becomes a pathway to smoking. Can you give us some insights into the benefits for smokers, adult smokers transitioning to vaping effectively as a pathway to cessation, and if you have seen that?
Yeah, so the reasons for people vaping is actually different for older people than for children. So we know that for children and adolescents, the main reason that is cited for vaping is curiosity. And that's often in children and adolescents and young people who've never smoked, and it's about curiosity, and that's part of the reason. It is different in older people, and for some of those older people it might actually be for smoking cessation. And we do know that some people do use vaping for smoking cessation. But we also know that the Royal Australian College of GPs identifies a pathway for smoking cessation that should begin with behavioural support and then should move to first-line treatments, and they include nicotine replacement therapies that are approved by the TGA, and so they include gum and patches, and then also other pharmacotherapy techniques that are medicines that are approved by the TGA. The RACGP then does say that if a person has failed those first-line treatments, then a prescription for a nicotine vape is a reasonable thing to do, and that is part of this legislation. So this is not a ban on vaping, it is actually just moving it to an approved type of treatment for people who are smoking.
With the challenges and the highly addictive nature of nicotine and of smoking, do you perceive any challenges for people where there is this complex pathway to cessation if they're currently using a vape versus I'll just go buy a packet of cigarettes instead because it's too hard to do this? And, you know, they may have tried a patch or gum, which they can actually buy at the chemist or the supermarket, but they actually have to go through a different process to transition off a vape.
So there is still obviously nicotine addiction if somebody is vaping and using nicotine vapes. We also know, though, that if somebody has given up smoking, they're a former smoker and they're using e-cigarettes, they're 2 times as likely to revert to smoking as somebody who's not used vaping as a way of getting off cigarettes.
Thank you. No further questions from me, Chair. Hello? No further questions.
Senator Steele-John, sorry, it's mute. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you for your evidence today. In your submission, which I've got with me, you addressed the need for the implementation of the prescription model proposed by the government in a way that ensures equity of access. The key observations you made in relation to this point were the context of the general practice system in Australia, the long wait times that we see, and the way that those wait times, for example, disproportionately affect low-income people, those living in rural, regional and remote communities, and other disadvantaged groups. You point out in the submission that because of these factors, it is critical to ensure that everyone can get access that is prescribed a vape under the proposed legislation, is able to access it legally. In your view, will the proposed legislation ensure equity of legal access? And if not, what more needs to be done to ensure equity of legal access?
Thank you, Senator. I think your question really goes to implementation issues, and I think you've referred to some issues around broader access to GPs and other care that the government is addressing through its broader Medicare reform agenda. And Senator, those questions are probably best directed to the Department of Health and Aged Care, who I believe are appearing before you tomorrow afternoon.
I understand that, thank you. Can I just ask though, is there anything that you observe in the legislation that could be modified in any way to reduce the potential implementation challenges of the proposal, given the context that you have so accurately observed in your submission?
No, Senator. We believe that those issues are best addressed through implementation.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question, Chair.
Senator Steele-John. Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask, please, there seems to be within this debate some kind of idea that the cancer rates using vape products are not as high. That's yet to be proven. But quite aside from that, there is evidence to show that particularly for young people, vaping is a gateway drug, so to speak, to smoking.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
And my next question is, even if vaping wasn't as harmful in a cancer context, the rest of the impacts on the body, for example, your cardiovascular system, you would support your colleagues in really supporting the evidence that says the effects of nicotine on the whole body don't really differ by whether it's a tobacco product or a vaping product.
So yeah, I'm not 100% clear on the question.
Well, I think the question is the cardiovascular risks to your arteries, your heart, are pretty comparable from what I can tell, because the science on those is takes a shorter time really to demonstrate. You can see those impacts in vapors already, whereas cancer, to get the kind of cancer outcomes and document those, that will take a longer time, notwithstanding the fact that there is already perhaps some evidence from the UK that says vaping rates are bringing cancer. Vaping is not as significant when it comes to cancer, because I know colleagues further down the track are going to try and say to you that we need to support vapers because it has a lower risk of cancer.
So I think the principles of all of this is that we know that tobacco smoking causes cancer. We know it's the biggest single cause of cancer in the world. We know that 90% of men with lung cancer have smoked, and 65% of women. And we know that there's irrefutable evidence that tobacco smoking causes cancer. There is not at this stage evidence that vaping causes cancer, but that is partly because the evidence is not mature. It might take 20 years to find out that vaping causes cancer. But our experience of other things that have been inhaled, including asbestos and silica and tobacco smoking, imply that we're not going to sit around waiting to find out. And we know that there are chemicals in the vaping which are carcinogenic. We know that they've been classified as carcinogenic by the International Agency for Research in Cancer, IARC, and we know that those products and chemicals that are in vaping are unregulated. And we've seen that in experience internationally over the last 5 years.
So if they're regulated through access by a doctor as a cessation aid, what chemicals can we expect to be removed from a vaping product because it's provided under prescription?
So my understanding is that there are a number of things that will change in the vaping that is provided under prescription. One is that it is in a packaging which looks like a medicine. There are only 3 types of flavouring that are allowed, and I think they are mint, menthol and tobacco flavouring. So there's not a lot of flavourings. There's not going to be a lot of the colours. However, it is still not approved by the TGA. It's not on the ARTG, the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, and it has been identified by the RACGP, the Royal Australian College of GPs, that if a GP does not want to prescribe vapes as a way of quitting smoking, that is actually reasonable. But if somebody has failed all those first line approaches that I identified before, that vaping is a reasonable thing and should be written out on a prescription.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully just two questions. From the perspective of Cancer Australia, for an average Australian, would they have a reduced cancer risk if they switch from tobacco smoking to vaping?
So we don't know that yet because we don't.
Do you have a view?
My experience in other things that have been inhaled, like, as I said, asbestos, silica, tobacco smoking, implies that it probably isn't a good thing, but we do not have evidence that vaping causes cancer at this stage. But that doesn't mean that there's evidence for no harm. It just means there's no evidence of
less or more harm. There's none.
Yeah. So the other thing that we know is that using vaping to get off smoking is not, as I said before, is potentially something that is not going to be easy either.
But there's no view of your office whether it reduces cancer risk.
Senator, as my colleague has suggested, it's too early to tell. And the history of ingesting toxic chemicals into your lungs is not a good one.
There's just no view. We don't have one. It's too early. Right. That's right. There's no view because it's too early?
That's correct.
Right, okay. Your submission says, similar to Steele, John, about needing to support those who can't get there. In rural and remote, you also, in your report, highlight the Aboriginal and Indigenous people in rural and remote communities. When they can't get to doctors already for basic health needs, where we don't have dental, what do you suggest we do? What is in place for those people to telehealth or otherwise to get these prescriptions? What is in place in this legislation, or what is in place with your organisation so that they can get access out there?
Senator, as I suggested in my evidence to Senator Steele John, those are implementation issues, and your question is better directed to the department.
But that was the basis of your submission.
Yes, Senator. And Cancer Australia is unashamed in our highlighting of the importance of equity issues in terms of tackling cancer in Australia. And the government has made significant investments in the Aboriginal community-controlled sector to that end. And those broader reforms around Medicare are also directed to improving access for all Australians to the health system. And it's not our place to comment in detail on those reforms.
Happy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. What are the risks of waiting or delaying efforts to regulate this space and take this health-based approach?
Well, Senator, I think it goes to that history of other chemicals that have been ingested, whether it be tobacco, whether it be silica, asbestos. We know that ingesting chemicals directly into the lungs has been proven to be highly carcinogenic, and what we risk of not acting quickly to regulate these products and waiting for the evidence, and as my colleague has mentioned, it takes something in the order of 20 to 50 years to establish the full impact of some of these chemicals, is that people are at risk of contracting cancer and dying as a result of ingestion of chemicals into the lungs.
Because while we may not have the direct causation link, which requires, significant long-term studies to demonstrate, we know they're bad for us, right? We know they're bad. It's bad for kids. It's a bad thing to continue. Is that the urgency and the reason behind why we reform now, why we do it?
That's one reason, Senator. And the other reason is the very alarming evidence of the high uptake of vaping in young people and the very high numbers around young people transitioning from vaping to tobacco smoking. And, as we've mentioned, the evidence on tobacco smoking is unequivocal.
Thank you very much. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've just got a very quick question. Just going to this issue of carcinogens. In your submission, you say that whilst the evidence for risk association between e-cigarettes and cancer is limited and inconclusive, common chemicals in e-cigarettes are classified as carcinogenic. You've got a footnote there of 21 to 23. I've gone and looked at the references to the footnotes. So there's 3 separate references. 22 and 23 just seem to be the listing of certain chemicals, I presume, and you mentioned earlier the International Agency for Research on Cancer has listed these as carcinogenic. 21 is a paper. It's a paper titled E-Cigarette Use and Combustible Tobacco Cigarette Smoking Uptake Among Non-Smokers. I've looked at that paper and there's no mention of a link between, or carcinogenic chemicals. There's no mention of any of those chemicals in vapes. I'm just wondering, maybe you could take it on notice, but can you point to me somewhere in that paper that indicates those chemicals being in vapes and being carcinogenic?
Senator, we'll take on notice that question because we'll need to go back to our submission and to the reference and to answer your question.
Okay. Well, just more generally then on this issue, those chemicals you've identified, I think there's 4 of them. I won't be able to pronounce them anyway if I tried. Are they in all vapes or some vapes, or are they allowed in the prescription vapes?
So they're not in all vapes. All vapes are different, and that's part of the problem. Is that the colourings, the flavourings of vapes are unregulated, and there's different chemicals in many different vapes. As to whether they're in, sorry.
Yep. No, you go. You finish. Sorry,
I was going to say, as to whether those 4 chemicals are in the vapes that are to be prescribed, I think we'd need to take that on notice.
Okay, I'm looking at there's a list of prohibited ingredients in Schedule 1 of the legislation that allows for prescription vapes, and there's 8 prohibited ingredients. None of them seem to be the 4 chemicals identified in your submission. Do you think they should be added to that list? Have you looked at that list, and why, if you know, why aren't they on that list if they're carcinogenic and an issue?
I think we'd have to take that list on notice and get back to you.
Are these 4 chemicals, and as I say, I can't really pronounce them, but the 4 ones you've mentioned, are they used in other legal products, foods, medicines, etc.?
Once again, Senator, we'd have to take that on notice. We'd have to look up those contaminants, though, in many different vapes are used in all sorts of things, including weed killers and other things like that. There's, a lot of different chemicals involved, and many of them we don't really know what is going to happen, as happened in the Avali outbreak in the United States in 2019. Where vitamin C acetate and THC were found to be responsible for the 68 deaths and 3,000 hospitalisations. And it took 68 people dying before it was identified that it was the vitamin C acetate, and that was then removed from the vapes.
Right.
Thank you.
But this is a different issue, though. Just to be clear, I just wanted to clarify, Chair. What I'm asking is whether those chemicals are used in other legal products, not illegal products, but foods, pharmaceutical products, etc.
We'll take
Thank you.
that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Roberts. Are you there, Senator Roberts? Okay, I think we might have...
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay, take it away.
Thank you. I forgot to unmute. Cancer Australia is a federal government agency, so it makes sense that it would come here today to support the federal government's policy. As you would, I am sure, be in favour of reducing smoking. Can I confirm Cancer Australia support using large increases in taxation by whatever name on tobacco products as the primary method of reducing smoking?
Senator, Cancer Australia does not support any single approach to smoking cessation. Cancer Australia supports a multifaceted and comprehensive approach to smoking cessation. As we've outlined in our previous testimony, the evidence of tobacco smoking and its link to cancer is unequivocal. It is the single biggest cause of cancer, and as you would be aware, Senator, lung cancer is the single biggest cancer killer in Australia. So Cancer Australia supports all approaches to smoking cessation.
Okay, thank you. Cancer Research UK has a 100% opposing view to your submission on vaping and cancer. Their analysis of the use of e-cigarettes, ones that are registered with the UK Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Authority, the equivalent of our TGA, states, quote, "Lots of people want to know about the health effects of e-cigarettes. Many studies show that vaping is far less harmful than smoking. This is because e-cigarettes don't contain cancer-causing tobacco, and most of the toxic chemicals found in cigarettes are not in e-cigarettes. There is no good evidence that vaping causes cancer. Because vaping is far less harmful than smoking, your health could benefit from switching from smoking to vaping, and you will reduce your risk of getting cancer," end of quote. So who's right, the UK Cancer Council, a Cancer Research Council, or Cancer Australia?
So, Senator, there's a couple of items here. First of all, many people who are using vaping are non-smokers. So they're young people who have not smoked before. So the idea that there's a comparison that vaping is less harmful than smoking is actually, not relevant to people who've not smoked before. And in fact, if that moves them to smoking, then that's a bad thing. In terms of people who are already smoking and would like to quit, as Claire said, Cancer Australia supports a multifactorial approach to smoking cessation, and we stand by the guidelines of the Royal Australian College of GPs, which there are a whole lot of things that people should have available to them to quit smoking, and they should all be evidence-based. So the first thing is behavioural and counselling support. The second thing is nicotine replacement. The third thing is medications. And then, if those things have failed, then a change to vaping is actually one of the recommendations. It should be done on prescription, it should be done by the health professional, and it should be done with counselling support. So I think, that's... We're not 100% in disagreement to the UK, but there is no current evidence that vaping causes cancer, but that doesn't mean that it's safe.
Thank you. Johns Hopkins Medicine also maintains that, quote, "Vaping is less harmful than smoking. Regular cigarettes contain 7,000 chemicals, many of which are toxic. Vaping exposes you to fewer toxic chemicals. Why are you supporting a bill?" That's the end of the quote. "Why are you supporting a bill that exposes smokers to more toxic chemicals than vaping?"
So we're not supporting people continuing to smoke. That is not, as Cancer Australia supports...
You're supporting a bill that exposes smokers to more toxic chemicals than vaping.
Senator, I don't accept that characterisation of our position. As we've outlined in our testimony today, we are supportive of the government's approach of providing access to vaping as part of a clinician-supervised pathway to smoking cessation. And we've been very clear that it is too early to tell what the long-term impacts of vaping might be.
Okay, the UK National...
I'm sorry, Senator Roberts, but we do need to move on. So each senator had a block of a few minutes.
Last question? Can I ask the last question?
Sure, but it's at the expense of other senators and other panels later today. But Senator Roberts.
The UK National Health Service says of vaping, quote, nicotine vaping is substantially less harmful than smoking. It's also one of the most effective tools for quitting smoking. Vaping is not completely harmless, and we only recommend it for adult smokers to support quitting smoking and staying quit. Is Council Australia out of step with the science?
So we've already mentioned that that vaping is this legislation is actually about limiting vaping to people to adult Australians who smoke. So it's the same, and it should be used as part of a multifactorial, comprehensive strategy for smoking cessation, overseen by a GP or another health professional.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses.
Thank you very much for your participation. I believe you did take questions on notice. We're asking for them to be returned to us by close of business on Monday, the 6th of May. But of course, if you can get to them earlier, that would be appreciated. But thank you very much for your evidence. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Medical Association and the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, who I believe are joining us online. Thank you for appearing before our committee today. For the Hansard record, could I ask you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you are appearing today?
My name is Professor Rowena Ivers, and I'm a general practitioner, and I'm representing the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners.
Thank you.
Dr. Michael Bonning, Chair of the Public Health Committee for the AMA, and I'm a GP.
Wonderful. I thank you both for submitting.
And Professor Steve Robson is also with us.
Yeah,
Apologies, Professor Robson.
Yeah, it's Steve Robson. It's not letting my camera work for some reason. I'm blocked out, so I can hear you and speak, but my camera isn't being allowed to work here. I'm not sure what it is with the Teams. I apologise.
That's no problem. We can take your evidence this way, and we'll see if the tech people can work on that. So, sorry, Professor Robson, could you just state your position? I think I missed it.
Yeah, I'm the Federal President of the Australian Medical Association.
Correct. Thank you very much. And I thank each of you for submitting your declaration of conflicts of interest. I now ask that you make those declarations again for the Hansard record. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
No.
No.
Thank you very much. I'll invite each of you to make a brief opening statement if you wish to do so. I believe the College has submitted their opening statement for tabling, which we appreciate. But if you would like to make an opening statement, I ask you to do so now, and then we'll be proceeding to questions from senators.
Great, thank you. I'm here today on behalf of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, who represent over 40,000 GPs across Australia, and thanks to the Senate Standing Committees on Community Affairs for the opportunity to present at the hearing for the TGA and other legislation amendment bill 2024. So the RACGP support for legislation to restrict the importation, domestic manufacture, supply, commercial possession and advertising of non-therapeutic and disposable single-use vapes. The RACGP strongly supports the introduction of a medical framework whereby patients may be able to obtain a therapeutic vape by prescription for the purpose of smoking cessation and the management of nicotine dependence. The current bill builds on the government's reforms to the regulation of vaping goods commencing on the 1st of January 2024. So the College believes that a stronger enforcement of the regulatory settings of the supply chain, along with the ban on the sale of vapes without prescription, is supported. So the proposed amendments are in line with the objectives of the National Tobacco Strategy 2023 to 2030, as well as our obligations to the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. The public health crisis facing young people is really of great concern. So the estimates are that around 28% of young people aged 14 to 17 have now tried vaping, which has tripled since 2019, And so the RACGB strongly supports the provision of public health education and awareness campaigns on the harms of vaping, and also how to access support for nicotine dependence. And that includes our own education campaigns, of course. In particular, a focus is needed to educate young people and provide educational resources to schools. Must be funded, and they must be not aligned with the vaping industry or big tobacco. A lot of young people don't even realise that their vapes contain nicotine. And we've provided around a submission links to our previous submissions in this area as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other witness wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Steve Robson from the AMA. I still can't get my camera to work. I'm not sure why. It's not working on my other computer either. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today. I'm dialing in from the land of the Ngunnawal people, and Dr. Bonning is dialing in from the land of the Eora Nation. I want to pay my respects to elders past and present. The AMA doesn't, as we said before, receive any financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, contribution from any party involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products. In 2020, the former Health Minister, the Honourable Greg Hunt, attempted to pursue far-reaching vaping reforms, including importation bans. Unfortunately, these reforms were watered down following a campaign by the vaping lobby. The changes finally agreed by the former government were never comprehensive and were simply set up for failure. At that time, the vaping lobby got what it wanted. Instead of what should have been a world-leading public health success, interference by the vaping lobby has led to an alarming increase in the rate of vaping, particularly in young people. This will leave the nation with a heavy price to pay in years to come. The evidence demonstrates that people who vape are 3 times more likely to smoke than people who have never vaped. Former smokers who vape are more likely to relapse. And there's conclusive evidence that vapes and their constituents cause poisoning, injuries, burns and immediate toxicity through inhalation, including seizures, and that chronic use leads to dependence. Emerging data suggests links with vaping to chronic lung disease and asthma, as well as associations between the dual use of vapes and smoking with cardiovascular disease. Despite non-nicotine-based vapes being marketed as nicotine-free, in reality, when tested, almost all of them have been shown to contain nicotine, which is highly addictive. It's important that you understand the impact of nicotine on the developing brain, with the frontal lobe highly sensitive to the effects of nicotine. It's been demonstrated to have negative effects on cognition, reasoning, attention, while it's associated with mood disorders. We know of the many other substances found in vapes: diacetyl, formaldehyde, chlorine, benzene, mercury and arsenic. All of these have well understood long-term impacts on human health, including potentially causing cancer. Unfortunately, because of the way vapes have been marketed, there's very little appreciation among the wider population of the addiction with which they're associated and the dependence and the long-term health impacts, and how they are clearly a pathway to smoking. So we come before you today to urge the passage of these reforms to protect the health of all Australians and, most importantly, children. We also know that for some individuals, quitting nicotine is difficult, and that's why the prescription model remains a key part of the government's broad and integrated policy approach. The reality is that caring for patients with nicotine dependence is part of daily general practice. GPs would much rather see people now to discuss their vaping than to see them with the health consequences of vaping in 5 or 10 years' time. New clinical guidelines will support these conversations, and they'll be based on evidence and years of experience. We have an opportunity now to protect the health of the next generation of Australians, and we cannot afford to let that opportunity go. Thank you.
Thank you. Senators, just to help you prepare, I'll be doing 3-minute blocks again. The order will be Urquhart, Kovacic, Steele, John, Smith, Cadell, Pratt, Canavan. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I'll just remember to unmute. Thank you for that. I'll throw this open to any of the witnesses or all of you. Can you outline what your members are seeing through their doors in terms of presentations for vaping-related reasons?
Yeah, look, I think it's Rowena Ivers here. Look, I think as GPs, we dealing with nicotine addiction is very much part of our everyday practice. We're all trained in it as medical students. We're all trained in it when we do our RACGB training, and we have our online access to our national guidelines online. So, yeah, look, in terms of vaping, again, I would daily in my clinical practice talk to people about nicotine cessation, and many of them are in various stages. Obviously, adolescents as part of preventive health checks. RSGB also has a national guide to the preventive health assessment. Asking about vaping or nicotine is part of that. We have, but certainly we have people presenting to us specifically for wanting to seize nicotine or vaping even. So, and our role is education, our role is health promotion, our role is giving them evidence-based information about the best options for them to seize.
Thank you. Dr. Bonner, do you have anything to add, or are you seeing a similar sort of...
I thank Professor Ivers for, I think, opening that up as a GP, but also I think more broadly across the health, across the medical professions, I might speak to that. In general practice, my experience is very similar to Rowena's, but across the hospital sector, what we see a lot of is young people, and I'll say young people, I'm now pushing 40, so pretty much anyone younger than me, are showing up to emergency departments, often with complex polypharmacy, but some of the most difficult to manage is actually the incredibly high level of nicotine dependence. And what we see in vape products is, large, high concentration and large volumes, which are used across the day for 16, 17 hours of the day. So young people who, traditionally we might have used, a patch plus gum, or, we're now double patching. We're now looking at beyond what used to be our traditional use of intervention products, because people are so dependent on nicotine, and it has, at those high levels, it not just has the physiological effects that we might talk about in terms of temporary effects when people smoke or vape, but actually these are now chronic effects that exist. Higher blood pressure, higher heart rate, insomnia. We start seeing people who have, almost hallucinatory effects when they present to hospital from the high levels.
Sorry, can I just quickly jump in there? Because I think someone in their opening statement mentioned that the incidence of vaping in 14 to 17-year-olds had tripled since 2018. So when you're talking about people under 40 presenting at emergency departments for those types of things that are vaping related, are you seeing a large number of those in that sort of age group, like younger than 18?
Most definitely. We see young people, but many of those people who started vaping 7 or 8 years ago are now in their 20s.
Yeah.
So, they started as 15-year-olds. They are now pushing towards their mid-20s. It is complex because it is being marketed to them at a time in their life when they are very impressionable and they have high levels of curiosity, and then it is progressing on to a form of dependence that at such high doses is incredibly hard to intervene with.
Thank you, Dr. Bonnie. I do need to share the call to Senator.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your evidence. Would you see this as a two-stream problem? So you have the problem of children who are using vapes and becoming addicted to nicotine, and vapes they should never have access to because it's illegal for them to purchase them, but they're finding them and obviously buying them and using them. And then we have adults who are using vapes as a smoking cessation tool or a tool to transition away from vaping. Is this something that you're seeing in your practice?
Yes, and I think that's why the RACGP has come to this position, is that we looked at the evidence in very great detail from some of the systematic reviews that were done, including in ANU and also the Cochrane, and we realised that actually that there is a role in a spectrum of other options for smoking cessation, and that the vapes may provide that. And in our guidelines, it's basically health advice is always the strongest thing, and having that personal interaction. That's why a medical model works, in that it allows that interaction, which is not available when you just purchase it. It also allows an option, a nuanced discussion about the risks and benefits to that person of all the other products, like nicotine replacement therapy, the various ranges of those, like bupropion or varenicline, which are evidence-based as well. But also, and really looking at a short-term monitored use, where you can also be seeing that person again, chatting to them on the phone, providing them that support while they're ceasing vaping. And for adults, we saw that as allowing access, and we know that there's GPs, there's a pharmacist in pretty much every small town. People can access telehealth through their regular doctor for support. I have many patients who get their medications delivered to home, or so we felt that was a balance of allowing access for cessation. And we think that, but it's also allowing that interaction, very personalised, that doctors can offer, along with our other colleagues, like nurses and Aboriginal health practitioners who we work with.
Thank you. And sort of adding on to that, and you talk about the other tools that are available, and for this, perhaps to transition for adults from smoking to vaping, that it should be clinician-led or clinician-supervised. Given the addictive nature of nicotine and of smoking, do you feel that there's a concern that if your option is to, go buy some patches or gum from the chemist or the supermarket and it doesn't work, or I have to go through this process with my GP that might be costly, and they might not bulk bill and all the rest, versus I'll just go back and buy a packet of cigarettes because I can do that at the servo or wherever it is at the supermarket. Do we seem to be sort of going, the thing that's gotten you there is readily accessible, but your pathway away from it is complex and challenging and perhaps regulated differently?
Yeah, I think that also, and I think it's a success of our ticket control program in Australia, is that nicotine replacement products are readily available through pharmacists. As GPs, we work with our pharmacist colleagues very closely.
The patches and stuff can be bought at a supermarket or gum, is that right?
Yeah. So they're very accessible. And we're already finding that some people are using those themselves, just choosing to use them when they're trying to give up vapes. So I think that...
Are they using them themselves when they're trying to give up smoking as well?
They use them for giving up smoking, and I'm finding they use them for giving up vapes as well. So
Yeah. So is there any reason that doesn't need to be clinician supervised, but for an adult to transition from smoking to vaping, that should be clinician supervised? I'm just curious, given that both products contain nicotine.
Yeah, look, and I think that there's less knowledge about what's contained in a nicotine vaping product. We just don't have the evidence about the long-term effects of those products. We don't, and I do think that gives an opportunity to weigh those up and have an informed process with that person about what is contained in those products, so that they're aware of the risk and the fact that we don't know, and that it's not registered with the TGA. There's a range of products and a range of carrier agents within those, and obviously there's been a range of flavourings, and I'm with this legislation, it will hopefully get rid of some of those extra agents within products.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Steele-John now.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for your evidence today. To the ROCGP, how many GPs currently prescribe therapeutic vaping products, and how do you envisage that number changing if the bill passes?
Yeah, so I think that for a GP, Our normal approach and what we've been trained in is, and using our, again, evidence-based guidelines, is that interaction, motivational interviewing about smoking cessation and behaviour change, the range of the other products that are available as well, and the pros and cons of those. With vaping, we would, you can be either an authorised prescriber, or you can use the SASC pathway, which is quite quick. I've done it this week. It's quite, it's basically an online form, and then a prescription through your local pharmacy, like any other medication.
Yeah. So how many, just currently in the kind of pre-legislation world, how many GPs currently do that? In terms of
there's always some GPs who have a special interest in smoking. I think that certainly in terms of it's always ideal to upskill GPs, and with our new version of the guidelines, we hope that will happen. It's obviously got all the resources there online. The GPs, I think patients probably haven't come in because vapes it's been unregulated. They've been pretty freely available wherever you want to get them locally. So it would seem that there hasn't been a need for some. We have had some patients come to us asking for them. But yeah, again, there's always GPs who have a special interest.
Of course,
there's GPs who can
Senator Steele-John.
Health support to their regular patients. Or and there may be some GPs who are cautious because, again, we don't have the long-term evidence, and an evidence-based approach means that you would be cautious because we just do not know the long-term effects of these products.
Senator Steele-John, so there in total, as at 31 August 2023, there were approximately 3,000 either medical practitioners who were using the current SASB pathway scheme or were authorised prescribers as of the same date. So that's about the number I think you're after.
Thank you both. Can I ask that the Department of Aged Care and Health have modelled an additional 900,000 GP visits annually as the result of this legislation passing. What do you see as being the impact of that increase on general practice?
If I may, thank you, Senator Steele-John. If we can look historically, GPs have managed smoking cessation and vaping cessation over a long period of time, smoking cessation for decades now. It's the normal part of what we do. Modelling 900,000 extra consults against about 180 million. So it's a very small increase. It is, however, a very important increase and needs to be supported and managed well, because GPs are the front line of this interaction, and these will not just be singular interactions. They will be a course of engagement with patients, but it is something that is well within the hands of GPs out in the community, and certainly something that we are seeing good outcomes from a behavioural and motivational interviewing model that has, that we are taught through our training, but also which I think we all use on a regular basis for many addictive products.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Those were my two questions. Unless any of the witnesses wanted to add, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Can I just ask, in terms of the pathways to support individuals for nicotine dependence, it is correct that for some people who use nicotine patches, tablets and that sort of thing, that is a clinician-led process as well if they're seeking to access that in a financially supported way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so the nicotine patches are available through the PBS, and they're at the discounted PBS rate, or they're at no cost to, say, on the Close the Gap scheme for Aboriginal patients.
Okay. And can I ask, I note that some of the evidence we've heard is that many young people who take up vaping aren't aware that the vapes contain nicotine, along with many other substances. But how are you seeing those presentations from young people who may become addicted to nicotine? I mean, are they presenting themselves? Is this concern being raised with you by their family members? And what is the impact of a nicotine addiction on a young person, particularly someone who wasn't aware they were developing one?
If I might take that one, Senator Smith, I think there's two parts to this. The first one is some really important work that was done in New South Wales by the University of Wollongong School of Chemistry and Molecular Biosciences. They found in testing 750 vapes, both from retailers and surrendered by high school students, that 97.5% of those devices contain nicotine, despite most not being listed as an active ingredient. So lots of people don't know what they're using. And that was the problem over a long period of time, that vaping manufacturers and sellers obfuscated what their responsibility was with regards to providing a nicotine product. What we are seeing clinically is twofold, is young people who are coming around to that realisation and understanding, both through government action. So we think about things like Generation Vape. We think about the work of Vic Health, who have done some world-leading work around turning this message into an acceptable and understandable one to 14-year-olds, because too often it comes from someone like me, and that's not necessarily who they will listen to. But the second group is also through parents and schools, and I note that you have School Association on tomorrow and Vic Health and a number of others. There are those two very strong converging pathways around information giving, but also around I suppose, parental and societal responsibility for young people in their presentations. But every now and then I still do see young people who are unsure why they feel the way they do. They present with anxiety. And that anxiety, when you drill down into it and you ask and take a reasonable history, is to understand that they are vaping and don't understand the interrelationship between nicotine and their mental health.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bonning. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Cadell now.
Thank you, Chair. Question specifically to Dr. Robson initially. You painted the picture of what vapes do earlier and you mentioned formaldehyde and other things. I've got the Queensland Health document in front of me. What was there? Are there any good, or are all vape products bad?
I'd say at the moment...
Sorry, lost you?
On the evidence we have, they're all bad.
They're all bad. So we've got some pharmaceutical businesses in later today talking about their things under the prescription model. They're bad?
They remain, on behalf of Professor Robson, they remain unregulated products. The TGA, I understand, will be in tomorrow afternoon to speak with you with great authority about that. But these remain unregulated products where, as prescribers, I would think of this as a fourth-line intervention in terms of how I would interact with people who want to undertake a nicotine cessation pathway, either from smoking or vaping. So, like many things, it's about risks and benefits, and I would use less risky and known efficacious products first, and then I would consider vapes, a regulated medicated vape. But I agree with you, Senator, that the vape products still remain an unknown, but for some people in the right circumstance, they may well be the best and most useful product.
But given
I've got to add to that. I think with the
sorry, I've only got
RCGP
time. I've got another follow-up where I'd love you to join in, but that was a question specifically for Dr. Robson. Given the position, and this is to both of you, the concern is do no harm as a first principle. Why would a doctor then prescribe a vape if you think they're all bad?
I'm happy to take that again, Senator.
Yep.
Senator, I go back to all medical interventions have some degree of risk. Giving you paracetamol can have some degree of risk. Getting someone to go out for a run has some degree of risk to it. While it remains as a important precept of medicine that we first do no harm, we have to recognise that there are risks in everything that we do. And in that setting, I would consider this a fourth line tool. So there are less risky, more appropriate medications. And we only have to look to what happened with, say, the use of opiates in the United States, where a medication, when used correctly and appropriately, can be useful, but does convey risks. And those risks get out of control when people have unregulated, unfettered use of something like that. And you can probably make the corollary with vapes here through recreational use.
Professor?
Thank you.
Yes, so on the Expert Advisory Committee, we looked at all the evidence, and there are studies where people were able to quit smoking using e-cigarettes. But again, it's nuanced in that there were no studies of the long-term effects of those products. It's quite a regular occurrence for medical practitioners to explain the risks and benefits of a therapy to patients and weigh up the best option for them. And I think that in this instance, we'd be expecting that medical practitioners would weigh up and say this is not a TGA-regulated product. It would be a matter of looking for the safest product that was available. And again, there's not evidence necessarily on all of these products long term. So, but it is about, we do that with other products that are off license use, and that's quite a regular thing that medical practitioners do with our patients. 3
very quick questions, if I can get in. The last data I had is 69,987 individual patients have sought prescriptions for vaping products via the system. Is it possible that any of those or many of those would be under 18, or is that not allowed?
Again, we looked at the evidence for use under 18s, and there wasn't clear evidence. There was even less studies about the use in adolescents. I'm not sure about those the access for that for adolescents.
Dr. Bonning, do you know aware of any?
No, Senator. I think we take that question on notice from you. We're very happy to review that.
So it's very likely that every underage person, including the ones 97.5% that are using nicotine vapes that you raised, are using illegal products, isn't it? Outside any legislative framework.
Senator, that was always the case. So before the legislative framework existed, we would agree that anyone using a vape who was under 18 was doing so illegally.
Okay.
Senator Cadell, this will have to be the last question. I do need to rotate.
Thank you, Chair. If we go down this path, I don't think anyone here today is talking about leaving this unregulated. What is a KPI for the percentage of illegal vapes versus the regulated prescription vapes that we should be striving for?
I was about to say, Senator, I think when you look at the kind of comprehensive legislation that focuses on retail, wholesale, importation and border control and protects the individual who is the victim in all of this, you would say that those are things outside of the medical purview, because access and bringing them into the country is a question for border protection, it's a question for enforcement, and the use and replication of this legislation at a state and territory level will be critical in actually achieving that. The ATO did some work around predicting that less than 5% of the kind of market at the moment would transition into, as I understand it, into a black market. Now, that's a question that I think is still very open. But what we have seen and what has been reported, but is still an open question, is that vape shipments to Australia, as reported from China, but also as reported here, have substantially, and by that I mean more than 50% decreased since the ban was enacted on disposable vapes on January 1. And there is significant month-on-month declines ongoing, which I think suggests that we are putting through this, through the legislation that already exists and through further legislation, a big hole in kind of access and availability, and therefore to young people getting access to this. So I can't put a KPI on that, but I would probably extend that is a question for the Border Force.
Australia routinely collects data on smoking, and certainly in our primary care data, we're starting to collect vaping status in electronic medical records as well. So that would be an appropriate KPI. Obviously, the smoking KPI is ongoing in terms of collection.
Thank you. Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt, I don't have your audio. I still don't have your audio.
Sorry, my computer was responding very slowly. Can I ask how you would respond as a GP with a child like this under your care if you find out a child is smoking surreptitiously in the classroom? Then they're probably also likely to be doing it in their bedroom, the school toilets, with friends, on the way to school and before bed. What's likely to be going on in their cardiovascular system, their mental health? What kind of symptoms might you expect to see?
I'd address that. And I guess as GPs, we take a holistic approach. We have our RACGP Red Book Guide, which is the holistic guide to preventive assessments across the life assessment. So every bit of nicotine will put your pulse and your blood pressure up. Obviously, insomnia, waking up through the night, reduced quality of sleep is one of the effects of nicotine. Certainly I'm hearing stories about adolescents having to leave class, 4 times during one lesson. So interrupted learning is very much part of that. We do a holistic assessment. So we do, but again, the motivational interviewing and with an adolescent from 14 with or without their carer or parent, but they can come alone, is very much part of it. We have long-term, there are guidelines around use of, say, nicotine replacement therapy in adolescents. Certainly that's been part of my practice. And have developed, training materials for health professionals in how to go about that as well. So, but it's holistic. We do on times have case conference with the school, if they're missing school, with the Department of Community Justice if there's other issues going on.
How many of these teenagers are likely to be under the care of a doctor for their vaping? And I'd be interested in your response too, Dr. Bonning, that question about also how do you assess how much nicotine someone has in their bloodstream or their system?
Yeah, I work in Aboriginal health, so we do an annual health assessment, which includes asking about smoking or vaping. So, we have used the carbon monoxide meter, but we've actually find just asking about it's better. So, but again, a lot of the discussion will be in families and with schools. And again, a lot of adolescents will find their own solution. If they're party or weekend vapers, it might mean without reduced access that reducing access has a very key role in reducing their use. There's a small proportion who might be addicted just because of the cost of vapes. But there will be, certainly as clinicians, we're happy to assist, and we see adolescents regularly as part of our clinical work.
Senator Pratt, very briefly, many young people will be invisible to general practice. They will be smoking surreptitiously, as you describe. They will come to our attention through their parents, through sometimes their friends, but also through their schools. When we look at the Generation Vape and other study data collected, it would not be the case that I would see, 1 in 6 of the young people that I see through my clinic as vapers. So they are a separate subset, those who seek and have access to regular healthcare. And so I think we need to be mindful of that services like the Quit Line, and I will call out the Quit Line in Queensland for doing really good work in this space. I'm not in Queensland, but I have spoken to them about what they do, which includes the provision of nicotine replacement therapy and supportive counselling to young people, and to recognising the patterns of vaping are different to what we used to know as the patterns of smoking, that people can vape in bed, vape in the shower, vape on their way to school, vape in the toilets, like they can vape across their day, and therefore our response needs to be slightly different, and they are having really good inroads. And that's not necessarily directly through the care of their regular GP, but sometimes that is what is necessary, that there is a dedicated support service for them.
And last question, how important is it if you are a regular vapor to be...
I do need to share the call. I just need to check if Senator Canavan is here to ask a question. Senator Canavan, are you?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've just got one quick question.
I'll come to you for a last one after Senator Canavan, please. Senator Canavan.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Look, just quickly, do either of your organisations receive funding or sponsorship from Johnson & Johnson?
We do not, as far as I know.
Who was that? I'm just not sure which organisation.
Sorry, Dr. Michael Bonning, the Australian Medical Association.
Okay, right.
Yeah, okay. Rowena, obviously from the RACGB, I would have to take that on notice. I'm not sure.
Just back to the AMA then, to you, Dr.
Sure.
Dr. Brett Bonning. Sorry. I've got an AMA publication here, History of the AMA. The second page of that document is a full-page ad from Johnson & Johnson, titled "Caring for the World, One Person at a Time." Did they pay for that advertisement?
Senator, I'll have to take that. I don't know the publication you're referring to. I also don't know its publication date. I'll have to come back.
AMA, more than just a union, a history of the AMA celebrating 50 years of the Australian Medical Association.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. But
well, if you could just take on notice again with you, because I did include any sponsorship that Johnson & Johnson, and obviously my question here goes to the fact that Johnson & Johnson is the producer of some of the products that we've been referring to today, like Nicorette inhalers. I mean, have you looked at it? There is a conflict here between your position supporting some forms of nicotine cessation technologies, but not others, and potentially, it looks like you have received sponsorship from Johnson & Johnson.
Senator Canavan, thank you very much for the question. I think there has been good evidence for a long period of time that the use of very targeted, regulated nicotine replacement therapy that has gone through the clinical process and research process has been appropriate. I think that has been settled. That was used for smoking cessation for many decades before this. So I recognise your
well, maybe if you could
opportunity there to thank you. Sorry, I'll finish. Your opportunity there to tie things up around Johnson & Johnson, but I suspect that the overwhelming evidence supports the use of nicotine replacement therapy as a earlier line treatment. Notice here, Senator, that also we are not saying that vapes are not part of a potential treatment algorithm for someone under a prescription model. We are actually saying that they are part of it, but they remain a third or fourth line modality, and things like nicotine replacement therapy, which have evidence and which are regulated, are a higher level modality, but they all sit behind behavioural therapies, counselling and supportive motivational interviewing as part of a therapeutic relationship that are key to helping people stop smoking or stop vaping by changing their views and understanding of the risks associated with smoking or vaping.
Well, just on this one, there's one Johnson & Johnson product is the Nicorette Quick Mist Cool Berry Spray. Looking at the list of ingredients for that, one of those ingredients include acesulfame potassium. Going to a report on Medical News Today says that acesulfame potassium, or ACE-K, is a common artificial sweetener. Some people suggest acesulfame potassium side effects, including an increased risk of cancer and harm during pregnancy. However, research is limited. It seems to me, I mean, the conclusion there about acesulfame potassium seems very similar to the conclusions we've heard today about vaping, about vapes, that there's limited evidence, we don't know, it may cause cancer, etc. Maybe you could take on notice, could you particularly come back to us about acesulfame potassium and what the AMA's view then is on Nicorette and Nicorette Quick Mist Spray vis-a-vis the risks of vaping?
And thank you, Senator. I suspect also the TGA will be a fruitful group to talk to about that, given that they are the regulators and evidence holders when it comes to those medications. But thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. I'm going to pass back to Senator Pratt for her final question.
Just quickly, if you are going to be a vapor and a regular vapor, how important is it to be under the surveillance and have a strong relationship with your GP in monitoring your health? And what are the benefits, therefore, of your GP being your prescriber of your vape?
I'll maybe talk to that. It's part of our development of the reviewing all the evidence and developing the guidelines. Is that benefit is also in the prescribing relationship? Is that motivational interviewing, offering other options? It's also monitoring, but it's also we look at the dose over time. So you might be reviewing someone, you might be reviewing how often, frequently they're first of all, matching their vape to their smoking, reviewing their dose, and then really encouraging them to reduce that over time. So getting them to stretch out, getting them to reduce the dose in the product that they're using as well. And of course, we would always, if we were prescribing a product, go for the safest product that was visible to us. And it allows, obviously, other opportunities for other preventive care.
And if they're unsuccessful, you could monitor their heart health and put them on heart medication too if you needed to,
Absolutely,
I'm sure.
part of our evidence-based general preventive care. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off mid-sentence there. Okay. Thank you very much for your evidence today, for participating in our committee hearing. If you've taken questions or notice, we're asking for them returned to us by close of business on the 6th of May. We are reporting on the 8th of May to the Senate. But thank you very much. Senators will now suspend. I'm just going to ask your grace that we do so for 10 minutes only. Is that okay? And then we'll return in 10 minutes. Thank you.
From my microphone. Okay. Bear with me just a moment as I sort out the sound settings here. Okay. Well, there we go. That's the end of the first session. What do we think? I know I've got some thoughts. Sent some thoughts there. All going to plan. I should have some sound now to talk. Okay. Thanks, Dan. In the chat for clarifying that you can hear me now. All right. Geez, I'll tell you what, wasn't it interesting that the debate about whether vaping causes cancer? I thought that was interesting. What do you think? I think we concluded with Tanya Buchanan from the Cancer Council. So maybe vaping doesn't cause cancer. I'm sorry, I do have to keep these headphones on so I can keep. I know they look stupid, but I have to keep them on so I can hear what is going on in the background, so I can switch back as fast as possible, and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, wasn't that interesting? A little bit of toing and froing. Does vaping cause cancer? That'd be interesting to watch back on the replay, wouldn't it? And quite frankly, why are the Cancer Council there and Cancer Australia present during this committee hearing if, in fact, vaping doesn't cause cancer? They say there's potentially causing cancer, but when it comes to presenting the evidence, they don't seem to have much. We just don't know. We've got to wait 20, 30 years. We didn't know it was smoking, apparently. Didn't know it was smoking. It took from 1920 to 1962 or 1910 to 1962 or something like that before the official bomb dropped, if you like, with the Royal College of Physicians report in the UK that started to say, hey, I don't think this smoking's any good for you guys. Funny enough, that's the same organisation, Royal UK College of Physicians. Yeah, that's the same organisation that called out vaping being most likely no more than 95% most likely 95% less harmful than smoking. Sorry, I'm stumbling my words a little bit. My brain's just going a million miles an hour, probably like a lot of yours. Anyway, that was interesting. I also note Jordan Steele John from the Greens Party. I think he is targeting the equity question very interestingly to the number of guests and understanding the equity of legal access and the fairness of whether somebody can afford it, whether there's a low socio economic sector that has been left behind that may not be able to afford that next doctor's appointment, might not be able to afford that Nicovape or whatever chemist or doctor prescribes a chemist vape over and above what's already kept them off smoking. So I think his line of questioning's been interesting. I'll quickly have a look at your questions in just a moment, and we'll get back. But I guess the whole thing is, and we've seen it time and time again, and this is about the third inquiry I believe we've seen over the last decade here in Australia, major vaping inquiry, and there's always this underlying thing of we just don't know yet. We just don't know yet. I wonder if they said that in 2020, for as long as they did with vaping, meaning that if they said that in regarding the COVID vaccine, there you go. Whoops, I've said it. Regarding the COVID vaccine, it took us what 6 months or something like that to push out and push that boat out, and yeah, that seemed to be fine. We couldn't take that risk. We couldn't take that risk. Let me tell you, guys and girls, that smoking causes obviously a lot more harm and a lot more damage and a lot more death than COVID. This is the real pandemic that they're talking about, and vaping can be front and centre of solving that issue, but it needs to be front and centre, of course, in the right places. That's my opinion, and I'll welcome yours. Yeah. What are you guys sort of saying out there? Just have a quick look. Yeah, look, I'm sure someone from public health or tobacco control are reading this chat. And look, to those people, welcome. Welcome to Pippa's Live. Let's improve vaping education because that's the core of it, isn't it? I don't think a lot of people in Australia realise or understand the realities, the real science, and what is really going on with vaping here in Australia. I think they really think that what they're being told is that this is the whole big tobacco conspiracy hooking another whole new generation. And this is just a whole ploy to get kids hooked. Yet we're only seeing about 4.6% at worst of years vaping. We're only seeing about 3.5% vaping daily. The majority are adults who don't want to smoke anymore, adults who want to quit. See lots of those stories. You can see it on the website, pippaslive.com. Just have a look, pippaslive.com, and you can have a look at the quit stories there if you like. But hey, look, I'm not here to push that. I'm here to present, and it's a very interesting presentation so far, I have to say. And thank you for joining me, little old me, as we have a look through this very, very important hearing. Dan points out there's also docs prescribing Ozempic. Yeah, that's true, left and right for weight loss. Yet we also have no long-term health effects data for the use of that weight loss drug. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy to do that. Happy to do that. So it's really, really interesting that they're willing to push the boat out. And as our good friend from the AMA, there, AMA Junior, can't remember his name off the top of my head. Of course, there's Robson, his CEO. But as he pointed out, that we just don't know yet. We've got to take time with all these things. Yet, he didn't seem to be as certain as his boss that, and he come on very briefly to sort of to answer a very important question whether are all vapes bad, and he seemed to come out with a resounding yes, and then went missing. So I don't know happened there, but interesting times, right? Are we about to go back? I'm getting some silence here. I've just gotta keep an eye out. No, it's all right. I'm not sure if you can hear that little bit of music in the background, but I can. But of course, when that stops, I will have to go straight out. What else? What else are you guys saying out there? What's the percentage of kids now trying vaping versus that of kids trying smoking over the years? Well, this is exactly right. We're still seeing the smoking rates is declining. That's what we're seeing. Every chart, every graph, everywhere across the world, including Australia. As we see vaping rates go up, we're seeing smoking rates decline. Look, it's not causation. It's not causation, sure. But, hey, this is a damn coincidence. Just a striking coincidence. Anyway, I think it was very interesting. We saw Malcolm Roberts and Matt Canavan, which I didn't expect on the panel today, but I think it's good that they've sort of stepped up. I understand they've been very good and very responsive over a number of years in listening to their constituents' concerns regarding the availability of nicotine vapor products and being able to stay off the smoke. So, yeah, very, very good to see them there. Don't get me wrong, I think it's important to also have a balanced discussion, and so far, I think we've reached that. What do you guys think? Do you think we've had a balanced discussion here so far? Please also note, while I do think of it, with that big note on the screen, it seems to have worked. I don't seem to have attracted too many trolls. It seems to be all very, very good people out there in the chat. So please note that to comment, you will need to subscribe to the channel. And thank you. Thank you for doing so. Doesn't mean you've got to stay subscribed, but I think they're back. They are back. Let's go straight to it.
Thank you all for appearing for our committee today. Just check that I don't have visibility. I think we do have you online, and in person, got you. For the Hansard record, can I ask each of you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you are appearing today?
Hi, I'm William David. I'm from the field Pharmaceutical, and we manufacture nicotine vaping products.
Thank you.
My name is David Burns. I'm the director of Bay Pharma.
Thank you. My name is Richard Lee. I'm the CEO of Liba Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you for appearing today, and I also thank you for submitting your declaration of conflicts of interest. I'd now like to ask that you make that declaration once more for the purposes of the Hansard. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
We do manufacture nicotine vaping products.
Bay Pharma has received funding from its primary shareholder Lion Projects. Bay Pharma and Lion Projects are active industry participants in the therapeutic vaping and nicotine vaping industry. Bay Pharma and its shareholders have no affiliation with the tobacco industry. Their affiliates are any organisations or individuals engaged in lobbying on their behalf. Bay Pharma has never received funding, investment or in-kind support from the tobacco industry, either directly or through third parties who may have received funding from the tobacco industry.
And on behalf of Liba Pharmaceuticals, we are also a manufacturer of vaping products, but I can confirm that neither myself or the company has make the confirmation in relation to tobacco companies and tobacco-affiliated companies.
Thank you. And just for the fulsomeness of those declarations, we are asking for the nature of the support, the amount of value provided, the name or entity of the person providing it, and any other relevant information. I understand you have submitted conflict of interest declaration forms, but Mr. Wilhelm, if you could speak to those issues and if there's anything further witnesses need to add. Thank you.
Nothing from our side.
Nothing from Liba Pharmaceuticals.
Okay. I ask each of you, if you wish to do so, to make a brief opening statement, and then we'll be passing the call to senators for questions.
Yeah, I'd like to make an opening statement. Good afternoon, senators. My name is Willem David. I'm founder CEO of the independent Australian company from the fields Pharmaceutical. There are not many occasions one contributes to a public discussion that could save 20,000 Australian lives annually. From the fields Pharmaceutical is a leading manufacturer and supplier of Australian standard nicotine vaping products for smoking cessation via the current TGO 110 regulatory framework. This includes our Wild by Instinct nicotine vaping brand in market since October 2021. Our products are only sold with a prescription and dispensed via pharmacies. I wish to make 4 points taken from our detailed submission. Point 1, in principle, we support the definition of therapeutic vapes as opposed to recreational vapes. We have designed our therapeutic product portfolio around clear cessation objectives to transition adult smokers off cigarettes and keep these patients from relapsing to smoking, to provide a pathway for reducing nicotine intake, and to provide the highest possible standards and simplicity of product. Point 2, the restrictions placed on flavors of therapeutic vapes imposed by the TGA and adopted by the government is limiting and concerning. Most current users of therapeutic vapes now accessing simple fruit flavors will be significantly affected. Simple fruit flavors are not candy flavors. There's a big difference. Flavored therapeutic vapes already play an important role in transitioning smokers away from cigarettes. We continue to recommend Australian regulations to be amended on NVP flavors to include simple fruit flavors such as mango, blueberry, apple, in addition to mint, menthol, and tobacco. Point 3, our submission advocating the use of single-use disposable therapeutic vaping products comes from our determination to protect some of Australia's most at-risk people and support their smoking cessation pathway. Those include who face barriers around more complex vaping devices that require recharging, such as older people, people with disabilities, cohorts such as prisoners, and regionally and rurally isolated people. Our experience shows our customers, many of whom are over 45 years, are currently prescribed disposable therapeutic vape products by doctors. Point 4, we call for the ability of medical and advertise the products and services of smoking cessation. That includes regulated therapeutic nicotine vaping products, including at the point of sale and at GP clinics. We simply need a more pragmatic approach around the ways and means medical practitioners, pharmacies, and approved manufacturers can communicate with patients on NVPs as a smoking cessation option. In summary, we provide a genuine support for this introduced bill. If it becomes law with some amendments, it can help tackle the obvious scourge of black market of illicit vapes and help drive smoking rates below 5% in Australia by 2030. Thank you.
Before we just move to the next opening statement, there's just been a request from witnesses that we have photographs taken in the room. I just wanted to confirm with the witnesses at the table and other senators that that was okay.
That's fine.
Great. Thank you. Please proceed.
So I'd like to make an opening statement. Dear Senators, Bay Pharma has been a leading supplier of therapeutic vaping products since September 2022. We supply a range of products to Australian pharmacies which are available to patients with a prescription as required by the current medical access framework. We welcome the proposed legislation insofar as it aims to reduce the supply of NVPs via the black market and aims to streamline the supply of therapeutic NVPs through the medical access framework. As a business operating within the medical access framework, it has been extremely challenging. There has been very low demand from patients, significant friction at prescriber level and pharmacy level, compounded by a widespread and easily accessible informal market. Our estimates suggest that over the past year, less than 3% of NVP sales were made through Australian pharmacies, and recent surveys suggest that only around 10% of NVP users have a prescription for nicotine NVPs. there is significant apprehension amongst prescribers in relation to prescribing NVP products. Although we broadly support the proposed legislation, we do have concerns as to the uptake of the prescription-only model by Australian consumers, particularly taking into consideration the friction experienced by patients at prescriber level. We don't believe at this stage the prescriber network has the capacity or inclination to support the medical access framework to the degree that it will provide patients with adequate support for accessing therapeutic NVPs and in turn have a significant impact on the illicit market. Our view is that if bona fide patients have considerable barriers to accessing the legal market, it will result in a continuation of the illicit market, which will in turn continue to disrupt and create dysfunction in the legitimate market. We encourage the committee to consider alternative regulatory options, including a model that enables patients to gain access to regulated therapeutic vapes through a pharmacy-only model. I refer the committee to a special communication by researchers at the University of Queensland that examines the benefits of such a model. This model would maintain the medical access framework but reduce the burdens of access for patients and reduce the burden on the prescriber network. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, I'd like to make an opening statement. Madam Chair and committee members, I'll start by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. My name is Richard Lee and I'm the CEO of Liber Pharmaceuticals. We make nicotine, which is an addictive and scheduled substance, available through a closed system vaping product, the Nicovape Q. We do this under the model used for all other Schedule 4 products in Australia, namely on a health practitioner's prescription, presented to a pharmacy and supplied to that pharmacy through traditional pharmaceutical wholesaling channels. We see our product as an adjunct in helping smoking cessation. In this, the gold standard of evidence-based medicine, the Cochrane collaboration, has concluded for the last 2 years that there is high certainty evidence that electronic cigarettes with nicotine increase quit rates compared to nicotine replacement therapy. We don't see our product as a recreational product. Liber has no tobacco affiliations, and we've only ever sold our product under prescription. The prescription access pathway for vaping products was implemented 3 years ago and reconfirmed under the present government's new regulations. For this, we congratulate the government. Over the last 2.5 years, our vaping product has been prescribed to more than 14,000 Australians, thousands of whom have stopped smoking and vaping permanently. The average age of our user is 49. Failing to pass the bill leaves enforcement agencies hamstrung, and the state of the illicit market today reflects the consequences of that. The first part of the Minister's regulation, which focuses on closing illicit importation, is already having a profound impact on the illicit market, as mentioned earlier. In fact, it's reduced exports from China by over 90% year to date. In 2020, the TGA designated vaping products a Schedule 4 medicine after a thorough risk-benefit analysis. This is how all pharmacologically active manufactured ingredients are made available in Australia. We see it as absurd to suggest that only one product, nicotine, should be treated differently from all others, including other forms of nicotine replacement therapy. Failure to pass these regulations will ensure that enforcement agencies aren't equipped to address the rise of the illicit market, and it's a matter of time before the efforts to stop illegal imports are simply bypassed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now be moving to questions from senators. I'm starting with Senator Urquhart, then Kovacic, and still John. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask both witnesses, do you intend to approach the TGA, if this bill gets through, do you intend to approach the TGA for listing on the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods?
We've had some discussions internally. However, the current standards, we adhere to the current TGO 110. There is some discussions with the TGA in general on increasing the standards specifically for devices. And these standards under medical devices, we currently actually meet them with our devices. The issue as a independent company with no clarity on the size of market and the take-up commercially, whether we can meet all the standards in terms of testing and manufacturing. However, based on current regulations, our device, we have a very simple device. It does meet the standards of TGA.
From Bay Pharma's perspective, we would be very interested in looking at putting forward an application to the TGA to have our products registered. The issue at this point is the dysfunction within the market, the uncertainty. Obviously, that's a very involved and costly process for a company to engage in. Our understanding also from discussions is that the bar has been set within the TGA at a point that is probably difficult to achieve for companies in this product category at this point.
Okay, and can I ask you both...
Sorry.
Sorry. Apologies.
There are three. In relation to Libre Pharmaceuticals, we're firmly committed to medical licensing. We've been speaking to the TGA for almost 2 years now. We have also engaged with the MHRA in the UK and held scientific advisory meetings. Our intention is to get through to medical licensing or to start that process as soon as the TGA can set exactly what that framework sits, and we'll continue our discussions on that.
Great, thank you. And apologies for cutting you off.
No problems at all.
The screen had moved and I could only see 2 people. So can I also ask you all, do you intend to seek PBS coverage for any therapeutic vaping goods?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, I think there's somebody... somebody's come in the room who is not on mute. And there is a lot of noise. Okay, so can I ask all witnesses, do you intend to seek PBS coverage of any therapeutic vaping products?
I'll take that. On behalf of Libre, I think the appropriate time to seek PBS coverage would be on medical licensing. And at that point, I guess having proven safety and efficacy to a licensing perspective, we would also seek PBS coverage of the product.
And I would agree with that. I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, I mean, directionally, I do agree, but in reality, I guess it comes down to the pricing of the products. There's a bit of a misconception on pricing. The black market products versus our products are not really different in terms of being able to provide a TGO 110 compliant product that actually is at the same price as a black market unregulated product. So we're able to increase the standards, the quality, and also the efficacy of the product that meets the vapor's needs or smoker cessation need, and therefore there's no need really to put pressure on the PBS by going down that path.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me what therapeutic vaping products you all have currently on the market?
Yeah, I could. So we have a disposable product in the market, something like this, which is designed really for elderly and the disabled. You can see it's not like a black market colorful product. It's a larger size product for older people to grab. It's easy. Especially this product was prescribed in the rural areas where charging and all that becomes difficult. And we do have a proprietary design product, which is a pod-based closed system that is quite simple to use. It's rechargeable, and this meets all the standards of TGO 110. And the product itself has been designed with the internal firmwares, etc., to even reduce the emission levels. And previously, I heard there is certain chemicals in the liquids. I want to say that those chemicals are actually not in our product because they have been banned by TGO. It's in the ban list. So when you talked about diacetyl or acetone in the previous discussion, those are not allowed under TGO 110. So in our product, we never have used it, and therefore it's a bit of a misinformation to compare our products versus black market products.
Sure.
I do need to rotate the call.
Sure. Can I just ask that the other witnesses provide that answer on notice, maybe, what products they have currently on the market?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your evidence. My questions relate to two elements, particularly around the illicit market and the use of vapes by children, and also in relation to vapes as a smoking cessation tool. We heard some evidence earlier where there was sort of perhaps a suggestion that people transitioning from smoking to vaping to move away from smoking wasn't overly successful, and that those individuals were 2 times more likely to go back to smoking. Do you have any evidence that is either consistent or inconsistent with that in regards to your therapeutic vapes?
I can begin, and obviously much of this is anecdotal. It comes with our experience mainly dealing with healthcare professionals. Our experience has been very positive from healthcare practitioners who have engaged with this product category. We've also been receiving many phone calls from the general public, which is not someone we would normally deal with, but a lot of concern because they report to us that they've been using some of our products, they have been having issues, or they're concerned about the new regulation and how that's going to impact them gaining access. Our sense is that overall with the healthcare practitioners we've worked with, it's been very positive, and we've also supplied a number of healthcare settings where they've introduced this in a sort of a more formal way for their group. And in those areas, it's been extremely positive as well. We've had reports, of course, that people have transitioned fully away from cigarettes to MVP products. So I would say our experience of it has been inconsistent with that statement, if you like, that it has been helpful for people.
Yeah, and so I think if we look at Cochrane as the gold standard, I think the starting point there is amongst the smoking cessation tools. For the second year in a row with high certainty, vaping products are proving more effective than traditional pharmacotherapies. Of course, in Australia, we don't have to make that distinction because as a second-line treatment, as recommended by the RACGP, the other pharmacotherapies have already failed, and so patients have relapsed. So where we make an improvement in that case, these are people who've already fully failed, and repeatedly so.
What do you think then are the risks in terms of a regulatory framework where the only choices are a therapeutic vape or an illegal vape? Is there a space particularly for smoking cessation, and we're not talking about, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, accessing vapes, but a middle ground in terms of that?
Well, if I can answer that. I mean, you just need to look at the numbers. Today, there is anything between 1 to 1.7 million adults who are vaping in different analyses. And when you talk about that large volume, it's actually adults who made a choice to move away from cigarettes and to go to a less harmful product. Unfortunately, their access point has been unregulated illegal products, which is far more dangerous than regulated products. So when we design our vape products, etc., it's designed to appeal to adult vapers or adult smokers who want to quit. That's why we advocate simple flavors, for example. Now, in terms of the youth vaping, yes, there is a youth vaping issue, but in terms of purely numbers, if you look at the last study that I've seen, 3.5% of youth or underage vapers, but 99% of them are accessing products in the black market because of the way the route to market has been evolved. And it's a simple issue where non-nicotine products were not regulated under the legislation. Therefore, unscrupulous manufacturers were able to not disclose nicotine content on a product and enable it to get through the black market. So when we talk about black market, you're talking 100 million units a year coming in, purely exploiting a simple packaging non-disclosure, if you want to call it, and bypassing all of that.
If I may, just very quickly, the pharmacy channel and the pharmacy approach to medicines is established. If you're prescribed a medicine, you have access to that medicine on a regular basis. The basis on which you're prescribed vaping products for therapeutic use, that's a one-time start of the process. The TGA has worked over the last 2.5 years to streamline many of the issues that people have faced. And that, I think, is important to understand. We don't start from scratch today with the passing of this bill. This has been active for 2.5 years and is working, albeit on a very small scale.
Thank you. We do need to share the call, Senator Kovacic. So
Thank you.
Pass to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for your evidence today. First of all, in your submission, you talk about the access challenges in relation to disposable vapes, particularly for older people, for disabled people as well. I'm wondering what research you've undertaken or data collection or survey work you've undertaken to get a clear idea of what those access challenges are.
So, Senator, we currently, prior to the regulation, we only sell through prescriptions, and we currently sell close to 20% of our products through doctors prescribing it, the disposable units. And more than 80% of these prescriptions have been to elderly people, especially in rural settings. So I would say what we currently have is more lived experience rather than a very specific clinical study. And what we have as an independent startup, we've been designing our products in mind with things like ergonomics, the grip of the product, the size of the product, and it's specifically designed not to be attractive and appealing to any of the youth. So I can only give you more from a pragmatic point on how we came about positioning the product, and I can give you a bit more insight on who is using it, but I cannot give you a clinical study on effectiveness on disposable among this cohort.
Okay, so you're sharing anecdotal evidence in that part of your submission. What are you doing to make your reusable products more accessible?
So if I understand the question, accessibility is a challenge for us in terms of reaching the larger, say, 1.5 million consumers. Because we're restricted to the prescription and the pharmacy channels. I guess our preference at some point is a descheduling approach where something like an S2 product may be the best access. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question.
Sorry, let me clarify. By accessible, I meant to ensure that your reusable products don't suffer from the same barriers that you've observed in disposable products for disabled people, older people, those without regular access to recharging, etc.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no disposable, there's no solution there's need for recharging of the devices. And our pod-based system is probably the next simple system for someone to actually migrate if there's no disposable products.
If I may take that, even though I don't, just very quickly, I think sort of all of the products you're seeing here before you today are very carefully designed to remove the risks associated with use. So battery life is an issue, but we're seeing bigger batteries. Our newest product has a larger battery to it. There are no buttons to be pressed. There is no mixing to be done, which is the very reason why the RACGP recommends closed system vaping products as opposed to the more traditional tank system products.
I'll pass back the call, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Pratt, did you have questions here or?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I ask what the nicotine dosage is in these products per vape? So you might have a variety of them that have a different dose, and as we've been hearing in earlier evidence, unless it's done under the supervision of a doctor and you're monitoring how much you're actually taking in, vaping can lead to quite elevated levels of nicotine consumption, sometimes compared to even smoking. So what testing have you done of these products, and how do people use them to make sure that their nicotine use is going down and consumption is going down over time rather than up?
Yeah, so if I take our products are precise design dosage. So in a pod, we actually, at the highest end, we have 50 mg per ml. What it means in layman's terms is it replaces one pack of cigarettes, 20 cigarettes, per day with one pod. We do have a 18 mg per ml. That is equivalent to going down half the amount of nicotine usage per day. And we also have a 0 mg that would help address behavioral part and the ritual associated with being a vapor. Currently, we follow very broad principles on someone who is an addicted heavy smoker comes in at a 50 mg per ml and then tears down over maybe 6 months as a guide we give to try going down to the lower nicotine per pod. We also have what we call the open tank liquids. These are for vapors who are already in the category and who want a low dose of nicotine over a longer period of time. So we have a 3 mg in a 30 ml bottle and 6 mg in a 60 ml bottle. So these products cover basically the whole vaping or smoking cessation community. And in our guidance and communication with doctors, we do recommend a tearing down process in our communication. By the way, this is where we restricted severely because we're not able to communicate with patients, we're not able to communicate with vapors on our products and our strategy behind. So this is a huge limiting factor.
For our products, just briefly, we have a 30 milligram at the high end, a 20 milligram, and a nicotine-free in the pod system. And we also have open refillable e-liquids as well. There isn't a fixed dosing regime in place, so it's sort of been left to companies to set where the nicotine levels are per device. I think the TGA is working on that, so we should have more clarity next month. But it's how often the patient uses it. It's not a fixed number of puffs per day. It's depending on the patient's need, and that will vary widely from one person to the next.
Yep. Senator, I do have to pass the call now to Senator Cadell.
I would just ask if we can get a copy of the consumer materials for each device. That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks. And may I take that on notice in response to answering that one as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I have two streams, but if I go over time, I'm happy to talk about a deal where I don't ask any questions in the next group. But anyway, I have witnesses here that have the same goal as me, to get organised crime out of this industry. It is they who are the bloodsuckers on our youth. It is they who are the bloodsuckers on our parents. When we go down this aisle, you've heard evidence today that there is no good vaping product. There is no... Can you tell me why your products are better than the ones that come from organised crime?
I'll quickly talk from Bay Pharma's perspective. like you mentioned, we're in this because we see these products as being useful to a certain section of the population that smoke and have been unable to quit. We work very closely with the TGA to advise on how they can regulate the products better, what would be appropriate to include in there, and we're compliant as and when required by the TGA, and we have an open and a very ongoing discussion with them. So our goal is to have, and I think Australia's goal generally is to have the best-in-class vaping products, and they will probably be the most highly regulated quality products anywhere in the world. The difference is that we actually consider very seriously the quality and what goes into our products, and of course the black market is not interested in that at all. So essentially that's, I suppose, where it begins and ends from our perspective.
Yeah, and I think from our side, we know exactly to the molecular compound what is in our products. So where we talk about 200 unknown ingredients, I know, for example, that my cool mint flavoring consists of 16 chemical compounds. We test those against a lifetime use of up to a single pod per day. Now, obviously, the RSCGB guideline is short-term use, which addresses the unknown risks. So we know our products, but more importantly, where you have a product that is a product of dependence, putting the teaching and ongoing support of that in the hands of specialists is where this goes. You wouldn't join a... No, sorry, I will stop.
Yeah, I guess, the simple answer is the TGA has put guidelines and defined prohibited ingredients like formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, acrolein, diacetyl, acetane, vitamin E acetate. Those are not allowed. And to import the products, you have to have a certificate of analysis. And we actually do an emission study in a post-vape environment also to ensure they're not there. So it's not in the black market products. And contrary to some of the earliest discussions, this is always mixed with the legal therapeutic products in communication. So when one says there is formaldehyde in the products, it's not in therapeutic products.
So as we go forward from here, now there's all these accusations. Everyone wants to point score in this area. It's great fun. And that if you don't support this, you're supporting Big Pharma or Big Tobacco. Hasn't Big Tobacco, or at least one of their companies, got a regulated product now that sells in this space?
Yes.
So you're competing with Big Tobacco in this space anyway?
Yes.
Right. So they have a product there. You guys are in that space. Your big competitor in this market is organised crime, isn't it? Is criminal gangs.
Yes.
Your number one competitor, 90% of the market.
Absolutely, yeah.
Does this bill do enough to allow you to compete in a legal, regulated way where if you poison me, I can sue you? Does this do enough where you can compete to get big criminal gangs out of our schoolyards and out of our rooms?
I think it does.
Okay.
I think at the end of the day, we're seeing imports being squeezed. If that's down 90% year on year.
How many organised crime units give annual reports on what they import?
But it's not about that.
We're talking about organised crime, organised imports here,
correct,
not unorganised imports.
But these are Chinese customs numbers. The Chinese re-regulated their industry 2 years ago. They did it with the crypto industry 4 years ago and shut down 170 crypto exchanges overnight. The consequences for manufacturers exporting to Australia, now that this new provision in place, is not a fine, it is a padlock on their door.
What will the market share be in 2 years' time because of this, of criminal versus regulated?
I think it would be in line with the illegal cigarettes and chop chop, which is less than 20% of the market.
Less than 20% of illegal. What do you think?
I mean, that is a big open question from our perspective. We don't know the answer to that. But the legislation as it's put forward at the minute is very positive. But I think that there needs to be an allowance there to be flexible throughout the year, because if we get to 6 months and not much has changed, we need to say, well, is there something else that needs to be done to change that? And, in my opening statement, I talked about removing some of that friction in the legal route, maybe have it pharmacy only. You still have a conversation with a healthcare practitioner, but it's a little bit easier. The convenience factor is very important for consumers. If they have to go to their GP, go to the pharmacy, and all the issues with that potentially, versus walking into an Easy Mart, the convenience will actually have a big part to play as to which way the market goes over the next 12 months.
Senator, we have a slightly different view. We think the bill addresses standards, quality, and conditions from a product side, but from an accessibility side to neutralize black market, probably at some point amendments need to be made to be something like a Schedule 2 drug, where 5,500 pharmacies can sell a product. It could do it responsibly and not address, not supply to youth and so forth. I think the issue with black market is getting accessibility on the therapeutics equivalent to what is currently available.
Okay. Now we're going down this line very specifically. I've just come off the supermarket inquiry. Yes. Access to market is very important. What's the relationship that Labor has with Chemist Warehouse?
So Chemist Warehouse sit on our register. They're a shareholder. They're not involved in the day-to-day running of the business. As no individual shareholder is, they have no board representation. They support the prescribed access model, as do all of our shareholders.
Do they stock other products as well as yours?
They will meet any script that is presented as a pharmacist.
Do they stock other products as well as yours?
I don't know what they range.
Can you find that on?
I'll take that on notice.
What I don't want to create is a new big industry that is controlled by channel to market. I have concerns over that relationship going forward. It's also across the thing, specifically again, smokefreeclinic.com.au is owned by your managing director, is that correct?
Yes.
Ryan Bolton. I can go on that site and get a prescription for your products.
No, you can't.
What can I do? It says nicotine vaping scripts available, local pickup 5,500 pharmacies on that website.
So that goes to an independent cohort of doctors with which we have no contractual relationship.
So the owner of the people that makes the products has a website that goes to an independent cohort of doctors that can prescribe your products?
Correct. That can prescribe any products, correct. And the simple fact of the matter, the reason we created Smoke Free was because there was a lack of education and a lack of people knowing where to go to speak to a doctor. That remains the biggest issue with the channel today. It's not that there are not enough doctors, it's that people don't know where to go to access them.
How many independent doctors are on that website? Operate via smokefree.com.
That's a question for SwiftDoc, the independent platform. I would have to take that on notice as well.
Okay.
Senator Gill, we're about half an hour behind at this point.
Happy?
Thank you. I'd like to thank all witnesses for providing evidence to our committee today. We do appreciate your involvement in our processes. I believe a number of questions on notice were taken by the committee, and I'm asking that you return those to us by the close of business on Monday, the 6th of May. That is because we are due to report to the Senate on the 8th of May. But thank you very much for your participation. I'll call our next witnesses to us as well, who I believe are joining us online, and that is Professor Tom Calmer, AO, and Associate Professor Raglan Maddox. I apologise on behalf of the committee that we are running so late, and we appreciate your patience in us getting to you. Could I ask that you please state your full names for the committee and the nature in which you're appearing today?
Okay, well, I'll go first. Professor Tom Calmer, and I'm the National Coordinator for Tackling Indigenous Smoking, which is a contractual arrangement with the Commonwealth Department of Health and Aged Care, and I've been in that role since the inception of the program in 2010.
Thank you, Professor Calmer. And Associate Professor Maddox.
Thanks, Chair. Associate Professor Raglan Maddox. I lead the tobacco-free program at Australian National University. Nice to see you all.
Thank you, Professor. I appreciate that you've both provided a declaration on conflicts of interest, but I need to ask you to now please do so for the Hansard record. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
Not from me. That's Tom Calmer.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chair. I also can confirm that I haven't received any funding around the commercial sale of tobacco and nicotine products consistent with Article 5.3, and also just wanted to acknowledge, consistent with the Conference of the Parties, Session 6, which also talks about those commercial conflicts of interest. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite you each to make a brief opening statement if you wish to do so, and then we'll go to questions from senators.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. As the National Coordinator, it is a Commonwealth government-funded program and has enjoyed the support of both the coalition when they were in power, as well as currently Labor. It was actually a Labor initiative back in 2010. It currently comprises of 38 teams around the nation, which gives us national coverage. We have a population health approach, which means that we don't offer any cessation services. We're about providing information to the community and working with the community to develop up messaging that's going to best impact on the community. What we've seen in the last 15 years, which includes the data prior to our creation, and that was done by Australian National University, indicated that over the period to the last set of data sets in 2018, 2019, that an estimated 50,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have given up or not taken up smoking, which is estimated to have saved in excess of 20,000 lives. We would expect the numbers to be much higher than that now in the next set of data that's being run. The majority of people have given up through support of quitline. A few have gone to medicated approaches to give up. The majority have given up by cold turkey or not taken it up. And and we'll continue to prosecute the messaging that we've got within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Maddox.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to just begin also acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which everyone's dialing in from. Pay my respects to elders past and present, but also acknowledge the youth and young people, including the youth and young people that have shared their story to this committee and spoken about the benefits of being nicotine-free, being free from addiction. And on that point, I wanted to acknowledge that health and well-being is not merely the absence of disease. It's not merely physical health, but includes a broader concept of health. It includes social, emotional, physical, spiritual well-being of the individual, but also the community. And on that point, I really wanted to stress that the work that we've done across the country and beyond, but specifically working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, communities have been speaking about the challenges they've been facing, dealing with predatory behaviours of industries that are targeting particularly youth and young people, people that do not smoke, and the challenges they face with ensuring that type of retail sale and that type of targeting of their communities is held to account. We continue to hear that people want to quit smoking. We know the vast majority, 60% or so, quit cold turkey. We know that supportive environments that promote nicotine-free behaviour makes a big impact for communities and successful quit attempts. I've heard many, many stories about people who want to quit smoking, but unfortunately commercial tobacco and nicotine vaping products are widely available. And what we need to see is a reduction of retail sale of commercial tobacco products and vaping products. One of the challenges we hear across the country, urban, regional, remote locations is, we can't necessarily buy bread and butter 24/7. We can't necessarily fill our scripts 24/7, but unfortunately, vaping products are available on social media and other things. So I welcome this discussion. I welcome the committee's this legislation and this discussion today, and look forward to a fruitful conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart, I'm going to stick to 3-minute blocks. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Can I ask both witnesses or either one, I don't mind who answers, what rates of vaping are we seeing amongst First Nations people in Australia, and how does that actually then compare to the wider population?
Yeah, I think one of the simplest answers is that we've got about 250 staff located across the nation who work on the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program. I brought quite a significant number of them from remote communities in 2022. There was very little evidence of vaping in remote Australia. We reconvened in 2023 and it was rife. It was everywhere. Prior to reaching remote communities, there was evidence of people vaping in urban environments and in a regional environments, but it hadn't really progressed. And, the big question was, how did it travel so fast into the communities? And it was really the illicit sale. And that was not done by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, but by contractors coming into the community, as well as some organised groups who were making it available. And that's what is a particular concern, is, if there's relaxation on what's being proposed in the legislation, and that is that vapes are more readily available in urban areas, not everybody that purchases a vape is purchasing it for, any support, smoking cessation support. Some are purchasing it just for resale and to earn out of it. And that's what's, hitting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. And that's, a significant concern. And we've gained so much ground so far in both tobacco and now trying to address vaping. We don't want to see that relaxed so that, it's just readily available.
Absolutely. Can I ask in relation to that? So you're saying that people came into the communities simply just to sell vaping. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, yes. There's evidence of, and it's all anecdotal. It's what staff have observed out in the communities, and that's how it's got into the communities. Because even prior to 2022, they weren't purchasing online vaping. It was only once it was started to be promoted, an opportunist saw that there was some, opportunity to make some money. And it's, look, in remote communities, we've had the issue of trying to control alcohol, and and it's still illicit alcohol gets into communities, but by and large that's stopped in those dry communities. And I think there just needs to be a lot more effort put into both restricting the opportunity, but also then compliance with whatever regulations come in.
And can I just very quickly ask, because I know we're on a very tight time frame, given that opportunity, like you said, it was on the way down, but then all of a sudden it just grew from, sorry, I think you said smoking was going down in around 2022, and then from 2023, vaping has just gone right. What sort of, do you think, in your opinion, does vaping contribute to the nicotine dependence and smoking for First Nations Australians? And then what impact is that actually having on the health of First Nations Australians?
Yeah, just on the last question on the health issue, we haven't done any research on that as yet. Within the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program, we do have researchers involved, and that's with ANU does a lot of research. We've also got another research body that looks at how we're performing. But what we haven't been able to do in this very early stages is understanding the health impacts. Although doctors that I've spoken to, including in Canberra, where I go to the local Aboriginal Medical Service, have also reported respiratory issues, particularly with people who are vaping down there. But there's not a lot of vaping taking place with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Not as chronic as we see, in other sectors of the population. And and that's our major one of our major concerns is not to increase the opportunity. But the other bit of evidence that Professor Maddox might want to talk about is when we have actively promoted and educated community about vaping, that many have seen that they can get off. They've surrendered their vaping devices, which leads to another issue, and that is the disposal of vaping devices. And I'll talk about that a bit later. The environmental impacts, which are a very significant concern Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Yeah. Can I very quickly ask, and this is my last question, what are the ages of, young adults or even children maybe within the communities that you represent? What are the ages that you are seeing kids vaping?
Well, we've seen very young ages at primary school where it started to get in, and the evidence is so far is that it's all recreation. People have been attracted by the flavours, been attracted by what's been promoted on social media, and so they're experimenting, and it's not being used in any medicinal way on smoking cessation, and that includes with adults. And there's less of it, there's less of people buying it. Amongst the adult population as kids getting access to it, which then brings in another element, and that is around the economic impacts of particularly getting illicit devices out there, which are at a premium price compared to other mechanisms or other ways of getting it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Quickly just add a couple of points. I think the latest national data suggests that there's about a third of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have tried vaping. And I think that's an underestimate. I think the reality is that due to sampling, it's an undercount. The thing I just wanted to flag was we have heard consistently about the short-term harms of vaping that communities are experiencing, and that's one of the reasons why they've asked for a reduction in retail outlets, because there is an undermining of public health messaging, parenting, school teachers and principals' ability to promote nicotine-free behaviour and healthier behaviours, free from respiratory challenges, becoming Nick sick, ending up in ER and other places because of these challenges. The other thing that we consistently hear is, what about the long-term harms? I think the reality is we're seeing short-term harms in real time. We sort of heard about that at schools and some other challenges. And so the communities are really asking for consistent, clear messaging that isn't conflicted by commercial interests. So I just wanted to add that to Professor Kalmer's points. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you both for your evidence, and I'm particularly interested in where you both speak about the different opportunists that have come in terms of targeting communities with vapes. Can you give me some insights as to whether these are, legitimate as you talk about retail outlets, or are these illicit vapes? Are these illicit products that are sort of being targeted to your communities in the absence of those retail outlets?
It's difficult to generalise, but both are there. The under-the-counter supply through retail outlets to younger people, and that's through servos, garage outlets, which seem to be popular. And but there's also talking of other opportunists who are out there promoting vapes, within the community. And with alcohol, we've seen evidence that there's been Aboriginal people being the perpetrators in some cases. When it comes to vapes, that hasn't really emerged as a key identifier of who's out there supplying it. But the issue is once these people are in the community, they're peddling not only vapes but other substances as well, which they can get into the community. So that's a particular concern. So once they see the opening, they'll be in there again.
Thank you. No further questions from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Kovacic. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you both for your presence at the inquiry today. I've just pulled up the National Drug Strategy Household Survey that was conducted for the period 2022 to 2023. And it appears to indicate a prevalence of vaping in First Nations communities and for First Nations people that is higher than non-First Nations people. Has there been further research on how vaping is impacting First Nations communities, and especially First Nations children?
Alex, I might hand over to you from the work we've done in the microwave study.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Tom. Yeah, probably a couple of pieces. Yeah, there's a fair bit of research either underway or completed or underway or in the pipeline. Yeah, so just Tom mentioned the microwave study, the longitudinal study of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander wellbeing, which has some data on vaping and also health and wellbeing and other outcomes. We're in the process of getting access to that. There's also a national study of tobacco and nicotine, which I expect to be in the field later this year, early next year, with a similar process. And we've also done a lot of work, predominantly on the east coast of Australia, looking at vaping. Well, commercial tobacco, but also vaping, because you can't go to a community and talk to them about tobacco without, unfortunately, vaping coming up as a pervasive product that is undermining a lot of health messaging. And so we have had focus groups and interviews with many communities raising concerns about, in particular, about vaping, regardless of if we're there to talk about vaping. And so the conversation has been around the pervasive nature, the ability for industries to manipulate and target children in particular, but not just children, under the false pretense that this is a non-addictive product, that this is a healthier product, this is a safer product. And we've heard, unfortunately, I've had many interviews where young people have thought that by taking up this product, that it might not be addictive, and then as they process and realise that they've been vaping in bed and waking up to vape, sleeping with a vape under their pillow, showering with their vape and other things, that actually they might be addicted. And so there's this challenge where they're like, oh, but I was told that this isn't addictive. I was told that this is a healthy product. And now you're saying that maybe I shouldn't be vaping, or I shouldn't vape around other kids, or we should have vape-free areas. And so I think that mixed messaging that's occurred through a whole range of mechanisms, including in particular social media, which has targeted children and favouring and other things, has really been a concern that we're trying to be responsive to. But again, pieces like this legislation and other things will help us to do our job in terms of consistent messaging about the harm of this product, because we keep hearing, it must be safe because otherwise the government would have done something about it. It must be safe because otherwise it wouldn't be available in the corner store.
Thank you, Professor Maddox. The legislation is accompanied by funding for programs, including $141 million in additional funding for the Tackling Indigenous Smoking program. What else, in your views, is needed from the government to support First Nations communities if this legislation passes?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Senator. I think if the legislation passes, then that's a good start to restricting the sales, the importation and subsequent sales, and we support any medicinal use through prescription for those devices if people are needing them. What the money you talk about, $141 million, was for an extension, 1-year extension, as well as a good tranche of money for my program to specifically focus on vaping. And so that's about to happen. The money is coming in this financial year. We're into training our staff, and they're out there working with the community to look at messaging. So we're going to be hitting it very hard in trying to help inform the community to enable them to make good decisions. But I think the additional support that might be needed if the legislation gets through might be more so in urban areas where people haven't been where they may be more addicted, but there's going to be a gradual restriction because of the devices that are already in the system. But once they become not available, or they don't become available, we may need to look at supporting parents, anybody who may have these anxiety, reactions because of the non-availability of vaping devices. I think that'll be the issue. My other significant concern that we get raised all the time, and it's not only on vaping devices but on cigarettes, and that is the disposal. Too much waste is going into the community, and now we're seeing vaping devices that are just being discarded in the street or in the bush, non-biodegradable. There are concerns in communities that there's and in urban environments as well, that you can't adequately dispose of used vaping devices, but particularly concerns about the button batteries. If people get access to them, if kids get access to them, that could be detrimental to their health, but also access to waterways and any of these devices that might be washed into the creeks and so forth. As the batteries decompose, then that has a detrimental impact on the environment as well.
Now, I'm very conscious of time. I do have one more question for you. Is that okay, Chair?
Senator, can I just add two? Sorry to interrupt. Just two dot points on the back of Professor Kalmer's thing that we've been hearing about, maybe three, but I'll be quick. The first thing that we've heard from communities is actually there needs to be structural change to the way commercial tobacco is promoted and marketed. We keep hearing that people want to quit and will quit with the appropriate support. And so as a result, we cannot have commercial tobacco sold as a regular product at convenience stores, at Woolworths, at Coles, at service stations 24/7. There needs to be a change. If I'm going to make a quit attempt and I leave the medical service, I can't go to the shop and know that there are 7 or 8 retailers selling that product. You're setting up people who are quitting to fail. And so that's something we've heard consistently for a long time now. We've known about the harms of tobacco for over 70 years, and yet we still sell it 24/7. That's the first point. The other things that we've heard is things like, building on that, is things like a smoke-free generation. At what point will we start to ask, when are we going to stop selling this product to children? When are we're going to learn from those changes so that we can make structural reform to make sure that the environment is a safer place for youth and young people, in addition to everything else Professor Kalmer said. So I just want to leave those 2 points. And the last one that we've increasingly heard as a result probably of the predatory nature of the vaping behaviours targeting particularly children, is that communities want to see an inquiry into the tobacco industry and the predatory nature of selling a highly addictive product that, when used and directed, kills. So they're my 3 tips that we'd like to see in addition to the things we've talked about. Sorry, sir.
That's all right. Thank you. The legislation proposes, as we know, a model in which you would seek a prescription from a general practitioner and then seek to fill that prescription at a pharmacy. What would the pharmacy model look like, or the pharmacy aspect of this model look like for First Nations communities, specifically in remote areas? And what, in your views, are needed to ensure First Nations peoples are able to have equal access to vape products under the model?
Yeah, I think 2 things. I'm not sure if only GPs that can.
Nurse practitioners as well. I apologize. Yeah. Nurse practitioners and GPs. Yeah.
And that's where a lot of the Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Services will have the nurse practitioners in there that can, if required, make the prescription. I think we've seen pharmacists around the nations, some are probably more active than others, who are providing a good service at the moment through the distribution of NRTs, and I see this as just being, an additional product that they will do. I've talked to one local chemist. She was saying, and this is in Chapman, in ACT, that there needs to be more education for pharmacists on vapes and so forth. So they pick up a little bit, but if there's going to be a national campaign, that's also targeting the distribution through legitimate mechanisms.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
That's all for me.
Question from Senator Pratt, and then that will conclude us. Thanks.
Just quickly, what is the significance of vaping products given the high rates of heart disease and rheumatic fever in children and the impacts on children's hearts if they've had rheumatic fever?
Look, I'm not a medical practitioner, but what we have heard is that through vaping, and because of the regularity of vaping, as distinct from a cigarette that you might have one every half hour or whatever, every hour, vapes are in your pocket, so you're puffing all the time, and that's elevating blood pressure, elevating heart rate, also has impacts, cardiovascular impacts, and I guess that'd be the big concern with rheumatic heart disease, and but that's been expressed as a concern, but there's no evidence around it. But yeah, I'd be very, very concerned. And the other one is where parents have restricted access to vaping devices or confiscated off their kids. And their kids go a bit crazy on it, wanting to get those devices back. So that also the anxiety side of it, and what we don't want to see is entrenched, because we've seen such great advancements in moving away from tobacco, reducing when we started in excess of 50%, now down to 37%. We think by the end of the decade we'll be down to 27%, which is still far behind the non-Indigenous population. But we've got to remember that it was governments themselves who created the culture of smoking for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And so we're trying to break that nexus and change the attitudes. And that's why we want to get in early on vaping.
Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Palmer. I'd like to thank you both for appearing before our committee today. And again, I do apologise for the delay in your appearance with us. If you've taken questions or notice, or you're seeking to provide anything further to the committee, the deadline for that is Monday, the 6th of May, close of business. That's because we're reporting to the Senate on the 8th of May. But thank you again for your time. The committee will now suspend for 40 minutes. We have a private meeting now, if senators can stay on the lines, and we'll be resuming at 2:10 Adelaide time, which is 2:40, I believe, Eastern. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, I won't be discontinuing the broadcast. We'll keep running this throughout the break. We'll keep the screen open and the sound happening, so we can keep up to date with the latest on the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee. Alright, just give us a moment. Alright, just taking the sound down in the background. Thank you for watching all, and thank you for putting up with me there for a few seconds, just sorting out a few technical things, just so I can make sure we can keep this as streamlined as possible. Look, what do you think, guys? What do you think? I thought it was kind of interesting that they didn't quite address as much as they should have, meaning the last two speakers, being Raglan Maddox and Tom Karma. Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I think those words now. I'm not a medical doctor. But what we've heard is, and he's paid some big bucks. He's paid some huge dollars, and I think when you're presenting to a committee, I think like this, I think people want to be able to hear some good hard evidence, some good strong statistics, some good strong information that really backs why they're backing Mark Butler's bill here. And think I don't think we got that. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Um, Raglan Maddox seemed to go on to a more of a political type of strategy rather than answering the questions directly. Seemed to go on to some sort of bit of mumble jumble, palaver. I'm sorry if that sounds a little bit critical. I really should probably express too much of a view on this, but this is the in between part. I rest assured to keep within the rules of parliamentary broadcasting. I will be broadcasting the proceedings live and in full as much as possible. I do apologise if it seems like they've chopped off the head a little bit there. I might see if I can improve that a little bit going into the afternoon session. But thank you here for joining me here at Bibbers Live, where it's all about improving education. Because I think that's what the most important thing is more than ever. More than ever. We need to improve vaping education because there is lots of misunderstandings out there, not understanding the realities of what the power of these tobacco harm reduction products like vaping can achieve, and by stifling the opportunity to achieve them, I don't think is helping anyone either. Yeah. What do you guys think about the big pharma products? Kind of interesting that Liber Pharmaceuticals, Richard Lee, admitted there, I think under oath, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, basically admitted that they have a direct streamlined pathway owned by their company where people can go and get a doctor to get their Nicovate product directly through a limited amount of pharmacies being the Chemist Warehouse. So at least that's how I read it. Seems very interesting, and I would like to see the wash up on that and to watch it back so I can fully comprehend and see if that's how if I comprehended that correctly. Let me know otherwise in the chat, guys. If you've got any questions or anything like that you'd like to talk about. May I also encourage you guys, while we do have this short break, throw it up in the chat. How long have you been? How long were you a smoker? If you're, or if you're a smoker now, let us know a little bit about your story. Just a short amount, like especially if you've quit smoking by vaping, let us know in the chat. How many years were you smoking? How many years have you been smoke free? How did you become smoke free? Was it with vaping? Was it with a flavour? Was it with a tobacco flavour? What sort of device helped you quit smoking? Let's hear about that in the chat as well while we've got this short opportunity during this break as they go to lunch. And I'll keep my ear out to the left and see how we go. Yeah. Hey, look, guys, I know this might seem a little bit distracting on the screen at the moment and maybe a little bit unprofessional like of me. However, what I want to do while I just got this short moment to do it is I want to try and just adjust my screen settings a little bit here and see if I can make this hearing fit the screen a little bit better. I know I've been able to do it on my other screen recording. I have it on my other computer beside me. So I'll just have a look at that now. So bear with us just a moment and we'll get chatting again, okay? All right. So that's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, it seems to be a little bit wider screen there. It doesn't seem to be chopping. It seems to be chopping off the top. quite a lot. Bear with me. I'm getting more of that top there. Yeah, it's just the nature of the way it's comes through. Seems to be the way that it comes through. Bear with me. Hello. Hello. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. I think I've improved this quite a lot. Absolutely. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we're not going to have less head chop um, moving forward. I do apologise for the morning session for having too much head chop. Is that a thing? All right. Thank you for your patience there, peoples. Let's have a look and see what you lovely people are saying in the chat. And thank you for joining me here today with this very, very important broadcast. 13 years in November with microwave oven. People got some interesting handles out there, but that's all cool. 13 years in November. It'll be 2 years since I quit. I took a 3-day vacation in London to quit. Round of applause. Round of applause. Dan says smoked from 11 until around 22. Wow. Yeah, that's the thing, right? The availability of cigarettes when we were younger was certainly a thing, wasn't it? Been vaping around 15 years now. So longer vaping than smoking now. And that's awesome. And, you know, a lot of people might argue, oh, hang on, but you're on vaping for 15 years, you're vaping longer than you're smoking. Why haven't you quit the vape yet? Isn't it meant to help you get off smoking? Aren't you just replacing one bad habit for another? And look, the fact of the matter is it's a choice. Nicotine is a choice. How you consume it really is a choice. And there should be no choice. Should be, well, not a limited choice, let's put it that way. How you consume nicotine. And surely it should be fair cop that adults should have good, reasonable access to reduced harm products. You know? Yeah. So I think double thumbs up, whether you've been vaping for a year or 6 months or 3 weeks, 15 years, as long as you're not smoking, that's all that matters. Because look, really, the science is out. Science is out. Yes, sure, there's still more science to come. The science is out that it is a hell of a lot safer than smoking, and is unlikely to cause anywhere near the same harms in a lifetime as smoking will. So there is that. There is that. Um, Yeah, Al out there in the chat, welcome to the chat. Al's story you could actually see on my website, pipperslive.com. If you want to see a lot of more quick stories, genuine people, genuine stories, on pipperslive.com. Only genuine stories, and I think that's one of the points. I think is we, as vapers or as former smokers, we don't like to be treated as just antidotes. I remember that was a thing at the last hearing. Bear with me. I know I look ridiculous. I know I look ridiculous. Ah, bit of a hat adjustment. I look ridiculous, but I need to have these headphones on. Yeah, I could have probably plugged something in and whatever. Anyway, welcome Al. You can see his full story on the website, which is absolutely awesome. And there's also a way for you to contribute your story to there as well. So that way, it's not only just one or two stories that are heard, it's a collection of stories. So far, there's a really, really nice collection of stories. You get your own story webpage and a QR code sent back at you so you can share it around with your friends and family and other concerned parties, which I think is pretty awesome. What do you think, Al? Fantastic. Um, by Dean says smoked cigs for 30 years. Switched to vape 6 years ago. I miss Vape Wild, which was a big American-based vape e-liquid supplier predominantly, a concentrate supplier. They had great deals and discounted shipping to Australia. So unfortunately, they went under. They went under with some of the restrictions that were placed upon their company, which is really, really, really sad. I mean, my opinion is if vaping hasn't been stifled or hasn't been stifled, wasn't stifled as badly as it has been over the last decade, there will certainly be a lot more people smoke free. Interesting fun fact, guys. Just over 10 years ago, World Health Organization, you may have heard of them, being referred to, especially if you did a submission to this inquiry. Um, yeah, they they've got they've had a big announcement. It was just over 10 years ago to say, hey, what are we going to do about smoking? We know that at the moment we are on track for 1 billion lives to be lost to a smoking related illness. 1 billion lives will be lost, premature deaths, 1 billion this century. This century. And they said that just over 10 years ago. Here's a fun fact. Guess how many? Guess how many? We're on track with all the fantastic initiatives that the World Health Organization have put in place over the last 10 years. You would think would be on track for well and truly demolishing their 1 billion figure if they hadn't have done anything, right? If they had done something, maybe we might only be down to 500,000 lives this century. Give up, guys. I'll tell you, 1.2 billion lives are now estimated to be lost prematurely this century. This century, smoking, which could always be prevented, can always be prevented through a myriad of methods, as we've heard about people speaking about today. But as we know, the most effective method being vaping and nicotine, low dosage measured nicotine, with most of the harms and the deadly harms drastically reduced. Drastically reduced. What else have we got out there, guys? We've got Bernice. Bernice, another fantastic contributor to the website. Hi, and welcome into the chat there, Bernice. 40 years plus. Could you imagine? 40 years plus smoking. I can actually. I'll never forget my beloved late grandmother who smoked for longer than that. And yeah, she definitely wore the scars when she finally passed for a lifetime of smoking. But Bernice, 40 years smoking, um, had to move temporarily to the UK to learn about vaping in 2014. How's that? You've got to go to a different country to learn how to quit smoking? Come on, this is Australia. We're meant to be like, we invented the silicon chip, Wi-Fi, the winged keel. Okay, that's for the really old boomers. Some of the most amazing inventions and technology and breakthroughs have happened right here. Yet people have got to go overseas, right across the other side of the planet to find a way to quit smoking. Let's not go as far as saying that's un-Australian. I'd say that's un-Australian. What do you think? Let me know. Let's improve vaping education. Welcome to joining me here on Pippa Star. If you don't know who I am, of course, you've probably worked it out by now. Yes, you might have seen a lot of my articles and stuff like that on Twitter. I do lots of rage typing articles. I haven't done one for about a week or so. But trust me, there'll be many more to come. You can follow me on Twitter at live Pippers. I know it's a bit crazy backwards. I couldn't get out Pippers live. Go figure. At live Pippers on Twitter. And yes, we'll be doing a lot more throughout the social medias in the near future. So, including here on this YouTube channel. So stay subscribed if you want to find out the latest in vaping advocacy, calls to action, and lots more interesting information as we attempt to improve vaping education. All right. I have been keeping an eye on the time, so I hope I don't lose the track of the thing. Just make sure I load. Bear with me. Keep an eye on making sure that I'm not going to miss anything. We're going to go live straight away when they do return. We'll get into reading a few more of your stories later, and by all means, there's a good time to maybe fire away some questions as well. If there's anything that you're not sure about, or maybe you might think I might have the answer to, I'll certainly let you know. If not, I'll take it on notice. Now, let's bear with me. I just want to do a quick screen check here. Quick screen check. Yeah, looking the goods. Looking the goods there. Okay, so we just got that sitting on standby. As soon as they've returned for the afternoon session, we'll get into that. Actually, I've just had a brain explosion. That's what that noise was. No, you didn't hear anything. Okay. We want to talk about what's happening this afternoon, don't we? My God, we've got a lineup for you. We've got a lineup. Let's have a look. We've got Sandro De Mayo. Sandro De Mayo, interesting character. Vic Health. Professor Emily Banks, another interesting character, some might say, from the Australian National University. Associate Professor Becky Freeman, I believe, from the University of New South Wales. Yeah, worked very closely with Simon Chapman, I believe, in developing her tobacco control career. We've got Associate Professor Michelle Jungalis doing some work down in the Melbourne University, I believe. So, spending some time down there. Professor Ron Borland, is he amateurist yet? I don't know. Ron Borland, been around tobacco control for a long, long time. I know he'll have some interesting things to say. So looking forward to seeing what he's got to say as well. Michael Farrell, I don't know Michael off the top of my head. Oh, look, who else could we expect? I think the highlight of the afternoon would be, this is Simon Chapman's favourite channel, by the way. I know he's missed me and it's been a while, but I'm looking forward to seeing Simon Chapman appear once more on this channel. Yeah, it should be amazing. He'll be appearing with Professor Matthew Peters, I believe, also a bit of an understudy, if you like, of Simon, so that should be interesting. Australian Council on Smoking and Health, Laura Hunter. We'll also see it come on at 4:15. And National Centre Youth Substance Use Research. Emily Stockings, yeah, she's got some interesting things to say. Sort of sits on the balancing, sits in the middle, and really has a good perspective usually on most things vaping. But we'll see how things go there, and then we'll see an adjournment this afternoon. All right, so that's what's going on this afternoon. All right. And yeah, look, thank you for your kind words in the chat, and yeah, a little bit of thanks goes a long way. Helps give me a little bit of energy to keep moving. I'm gonna need it, guys, because it's gonna be a long afternoon, right? And there's tomorrow yet. So it'd be an interesting lineup we've got coming in tomorrow. You want to have a look at that? Do you want to have a look and see what's coming up tomorrow? I know you want to see it, so I better quickly show you, hey? Better quickly show you. Let's go here. All right, now, I don't know if Colin's going to be appearing first. I believe that is maybe a little bit of a mistake there, 1:45 a.m. I think that's going to be a bit early in the morning. I think you'll find that there's a printing area, and it'll probably come on around about 1:45, just before the Alcohol and Drug Foundation. Anyway, Colin's on tomorrow. We've got the schools coming in to talk about what they're experiencing from the schools. Point of view of the alcohol and other drugs councils. I think that'd be kind of interesting, whether they're going to look at things from a harm reduction type of point of view. And also very interesting turnout with some vape store owners as well. Craig Jackman, been around the industry for a long, long time. I'm going to be very interested to see what he's got to contribute to this committee meeting tomorrow. So what else have we got? Got a couple of vaping consumers. Not many. Not many. I think we're a bit underrepresented. What do you think, guys? Mr. Matt Verma and Mr. Justin Leary. So just a couple of vaping consumers. Would have liked to have heard from a lot more. What do you think, guys? Let me know in the chat. All right. So we're still waiting on this lunch break to return. Let's see what you guys have got to say in the chat. Oh, welcome to the chat, Kim. I'm here for the after break. No, come on, it's not gonna be that bad. Can't be that bad. And if you want to be like Kim and be cool, make sure you subscribe to the channel, so that way you can comment, because without subscribing, unfortunately, you can't. Look, I've just done that as a little bit of provision, because it sort of keeps away the random trolls. We don't want the random trolls running our lives, so yeah. That's why I've done it. So stay subscribed if you like. If you want to see more content on this channel, or unsubscribe afterwards. I don't mind. The main thing is so you can join the chat at least for this Senate hearing, which may be popular with some trolls. And we've been a really well behaved audience, guys. So I'm putting my hands together for you guys. Like, seriously, I can understand we might hear some things that might be triggering and strike a nerve, a soft spot, if you like, and can be often upsetting in all reality and all seriousness. So, if you are experiencing something that has hit a nerve, has hit a soft spot, we understand as a vaping community, if you like, as a community, vapers understand. A lot of us go through various things throughout the day. I mean, as humans, we understand. You could reach out to me and by all means send me an email at pipperslive@gmail.com. But also seek out friends, support, and help through the community. DM me on Twitter, whatever, and put you in touch with a good community who are here to support us, support each other through these interesting times, to say the least, on nicotine harm reduction here in Australia. Yes, so tomorrow there will be more coverage, as I just outlined, absolutely. So I'll be going live. As I say, stay subscribed, and make sure you click the bell icon as well. That way you're notified on your YouTube app on your phone or on your computer. If you've got the YouTube open, you'll be notified with an alert that I'll be going live. So I will be going live tomorrow, and I will announce it where I can. But mainly the main place probably to check is here on the YouTube channel. I'll put up a place card showing day 2 of this inquiry, day 2 of 2. Yeah, so check that out, or follow me over on Twitter, aka X, really, the Elon Musk paradise, if I can call it that. Yeah, at Live Pippers, not a Pippers Live, at Live Pippers. You'll find me there as well. And welcome Rita into the chat. Yes, hello Rita. Yeah, look, I must admit, up until about a year and a half ago, hadn't been on YouTube a lot. The music's stopping, so we might be ready to go back. So bear with me. Nice. Just going to another classical track. We're going to another classical track. I feel you guys are missing out. I feel like you guys aren't getting any of the beautiful classical music. I'll see if I can ramp it up a little bit. It might make my voice a little bit more bearable. I don't know if you can hear that. Anyway. You're very welcome, Bernice, and thank you for your time in the chat. Again, if you want to share your vaping story, please do so in the chat, just short one, or if you want to tell your full stories, so that way, as a collective, as a collection of stories, let me know via my website at peopleslive.com. Meanwhile, I've been ranting and rattling on. Just needed a little bit of a sip. What do I want to touch on? I wanted to touch on a little bit, actually, while I've got a moment, on a comment you might have seen me make in the chat during the time we had our previous speakers on, particularly Raglan Maddox. He made a comment where, during the New South Wales Parliamentary inquiry, that basically white men are the people to blame for a nicotine addiction. I'm paraphrasing, they probably weren't his exact words. But I made this point to him on Twitter that, hey, Raglan, Mr. Maddox, Indigenous peoples in Australia have been using nicotine in the safest methods for thousands of years, well before colonisation. Don't get me wrong, there was some cruel stuff that happened during colonisation where Indigenous peoples were literally hooked on the combustible form of nicotine, given a pouch of tobacco a day or maybe half or whatever it is, to go and literally slave on some white man's farm. Yeah, that's horrendous stuff. I'm talking pre that, thousands of years beforehand. The Nicotine plant, they have a substance they call patchouli, which was basically bunched up leaves that they would chew down into like a little ball and put it in between their mouth and the gum, in between the teeth and the gums. Very similar to the way maybe the Swedish use snus, and it would help them be a little more alert and maybe hunt and gather with a little bit more alertness, and help them have a little bit more sort of relax and those positive effects that nicotine can present. I just wonder why, when I presented that information to him on X, why he chose to block me. I would rather say, hey, look, actually, I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, let's do nicotine harm reduction. Let's work out the smartest way to solve this puzzle. Let's ensure that we close the gap in this country. It's been too wide for too long between Indigenous and colonial Australia. That's important, don't you? Anyway, we'll probably not far off them coming back on, so if I've got to dive out at any moment, I will dive out. If you dive into the chat, but as I say, if you've got any questions for me, let me know. And I appreciate all your thanks. Thanks, Paddy. No worries at all. Excellent, Baker B. Look, I understand if you're going to work this in the background. Actually, looking at doing some podcasts in the near future as well. I think that's important. I think it would be a good platform to be able to, because a lot of people don't want to show their face on camera, and I get it. And I think doing some podcasts, some short, maybe 5 to 15 minutes or something like that. People sharing their stories, their quit stories, how they quit smoking. I mean, it's amazing how many different life paths, life journeys that people take on their journey, if you like, to quit smoking. It's absolutely amazing. We've just heard about a couple today that's saying, "Hey, I had to go to the UK." To me, I had to quit smoking. The doctor was saying, "Hey, you don't quit smoking, you're going to get a blood clot. You've got a medication that's conflicting here with smoking, and not only will smoking normally cause a blood clot, but you're an extra dangerous chance of a blood clot if you keep smoking." So I had to take that and run with it. It was me. It's funny, the music, it's this little pause moment every now and then. And it's like, oh, are they coming back? Are they coming back? Um, Alright. Huh? Just got a new track playing in the background. Don't know if you can hear that. But I've got to say, if anyone's into classical music and they just want to just lay down, chill out, and relax with some classical music, there's nothing like getting your collection at the Australian Parliament website. There you go, guys. Yeah, Di says something interesting in the chat. They could learn so much from New Zealand and the great work they have done to reduce smoking rates with Maori people. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So it's interesting. I think New Zealand daily smoking rate, it was interesting to watch actually because they were behind. So only, I think it was about 3.5 years ago, New Zealand had a higher smoking rate than Australia, right? They legalised vaping products so they could be sold in, to over 18s at retail outlets, etc. Obviously with strict licensing and that type of thing. And we saw their smoking rate go down way faster than Australia. I think they're down to about 6.8, something like that. Don't hold me to it. The late 6% of daily smoking rate. Australia allegedly has a daily smoking rate now of about 8.3%. And I say allegedly because, look, as we've heard a little bit there earlier, that there's about 25% at least 25% of illicit products, tobacco combustible products being sold in Australia. Look, I have little doubt, just anecdotally from looking around and doing daily counts. Yeah, I've done that. That there is definitely smoking rates have gotten better in Australia, which is great news. But don't know if they're quite at 8.3 in reality. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Even Raglan Maddox has stated that some of the figures coming through from Indigenous communities may not be entirely accurate, um, because it's hard to gather all that data, just purely from the nature, I guess, of their lifestyles. But yeah, and I think it's really difficult for Australia to get hold of data when you've got such a firebombing black market, such a strong black market, which is, causing so much devastation to businesses as they work out their way through their turf wars. Firebombing 61 premises over the last 12 months alone. Next to community centres, next to childcare centres, next to in shopping centres, restaurants, and executions, and this just shouldn't have never have been a situation. Should never have been, but it is, and hopefully through this Senate committee inquiry, people who are making the choices for us, whether we like it or not, can hopefully navigate a pathway through this shit show and improve things quite a lot further. Decided to stick around. Good on you, Dan. No worries at all. Pleasure. Great to see you here. We'll just sort of stand by. I'm sure that won't be too far off in the near future. Well, let's just take a little vape break, shall we? Maybe listen to a bit of classical music. Something almost relaxing about vaping with classical music. So in saying that, How long have I been smoke free? What's your story? Let's see how much we can fit in before we're gonna head back. I snuck in my first cigarettes around about age 12. Around about then. Really got held into the cigarettes. At about 16, sort of really stifled my sporting career. I was sort of making inroads into a top level sport. Really, really stifled that. Anyway, nonetheless, I was a full-time smoker up till about age 37. I remember there was one point when I had age 27. I stopped for 3 months. 3 months. And I went back to it. Things got stressful, as they often do. And I went back to it. Until age 37. And then I had that chat with the doctor that I spoke about before, and the rest has been history. So, the rest has been history. So I've been fully smoke free at least for about 8 years now, something like that. And thank you, Bastard Machine Records. I think I know who the guy is behind that, and appreciate your kind comment. Yeah, look, I'm obviously very, very passionate about this, and you know, we need to. I can help us come together. I guess that's my goal. I can help us come together to advocate for a better smoke-free future, not just for ourselves, but for those who haven't discovered this technology yet. To me, that's what it's all about. That's what it is all about. For me to be able to highlight the science, the politics, and ins and outs, and what's going on, and with your help and everyone's eyes and ears to the ground, that's what matters most. So, the music just stopped in the background, which may indicate that they might be almost back. So bear with me if I've got to jump away at any time. TF Republic in the chat, 15 years vaping. I think congratulations, because that means 15 years, I'm assuming, not smoking. You know, some people, I guess, may take a little bit of transition time. They're called dual using. And I think that's important to acknowledge that that is an important part of the journey. A lot of people say, oh, I only want to, some vaping haters like to say, oh, the vaping's just making smokers who would have quit otherwise hold on to the cigarettes for a bit longer. That's not true.
We will now resume.
We must go back.
I'd like to welcome Dr. Sandro Di Maio, Professor Emily Banks AM, Associate Professor Becky Freeman, and Associate Professor Michelle Jonganellis. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. For the Hansard record, I'd like you each to please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today. Perhaps if we go in the order in which I introduced you would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that I'm on, the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation and their elders past, present and emerging. My name is Dr. Sandro Di Maio. I'm the CEO of Vic Health, and it's a pleasure to be able to present today on this important legislation before the Australian Federal Parliament. This piece of...
Sorry, thank you, Dr. Di Maio. There's a few things we've got to do before we get to your opening statement.
Oh, sorry.
I just need your name for Hansard. So if the other witnesses could state their name and their capacity in which they're appearing today, please.
Hello, I'm Professor Emily Banks. I'm an epidemiologist and public health physician from the Australian National University, and my main capacity here is relating to the health effects of vapes, but I also have expertise on medicines.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Freeman. I'm an Associate Professor at the School of Public Health at the University of Sydney, and I'm the Chief Investigator of the Generation Vape Study.
Thank you.
I'm Associate Professor Michelle Jonganellis. I'm a Principal Research Fellow in the Melbourne School of Psychological Sciences at the University of Melbourne, and I'm here today in an individual capacity.
Thank you, and I appreciate that each of you has provided a declaration regarding conflicts of interest, but I do need to ask you to answer that for the purposes of the Hansard as well. So I'll put the question to all of you. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? And if I could just have a yes or no answer from each of you.
No.
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 Great. Thank you very much. Now it's time for opening statements. If I could ask you to keep those statements concise. We have a number of senators with questions, and then I'll be passing to the various senators on our committee to come to each of you. But now is the appropriate moment for opening statements. Thank you. Dr. DeMayo.
Thanks, Chair. I've already acknowledged the traditional owners of the land that I'm on, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. So this legislation is the final piece of a critical puzzle. The proposed legislation strengthens the prescription model for vapes introduced by the coalition government in 2021. It is not a major shift, and it learns important lessons from the past rather than repeating them. It's a compassionate, evidence-based approach to remove access to these harmful products for children and young people, while ensuring that your 45-year-old truckie who's been smoking 2 packs a day for 30 years is able to get the right support that they need by professionals to quit smoking. These reforms close the loopholes and choke supply and complement the measures being undertaken by states, local governments and health promotion agencies across the country, including anti-vaping campaigns, parent guides, resource hubs, school guides and local government-based activities. This is a global challenge, and countries who have regulated vapes with a non-prescription approach, such as the UK and New Zealand, are now seeing some of the highest rates of youth vaping in the world, and this is not a path we want to follow. In fact, New Zealand has the second highest rates of youth vaping in the OECD. We also know that the AMA, and we've heard from them today, supports a prescription pathway and has indicated that the support for they're confident that the health system will meet the demand. As CEO of the Victoria's Peak Health Promotion Foundation, I'm happy to answer questions on how the vapes are impacting communities and young people, what communities and young people are saying, and the role of effective prevention campaigns alongside strong regulation. Thank you.
Please proceed. Thanks.
Thanks. So I'm happy to go next. So I'm a public health physician, which means I trained in medicine, but my patient is the population. And when we look at the health effects of vapes, it's very important to think about the population as a whole. So in order to do that, I'd like you to sort of visualise the population of Australia as a stadium full with people. And if you imagine about 90% of the people in that stadium would actually be people who are non-smokers currently. I'd like you to imagine them with sky blue clothes on because they're breathing fresh air. That's what they're doing. And then around 8% of the population of Australia, and that would be a sort of quite a narrow band in your stadium, we could have them wearing grey because they're actually smoking. They're inhaling smoke. And of that 8%, a bit under half will make a quit attempt in any given year. So that's about 3% of that whole stadium full. Now, when we talk about health effects of vaping in relation to smoking cessation, that relates to that 8% there. And 2/3 to 3/4 of people who quit smoking successfully will do so unaided. And for those who need support, there are registered medical products of proven efficacy and safety. But vapes can help some people to quit, a subset of that group in grey. So in the trials, which represent the ideal solution, with lots of support, we find on average about 14.5% of people randomised to vapes will quit. And that compares to about 8% in those using nicotine replacement. But then if we think back to our stadium and we think back to the 90% of people who are non-smokers, and particularly all of our young people, almost all of our young people are in that 90% wearing the sky blue. Vaping does carry harms, and those harms are particularly bad for non-smokers and youth, particularly where the alternative is breathing air. Vapes are highly addictive and are targeted at youth by industry rather than at those quitting smoking. And around 30% of current vapers report that they would have difficulty quitting. So the main adverse effect we have from vaping is addiction. And also because vaping is done very frequently, we're seeing problems with people, with kids being able to sit through a lesson because of addiction, issues concentrating, difficulty sitting through a meal with family. And we're seeing for the first time in decades increased total nicotine consumption, nicotine product use in children and adolescents in Australia. Other harms include poisoning, toxicity from inhalation, lung injury, burns and traumas. And young people who vape are 3 times as likely to take up smoking than young people who don't. Obviously, there are a lot of unknowns with vaping. We don't know what it does to cancer or cardiovascular disease, mental health, and a range of other conditions. But if we get back to the stadium, we often hear people say vapes are less harmful than smoking, or we hear it's harm reduction. But that really applies to that narrow band of 8% of people who are smoking. It is not harm reduction to have vaping in people who don't currently smoke, and particularly for young people. So vaping is, there are some questions about the comparison of vaping to smoking, but vaping is definitely more harmful than breathing air, and that applies to that 90%. So I'm very happy to answer questions that relate to the overall risks and benefits of vaping, and also to questions about medicines.
Thank you very much. Professor Freeman.
Thank you so much for having me today, and I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation on whose land the University of Sydney campuses stand. I've been working in tobacco control for my entire professional career, which is 24 years now, and the most striking thing about vaping compared to tobacco is just how quickly vaping has become so normalized and acceptable among young people. As I mentioned, I'm the chief investigator of the Generation Vape study, and we look at the attitudes, beliefs, knowledge, and behaviors of teenagers, young adults, parents, and teachers from all across Australia. And we survey them and we talk to them. And smoking is seen still, particularly in the young population, as something that they would never do. It's addictive, it's harmful, it's dangerous, it's sold in these boxes with graphic health warnings on it. There's campaigns on television, it's expensive. You can't smoke indoors anywhere pretty much in Australia anymore. Even if you are a smoker, you don't even smoke in your own homes. But when we talk to them about vaping, they see it as, smells nice, comes in pretty packages, delicious flavors, it's new, it's a technological advancement. There's all this, great information out there about how it's safer than smoking. And so this is smoking for young people. That's how vaping has been pitched. And yet you have the manufacturers of these products telling us these are for adult smokers who've done everything they can to quit. But who's using these products? Young people who never would have smoked or don't smoke at all. Or who are these products being marketed to young people? I follow a lot of the vaping companies and tobacco companies online as part of my research. I study how social media impacts on our health behaviors and choices. And I have seen these global tobacco industries using influencers, particularly young women who are getting ready to go to festivals that the tobacco industry also sponsors. And the last thing they do as part of their getting ready regime is to put a vape in their handbag. And they're selling that message to young people all over the world. They also sponsor the Formula One, which has a global audience. These are not products that are being marketed in any way as smoking cessation aids. They're being marketed as recreational products to young people. We also know from the Gen Vape study that young people find it incredibly easy at the moment to get their hands on a vape, that they can literally go into any shop, any store, and purchase one themselves. We need this legislation to end that easy access. A 14-year-old shouldn't be able to pop into a shop on their way home from school where they would buy lollies, ice cream, or chocolate, and also pick up a vape at the same time. And this legislation that's been proposed closes down that non-nicotine loophole that has been exploited by retailers who have in broad daylight sold illicit products to young kids, highly addictive products. I'm happy to take any questions about the study or about marketing or about the tobacco industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Community Affairs Legislation Committee. I'm Associate Professor Michelle John-Janellis. As previously said, I'm here in an individual capacity. I'm joining from the lands of the Larrakia people, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. It's really pleasing to see the Australian government take e-cigarette use seriously and investigate ways in which use can be addressed. Adolescents and young adults are the most prevalent users of e-cigarettes in the country. Recent years have seen the use of vaping. Vapes in adolescents and young adults increased fivefold. So almost half of 16 to 17-year-olds and a quarter of 12 to 15-year-olds have vaped. And most of these have actually never smoked before they tried vaping. Those with vested interests will argue that vaping in kids isn't a big deal, or that kids using is experimental, it's transient. They'll try it once or twice and then they'll stop. They'll say that vaping is displacing smoking. It shouldn't surprise you to know that these vested interests are making stock false statements. Research shows that more than half of young e-cigarette users are still vaping 1 year later. In countries that have adopted a consumer model for vapes, places like Canada, England and the US, vaping dependence has increased over time among young people. Children are using these products over the long term, and they are 3 times more likely to start smoking tobacco cigarettes. The legislation under consideration is key to reducing vaping among young Australians. It is not prohibition, it's about controlling access and ensuring that vaping products are available to smokers who may benefit, while protecting those for whom use has multiple harms. This is no different to how we treat other products with abuse liability, such as codeine or benzodiazepines. Without this legislation, we are leaving our children at the mercy of an industry that is determined to addict a new generation of Australians. Without this legislation, we are allowing convenience stores to open up near schools and sell vapes to minors. Those against this legislation talk about the black market as if children are going onto the dark web and then meeting a dealer in the car park in the dead of night. The reality is, those who are against this legislation, many of whom you have heard from or will hear from today or tomorrow, are the black market. Retailers and convenience stores are selling vapes to minors in broad daylight. They must be stopped, and this legislation is key to that. This legislation is critical to reducing the number of young Australians who take up vaping. But for children who are currently addicted to vaping, this legislation is also key to assisting them with quitting. With recent research I conducted with adolescents and young adults, suggesting that the ease with which vapes can currently be accessed is compromising their attempts to quit. They are trying to quit, and their attempts are being thwarted. We must learn from the historical mistake that was allowing cigarettes to become consumer goods. We have a window of opportunity to act, and we must act now. I'm happy to answer questions regarding youth use and susceptibility, reasons for use, where they're accessing these products, and I'm also happy to speak on what teachers and principals have reported to me about vaping in schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you very much. Look, I did have a number of questions, but you've actually answered them quite well in your opening statement, so thank you for that. But if I can just have the last witness, Associate Professor John Genelis. I got that right?
Yes, I'll accept anything. It's a very complicated name.
Okay, great. Maybe Associate Professor Michelle might work better for me.
Thanks.
Can you just give me a little bit of that information around what you're saying about principals and schools are actually saying about kids vaping?
Yeah, so we ran a survey with schools nationwide, and what we found was that they're finding, about half of them said they were finding students with an e-cigarette on campus at least monthly. A quarter of them were finding students on campus with an e-cigarette at least weekly. And more than 90% agreed that e-cigarette use was increasingly becoming a problem in secondary schools. They thought it was becoming a very serious problem. They believed it should be a priority to address. They were fairly confident that they could address it, but they were finding it difficult to detect use because of the ways in which the industry is concealing these products. So they are concealing these products in asthma inhalers, highlighter pens, and so it's making it hard for teachers to actually recognise when use is occurring. So their main concerns were around the health risks, that their students lack awareness of the health risks, how many students were using, students often selling e-cigarettes to each other, and the use in toilets as well, which was creating a really unsafe environment. A lot of kids didn't want to use the toilets during break times because there was vaping happening.
Thank you. Can I ask, are there different impacts on children versus adults in terms of the health impacts? And I'm happy to throw that open to anyone on the panel.
Yeah, I think this might be a question for Emily.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yep. Professor Banks.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please? I didn't...
Yeah, I'm just interested in what are the different health impacts on children versus adults?
Right. So the The main health impacts that are common for e-cigarettes, the main one is addiction. And young people are much more prone to addiction than older people. So if you look at people who have a lifetime smoking habit, they will have on average been started as teenagers. And that's really because the brain is plastic at that time. You're laying down habits, you're laying down neural pathways. So what we see with young people is that they can get readily addicted, and then that can lead to a lifelong issue with addiction. We also see young people as particularly vulnerable to poisoning and to toxicity via inhalation, and particularly with young children. So the Poisons Information Centre would say that the vast majority of accidental poisonings are in children, and we obviously had the death of baby Jay in 2018 in Victoria from swallowing concentrated nicotine liquid. We also see burns and trauma, which can happen to children and also to adults. And then in terms of the health risks related to uptake of smoking, it's much more likely to happen if you have people who've never smoked, young people who are using e-cigarettes. They are 3 times as likely to go on to smoke than young people who are not using e-cigarettes. Obviously, a number of these other harms can happen to adults as well, but the youth are disproportionately affected. And the other thing is that youth are the target of marketing. So these products are heavily marketed to young people as well. And we see that around 60% of the use of e-cigarettes in Australia are actually in people under 30.
Right,
Thank
okay.
you.
I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair. I know we've got a long block, so I can put some note if I need to. Thank
Much
you.
appreciated. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, everyone, for your evidence and your time this morning. I've got a particular interest in the differences, obviously, between, and you guys have outlined it, between those who are transitioning from smoking to vaping, and obviously the targeting of young people to vape and you know, the significant impacts there. Can you give me an idea of what you would see as the success of this legislation in terms of how we would measure it? Is it the stabilisation of these rates of uptake by young people? Is it, you know, a reduction of 10%, 20%, 30%? What does that look like, given the fact that, you know, it's already illegal for them to purchase vapes, but they clearly are? So where will that drive them, and what do you hope to see from this legislation?
I'm happy
to start, if that's all right.
You first, Becky.
Look, I think the number one thing we would want to see initially is that access is greatly reduced. Right now, we know access is incredibly easy. For your average 14-year-old tells us it's very easy to get their hands on a vape. And so the primary goal, the first goal of this should be, does it cut that access? The secondary goal should be then, now that access is cut, do young people bother to try and seek out vapes? Do they go, oh, it was too hard to get my hands on one, I don't get one? So we'd want to see that not only is access cut, they no longer find it easy to get their hands on a vape, but they tell us, I'm not bothering, I can't get one anymore, I'm not using these products anymore. We would also then want to see, particularly in those vapers who have transitioned from, say, experimental or social use to full-on daily use, that those people are seeking help to quit vaping. We know from the latest wave of our Generation Vape study, for example, the data has just come in hot off the press last month. We know in the young adult population, so the highest users of these products in Australia is the young adult population. We know that a significant portion of them, about half in our study, have already tried to quit vaping. And we know that a quarter or 25% of those are actually planning to quit again in the next 30 days. So making sure the support's in place and that they successfully be able to quit. So I would see it as like sort of a cascade of outcomes that we would want to see happening as soon as we no longer are seeing these products for sale in every corner, in every neighborhood, in every community.
And I would also add to that we want to make sure that we continue with the transnational or the international comparisons. So at the moment, our current daily vaping rate in 14 to 15-year-olds in Australia is about a third of that is seen in New Zealand, and we would want to see us continue to have, continue to have that differential and be having, under a prescription model, having less access and less use than in countries which have a broader access model.
Thank you. And just to finish up on that, and I know it would be anecdotal, but is it your view that a lot of the vape usage at the moment is social rather than addictive for young children? And my question is, do you think that we're going to then see a prevalence, and obviously if that's necessary, of children going through a, clinician-led transition off vapes?
I can tell you from the Gen Vape study that all vapors start out as social vapors. You don't sort of wake up one morning and decide to be a daily vapor. You get offered one at a party, you have a puff off one someone offers to you in some other way, and you start using it that way. And so you start quite young as well. We're seeing the age of initiation quite a lot younger than it is for tobacco products. And then young people then find themselves buying their own vape. That's when you ask young people, how did you know you transitioned from being sort of a social, just trying this out, bit curious, wanted to know what the flavor is for, to being where you're concerned about your own health? It's when they start buying their own products. And so preventing that being able to buy a product, preventing that easy access is crucial in shutting down that addiction pathway.
Thank you so much. That's it for me. Oh, apologies. Sorry.
No, that's right. I would just add as well. I mean, I think that it's important to remember that, alongside this legislation, there are then a number of other efforts that, will be rolled out. So, continuing to educate young people about the harms through mass media campaigns. And this legislation is coming with a commitment of, boosting education and awareness support. And of course, then cessation services for young people, including text-based services, which are being boosted in a number of states, and this legislation comes with further funding for that as well. So, that comprehensive package understanding that we do need to support young people who find themselves addicted, but we also know that many young people are using them socially, and once supply is shut off and greater awareness is created, that it's very likely that they will reduce that or eliminate their consumption of these addictive and harmful products.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. Vic Health's submission included opposition to a commercial market, stating that countries who have, if I've understood it correctly, implemented such a market have seen increases in youth vaping. Are you aware of any country that has seen success in using a commercial consumer model to limit availability to young people?
No, I'm not. And as my colleague, Professor Banks, outlined just earlier as well, Senator, the countries that have gone down a regulated product approach, like the UK, like New Zealand, and New Zealand in particular, is seeing much higher rates of youth vaping as a result. So I think, the evidence is very clear that it's not a pathway Australia should look at as a viable pathway from a public health perspective. And what is being proposed, I think, is a very balanced approach. It allows a very small proportion of the population to get access to an e-cigarette as a last line of therapy for tobacco cessation, along with appropriate medical care and advice from a GP, from a professional, a nurse practitioner or a GP, whilst protecting a brand new generation from becoming addicted to nicotine in very, very large quantities of young people, which we have seen in the markets, in the countries that have taken that more liberal, more widely accessible approach.
I can also... Oh, sorry.
No, please.
Yeah, I can also add that 34 countries do not allow the consumer model, the consumer sales of nicotine vaping products, and that covers 41% of the world's population. So, and a further 25% have very strict regulations. So, for example, China is only allowing tobacco flavour for its own internal markets. So I think we often hear Australia sort of stated that it's a kind of outlier position, but in fact it's kind of in the middle. And we have, there are large proportions of the world where e-cigarettes are not legal as consumer products. We do tend to see lower youth use in the countries where it's not available as a consumer product.
And do you believe, and this was for Vic Health, but happy to hear from whoever wants to kind of take it, that defining commercial quantity in the bill would prevent the criminalisation of consumers, and if not, what more could be prevented from criminalising users? Oh, you're on mute, Doctor.
Can quickly comment, and then my colleagues will probably will want to comment as well. You know, the point you're making, Senator, is an important one. I think the government's been very clear that this is not about punishing individuals. It's certainly not about you know, going after young people. This is about calling out an industry that has used predatory and purposeful tactics, you know, and any method possible to get a new generation addicted to nicotine. It's about protecting young people first and foremost. It's about harm reduction. It's a balanced approach, and it's not going to see police or enforcement officers going after young people, but after industry. You know, my colleagues may want to comment as well.
I'm just happy to say that I know in the Cancer Council submission they suggest an amendment to define commercial quantity of product to ensure that that is clear, and I support that amendment as well.
Okay. Look, I'm conscious of time, but I did just have just two for Professor Banks specifically. Firstly, in your submission, which I've got here, you've given evidence on the level of efficiency of using e-cigarettes to quit smoking. Would you be able to very briefly summarise this evidence for the committee?
Yep. So the best evidence about smoking cessation with e-cigarettes comes from randomised trials, and there have been multiple summaries of this. We actually have been doing a review which showed there are 16 different studies summarising the evidence. We identified 15 randomised trials, and what we found from those trials is there is evidence that people who use e-cigarettes are more likely to quit than people who use nicotine replacement therapy or use no intervention or usual care. But that evidence is of low certainty, and the main reason for that is that there aren't large numbers of people in the trials, and also there's variation in the quality, the way that the trials were done. But what we can also say is that in those trials, which are in ideal circumstances, they were all in clinical settings where people had behavioural support. Around 14.5% of the people randomised to the e-cigarettes, when we were comparing it with nicotine replacement, around 14.5% quit in the e-cigarette arm, and around 8% quit in those using nicotine replacement. So it's not a magic bullet in either circumstance. The other thing I think people really need to appreciate is that when we're talking about therapeutic use of a product, we're not just talking about efficacy, we're also talking about safety and quality. In medicines, we call it the holy trinity of safety, quality and efficacy. So we're often concentrating on, is this efficacious for cessation? But we also need to have products that are safe. And the products like nicotine replacement, varenicline, the ones that are registered by the TGA have actually been shown to be safe as well as efficacious. And the issue we have with e-cigarettes is that they haven't been through that process. So we do have issues about understanding their safety. And there are also a lot of unknowns, like we don't know what they do to cancer, we don't know what they do to cardiovascular disease. And that's why the US Preventative Services Task Force has said they don't recommend it in the US for smoking cessation because there's inadequate information to balance the safety and efficacy.
Just finally, Professor, have you heard the assertion that vaping is 95% safer than tobacco smoking? Would you agree with it? And if so, why?
So there's really no evidence to support the 95% less harmful sort of factoid, I think you could call it. It really came out of consensus process from a single paper. And I think what we can say is when we compare First of all, we need to understand that if we're looking at young people, we should be comparing e-cigarette use to breathing air, not to smoking. So that's the first thing. That's the 90% of people in our stadium. But if we are comparing it to smoking, we need to look at the different outcomes. So the first one, so saying 95% less harmful, what outcome are you talking about? If you're talking about childhood addiction, you might actually say that e-cigarettes can be actually a greater risk than smoking. We're seeing 23% of school students who start using vapes start by the age of 12, another 23% by at the age of 13. So these are not harsh on your throat. They've got flavours. They're very easy to use. You don't even have to have the hand-eye coordination to light a cigarette. So, and you could also say in terms of poisoning of children, they're actually higher risk. You can say that for things like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, they're probably lower risk. So you've got a range of different outcomes that you can look at. And so really having one blanket statement is problematic. The other thing is, if we don't know a lot of the effects, so we don't know what it does to cancer and we don't know what it does to cardiovascular disease, it's very difficult to actually come to an appreciation of the comparison.
Thank you, and I'll pass back to the Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. I'm passing to Senator Pocock, then Cadell, Pratt and Canavan. Senator Pocock.
Late scratching is Senator Pocock, just not here at the moment. Had to duck out for a second.
Oh, okay. Then Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. My enemy in this, stated from the outset, is illegal crime and the people that bring in these things. Of the youth, every nicotine vape that ends up in a child's hand has not come here legally, has it?
You're saying it hasn't come into Australia legally?
It's come in illegally. You can't get a nicotine vape into Australia unless it's prescription, correctly?
You can only bring it in on a prescription. So I suppose they could have had it because it's been on prescription. They got it off their parents or something. But by and large, they would be illegal.
So the success or failure of this policy in stopping this comes down to enforcement, doesn't it?
Well, I think it needs to have both enforcement, but also it needs to have the legislation that enables the enforcement. I'm not an expert on the legal side of it, but my understanding is that the loophole created by the non-nicotine vapes actually has made enforcement very difficult.
So when the police union sits in a previous thing and says that they spend 50 to 60% of the time doing domestic violence and things like that, when I sit on a street in East Maitland and I see people in school uniforms walk into a tobacco store, giving an indication they may be underage, and nothing works unless we can shut that down, correct?
So I think you need to ask somebody who's an expert on those
fine.
Things. Maybe
but this is where I go. When we're talking your stadium model,
yes.
I've got 10% in the grey who are smokers, or 8%. Mm-hmm. I've roughly got the same number who are vapers at the moment, don't I?
So 3.5% daily vaping, 7% current vaping, so a bit lower, but
a bit lower.
Yeah.
And of that 7%, how many use the prescription model at the moment?
So the latest data are it's less than 10% at the moment are using the prescription model.
So I've got less than 1% of your stadium who are accessing the prescription model.
That's correct, yes. Well, actually, I don't know what the estimates are.
No,
but I would say
logically,
yes.
When we go down and we're doing these health things, the rest of the world, if it's legal for recreation in the rest of the world, I don't care. I care about Australia. I don't want my kids getting their hands on stuff that I don't know. I don't want my adults. Everyone talks about kids. I don't want adults getting my hands on stuff that I don't know what goes into it. What is the process for these over 1 million people now who are now vaping, very likely nicotine-based stuff, even if they are not? What happens to the rest of that 7% of the stadium who now have no access to nicotine and they're taken off it?
Okay, well, so I don't actually, I'm not sure we have the data on that, but we do know that of say, the 7% who are vaping currently, about half of them, 3.5%, are vaping every day. So the people who are not using it very heavily, the probability is that they won't be then highly dependent and they won't have that many issues. But then we are talking about the 3.5%. So there will be a proportion of those who will get it under the prescription model who will realise that they have to go through that. And I think for the other people, we have to be very careful that we have appropriate supports in place. We do know that 2/3 to 3/4 of people who quit smoking successfully do so unaided. So the probability is that quite a lot of people will quit vaping unaided. I know from the latest meta-analysis, 46 to 85% of people who vape want to quit, either now or in the future. So there's actually a commitment to quitting, but we really will have to be dealing with it in a comprehensive way. I think Sandro might be able to answer some more of these questions. He's more on the sort of quit side of it.
Thanks, Professor Banks. Yeah, just a few clarifications. First of all, the rest of the world haven't legalised this product. In fact, there are countries like Singapore that have banned it outright.
I said some people, some countries
that have actually banned it outright, made it a completely illegal product. In addition to the part of the legislation you're describing around closing the loopholes between nicotine and non-nicotine, of course, which will make enforcement much easier. I've spoken many conversations with Victoria Police and the Victorian Police Minister here in Victoria, and this will make it much easier to enforce. One of the big challenges for police at the moment is that they have to go into a store and then, in theory, test the product at the point of sale, which is timely, it's expensive, it's difficult. This will really close that loophole and make it much easier, much more efficient and effective for police to do their job and support police. But of course, alongside that, we're also cutting off supply, which is an important part to mention. So this deluge of cheap, illegal imports coming across the border will effectively be cut off. And we've already seen a significant reduction since the announcements were made of exports from China. There was discussions about that earlier today. In terms of then those that are, currently using or addicted, as Professor Banks said, a large proportion, half or more of young people who are using these products are not using them every day. So for them, likely, they will simply find it too hard. When I speak to young people who are wanting action, they think that most likely their peers will just find it too hard and sort of move on. And for the young people who are addicted, that is where cessation support and mass marketing campaigns like those that we fund with the QUIT program and the QUIT line here in Victoria are going to be very effective. And we have good evidence from the last 30 years of tobacco control in terms of what works, turning young people off cigarettes. And we've seen now with our first anti-vaping campaign here in Victoria last year and another one that's about to hit market soon, but being used in other states, that they're highly effective in turning young people off, in raising awareness and in reducing vaping among young people. They're the mass media campaigns, social marketing campaigns. And then, of course, cessation support. So, we've all grown up with the QUIT line and having been, referring patients. I've referred many patients to the QUIT line as a part of a comprehensive approach of support. We're making sure that that's as robust as possible, including the access to WhatsApp-based and text-based QUIT line services for young people when they need them, where they need them and how they need them.
Okay, Dr. DeMayo, earlier I asked the AMA, are all vapes bad? They said yes. What's your opinion?
Well, yes, I do think all vapes are bad, and I was there when you asked that question. But I think it's about relative. So all vapes carry a danger, but and that's why we need this prescription model. But you would prescribe them as a last line effort. You'd prescribe them to a person who's been smoking for many years, tried everything else, and at very significant risk of chronic diseases like cancer from smoking. These e-cigarettes are not without risk. They absolutely carry risk. But in that circumstance, the risk may be deemed lower for the doctor, for that specific individual who's been smoking for many years. But, if the risk is between using an e-cigarette or smoking air for a 12-year-old, I think that risk is very, very different.
We're not talking about 12-year-olds. We're talking prescriptions. We're talking prescriptions now.
Yeah.
A 12-year-old won't get a prescription. Every emotional question we go to a child, I don't want to do that on this. How do I talk to...
To be the last question, because I need to rotate.
How do we feel then that if they're all bad? Chemists, how do we support them who don't want to be seen to be tobacco distributors, they want to be a therapeutic health professional? How do we support them when they don't want to have point of sale about tobacco and nicotine and cancers and stuff like that in what is a health setting? How do they have the right? We already know some GPs don't want to prescribe this. How can we make pharmacies sell something or distribute something they don't want to distribute?
Well, look, it's really a question for the TGA and for the Pharmacy Guild. Every doctor makes a risk assessment when they prescribe a medication, and that comes down to an individual case, patient by patient. If it's a choice between cigarettes and an e-cigarette in a clinical setting, under the supervision of a doctor with a GP, that may be their decision. But what we're trying to balance here is protecting young people, and I'm sorry the conversation keeps coming back to young people, but that is a big part of this conversation, while giving a very small proportion of people who have been smoking for many, many years access to a last-line therapy after they've tried absolutely everything else. Much safer versions in chewing gums and patches. You're right, they are safer products as a last-line effort to get off smoking.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is Senator Pocock returned to the room?
No.
Okay. Senator Pratt. Do we have Senator Pratt?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly ask, in the context of children and young people and prevalence at schools, if, for example, you've got children smoking in the classroom under their jumpers, which is something that young people I know in year 8 at school, which I think is the second year of high school in Western Australia, tell me is frequently done in the classroom, that would be a sign that that's a high level of addiction rather than just experimenting or trying it out. Would it not?
Yes,
absolutely. I agree with you.
I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah.
One of the things that we see with e-cigarettes is, you know, when we think of smoking, on average, people people who smoke 10 cigarettes a day, and they'll tend to have 10 puffs. So that's kind of 100 puffs a day. But with e-cigarettes, on average, we don't have a lot of data, but it looks like it's more like 200 to 300 puffs in a day. And those puffs are not so much that you will, you know, take the vape and do 10 puffs and then have a break and do something else. It tends to be more a pattern of grazing during the day, so bursts of 1 to 5 puffs. And so it tends to be more kind of ever present. And that's part of why that pattern, it's why it's more intrusive and why the kids are having difficulty sitting through a lesson, or they're having difficulty sitting through a meal with family. Or people have the vape under their pillow. So it's actually this much more common sort of spread throughout the day pattern.
And if there are high numbers of children now with a nicotine addiction, which I would contend there are, what should we be communicating to parents and schools about essentially not putting it under the carpet and being stigmatised about it, but rocking up to their doctor or whatever and saying, hey, we've got a real problem here? You know, should schools, for example, be having a relationship with a particular GP and, you know, referring every kid that's caught vaping at school for a doctor's appointment? Those kinds of things.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that question. I mean, you're absolutely right that we cannot fall into the trap of blaming children or parents. You know, our focus needs to be squarely on industry who, you know, have used very purposeful and predatory tactics to put Australia in this situation and put a new generation at risk of nicotine addiction. It is important that we support parents. So research that we've undertaken shows that parents have a powerful role in having conversations with their children in terms of the health harms relating to vaping and nicotine. We have created supports and parent conversation guides with Quit Victoria and the Department of Education. We've also created school supports and school guides that are rolled out across all public schools in Victoria for grades 7 and 8, and very soon, based on information coming from the community, that grades 5 and 6 are now seeing numbers of e-cigarettes. We're now rolling those out across tailored support for schools to address concerns and misinformation around e-cigarettes for children in grades 5 and 6. So it is important we take a proactive approach, and I think that's why, you know, certainly as Vic Health, we support that this legislation comes with extra supports.
Sorry, you've dropped out.
Sorry, Doctor, your audio dropped out at extra supports.
We can't hear.
Sorry, Dr. DeMayo, your audio. Okay, we might be losing him. Professor Freeman, did you want to?
Yeah, if I could just add very, very briefly, very supportive of Sandro's comments there, that while obviously addiction is not a trivial matter, it is very serious. I also just want to balance that a bit with encouraging news that we now have more ex-smokers in Australia than we do current smokers. It is absolutely possible to quit. And I don't want to paint a picture that if you get addicted to vapes, that's game over for the rest of your life. We're writing you off. I think that is also really stigmatizing. And we need to be very supportive and encouraging that it is absolutely possible to quit and that people do quit. And if we create an environment where vapes aren't acceptable, accessible, marketed to children, that will support their quit attempts much more than being able to buy it in every other shop on their walk home from school.
And what kind of steps might a parent and child need to go through to support a child who's acquired a nicotine addiction? What's family life like? Do you just say, that's it, stop, none of this is allowed? Do you go to the doctor? Do you allow a little bit and
Michelle, you've
on the
written
way
on that,
out?
haven't you?
Yeah.
I think, Michelle, you've written on that exact, haven't you?
Yeah, so what specific data are you wanting to get information on there, Senator?
Look, I guess the issue will be this is very pervasive at the moment. Once it comes off the market, you might find children going to different lengths to try and get it, and it won't be as visible. And I really think it is time for parents to have conversations with their children to essentially say, look, how often are you doing this? If you're doing it more than this, then you're addicted. We need to make a plan for you to be able to stop using these. They won't be available. But we don't want children to, if they haven't had a conversation about it already, then it could easily transmute to children wanting to find it from illegal sources.
Yeah, we completely agree about the importance of a comprehensive approach here. So this legislation being part of a bigger package, so more support for not just enforcement, but also for quitline services, cessation services. We certainly know that Vic Health has some resources out there for parents and how they can start having these conversations with their children. Earlier this morning, Lung Foundation spoke of their resource and the fact that their parents' resource is one of the most downloaded resources. So there are resources out there available to ensure that that parents feel empowered to be able to have this conversation. Something that concerns me, though, is that parents have enough to deal with, teachers have enough to deal with. This is another thing that we are asking them to deal with when the solution, or part of the solution, is right here in front of us in passing this legislation, right? So I completely take your point around the comprehensive approach, and I think what will make that work, though, is this legislation as well.
Yes, I very much support the legislation. I guess I am just mindful that the difficulty of those conversations and all of that reminds us why we need it. But also that if a parent is struggling with a child's behaviour once they can't get access to these products, for example, really to say, please go and see your GP and your doctor, etc.
Completely agree, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah, and certainly we would, we support that as well, Senator. Important to be proactive, in conversations with young people, being compassionate, non-judgmental as parents, compassionate for parents on themselves as well as with their children. And of course, seeking expert advice. So whether that's from the, institutions like the Royal Children's Hospital, which have great resources for Victorians, the Quit Line and the Quit Service, and of course, government agencies like ourselves, we do have a comprehensive support guide that takes parents through really step-by-step how to have that conversation with their kids, and I suppose when to look for further support, whether that's from a medical professional or from professional websites and services.
Thank you.
So now I need to pass the call to Senator Canavan now.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just hopefully quickly from me, I'm mindful the other countries you've raised today about having a similar approach to Australia, like Singapore and China, obviously have quite different value systems to ourselves, and those that are more aligned to, I suppose, Australia's democratic, free society, like New Zealand, UK, North America, tend to have a legal, regulated market. I suppose the question to me always is this has got to go beyond health issues, because we allow lots of dangerous things to occur and consenting adults to do in this country. We ultimately make a values decision. It's not just about the health impact on an individual. It's balancing a number of priorities, including people's freedom to choose, at least in our society. What's got me, because you guys have looked at this, I still, after all these years, I'm not sure, is there anyone that's actually, that you can point to, like a single person who's died as a result of using a legal vape in a country like the UK or New Zealand? Like, is there somebody that's had that, or even just a severe medical episode? Because I'm trying to reach, well, what's the threshold here before we ban something? There's lots of dangerous health products out there, including our food, but we let consenting adults make their own decisions about the risks that they face and choices they'd like to make. Is there that evidence, like somebody, yep, there's a coroner's report, there's a particular piece of evidence that this is directly because they used a legal regulated vape in one of those similar countries?
So I'm happy to speak to that. So the 34 countries that have banned vapes as a consumer product span a wide range of democracies, and in fact China hasn't banned them. So it's there are a wide range of countries that I think we would say.
No, but someone else raised China earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of the health effects, this isn't really just about consenting adults. One of the major issues is that industry has targeted children, and so we're talking about the right of companies to addict children. So that's the second thing to put.
Comes up again in industry. It's criminals in Australia, isn't it?
So it's actually industry as well. I can defer to.
I think that's a very important point I'd like to come back to, but can I just get an answer to my question?
Yeah, sure. So
is there an example? Can you point to
so the other thing is, we're not just talking about deaths. There are examples of deaths in those countries from exploding batteries, for example.
Right,
and there are also examples of severe lung injury. So I was just in an international forum recently where a doctor was talking about having a teenager on a ventilator, with tubes in their chest from lung trauma related to vaping, and talking about being unable to remove very difficult to remove the tubes because the lung damage was so severe, but also noting that they'd never had a teenager in their care with that situation because of smoking. So there are examples of severe outcomes. But the main thing is we don't have to talk about severe outcomes. You can just talk about the fact that large proportions of people being addicted. So it doesn't have to be severe or a death. It can also be that you have, in this case, 30% of current users saying that they would have difficulty quitting. And also the fact that in Australia, 30% of the current users of e-cigarettes have never smoked.
Maybe I noticed if you could provide that example of that severe impact, and I'm particularly interested to know whether that was a result of the use of a legal regulated
we actually have a case.
Sorry, can I just, because I've got a limited time. Obviously, there are many products on the market or in the black market right now, probably many of which contain very terrible and damaging chemicals. But I'm very interested in the regulated market. Like, is there an example of harm as a result of that? And look, I just did want to go into Senator Goodell's point. I've heard a number of times. There's been very serious claims made that somehow there's this industry out there pushing this onto children, which is abominable if true. I'm just wondering, what is the evidence of that? I'm not talking about criminals or even a small business doing the wrong thing. You seem to be suggesting that, I presume you're suggesting the tobacco industry is marketing vapes to young children. Can you provide examples of them doing that?
I'm happy to speak up, and I've certainly put an example in my submission, which I will happy to refer you to. We have global evidence that's, remember, these products.
What was that? Sorry, I haven't had a chance to read through all the submissions today.
That's fine. So there is an example in there. I think it's also really important to remember that we're not talking
What was that example, sorry? What was
you
the
want me
example?
to say the example?
Yeah. Because I'm trying to learn. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, so I assume you've heard of British American Tobacco. They're
Sure.
a transnational tobacco company. They manufacture disposable flavored vapes. There is a brand name called Views that they manufacture. I was just on Instagram this morning and double checked, and the influencer ad is still there. It's a young woman. She's putting on makeup. She's putting on a really fashionable outfit to go to a winter festival. And at the very end of getting ready, she takes the BAT vape and puts it in a designer handbag and puts it over her shoulder, and she's all ready to go to the company. Now, to the festival. To me, that's very clearly marketing to young people. That is not marketing to middle-aged truckers, I think is the example Sandro likes to bring up, who smoked their entire lives.
Not to children, though, either, if they've got a designer handbag. I mean, because the claim has been, you've made very serious claims, so serious claims should have serious evidence.
And do you not know who the users of Instagram are and TikTok?
Sure,
They're children.
okay. But where's you're saying they're specifically targeting children. I'm not sure that's...
They are. I don't know how to say it more clearly than it's on social media platforms used by children who aspire. I have never met
children watch TV, children do lots of things, of course.
Absolutely.
But it seems really strange. Views is obviously not even available in Australia, is it? I mean, it's legal, isn't it?
Well, you wouldn't be allowed, if you were British American Tobacco, you would not be importing that product. You would be facing a gargantuan fine.
I'm just wondering, because the suggestions being today that this enormous rise in vaping we're seeing in a market where vaping is illegal and has been for years. There's not a retail commercial market in Australia.
However, there's a retail market for non-nicotine.
Yeah, but for nicotine liquid vapes, it's been illegal for decades in Australia, and yet we've had this massive rise. And the suggestion seems to be that rise is because of the marketing of this industry. I really straight. Even if there is an Instagram ad, that doesn't seem to explain that. There seems to be something else going on here.
Well, I didn't say vaping only advertising. You've also got the product itself is full of nicotine, particularly nicotine salts. They're inexpensive. We haven't been enforcing the law. They come in fruit flavors. They're marketed. They appeal to young people. So the idea that you would just zero in on marketing as being the sole reason, I agree. It's one of the reasons why young people are using it.
Senators, we are
thanks,
over time. Has Senator Pocock returned to the room?
He has not.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. In which case, thank you very much for your attendance and support of our hearing today. If you've taken questions on notice, we're asking for them to be returned to us by close of business on Monday the 6th of May. That is because we are reporting to the Senate on the 8th of May. But thank you very much for your evidence. I now welcome Professor Ron Borland, Professor Michael Farrell, Emeritus Professor Simon Chapman AO, and Professor Matthew Peters, who I believe largely joining us online.
Simon's just in my office. I'm going to go grab him and bring him in front of the computer here. I'll be right back.
We'll just give our witnesses a moment.
Can I use it's just got a headphone jack.
All right. I'd like to thank each of you for appearing before the committee today. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today. We'll go in the order in which I introduced you, starting with Professor Borland.
Hello, I'm Ron Borland. I'm a professor of psychology currently at Deakin University, overlapping at the University of Melbourne for a month or so more. And I've been working in tobacco control since 1986.
Thank you. Professor Farrell.
Hi, my name is Professor Michael Farrell. I'm the Director of the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre at the University of New South Wales, and I'm here in my capacity as the Chair of the Australian National Advisory Council on Alcohol and Other Drugs.
Thank you. Professor Chapman.
Simon Chapman. I'm Emeritus Professor of Public Health in the School of Public Health at the University of Sydney. I've worked in tobacco control for about 45 years. I was one of the people who succeeded in getting Paul Hogan removed from Winfield Advertising all those years ago. I was editor for 17 years of the British Medical Journal's Tobacco Control Journal.
Thank you. And Professor Peters.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm a respiratory physician focused on adult care. I'm Professor of Respiratory Medicine at Macquarie University. I too have a long background in tobacco control and improvement of public health. I'm a previous president of Thoracic Society of Australia and New Zealand. I'm also an employee of New South Wales Health, and just for the avoidance of any uncertainty, I'm not appearing here as a New South Wales government employee.
Thank you. I also thank you for providing information related to the declaration of conflicts of interest, but I need to ask you to make those once more for the Hansard record. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products? If I could get a yes or no from each of you, please.
No.
No. No. No from me.
Great, thank you very much. I'll now invite you each to make a brief opening statement if you wish to do so, and then we'll be moving to questions from senators. So if anyone wishes to make a statement.
Yes, I'll start since I was listed first. Thank you. I've provided evidence because I'm concerned about the nature of the proposed legislation and its potential to actually reinstitutionalise smoking as a behaviour among young people. I was listening to the previous evidence, and it's clear that nobody's thought through what the implications are of a whole group of people who are currently vaping, which is a relatively low harm form of nicotine administration, and the potential of them to actually move back to smoking, which remains a legal form of nicotine administration, one that is extraordinarily harmful and which should be the priority of any government to reduce, and not considering the implications for smoking in considering the implications of this proposed legislation, I think has the potential to create considerable harm to young generations of Australians.
I will let Simon make his statement.
Statement ends.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to make an opening statement?
I'll go next. I would like to acknowledge that I'm talking from the Gadigal people of the Eora Nations lands here today at the University of Sydney. We're meeting here today because the former Health Minister in the last government, Greg Hunt's twin policy of introducing prescription access and removing the ability of people to import these products was gutted by his own backbench. And the prescription model that he tried to introduce has failed, as we've heard a lot of people talking about today, and it failed because it was like trying to run a three-legged horse in the Melbourne Cup. I mean, of course, people weren't going in mass along to their doctors and pharmacists to get prescriptions for vapes when they could go to anywhere in the country and get them, as we've been hearing from so many people. So many interest groups who are submitting to this inquiry in writing, and some of them are presenting here today, worked very hard to see what's happened happen. And now we are reaping the consequences of that gutting of that policy. And thank heavens that the present government is reintroducing it, and I hope very, very much that it succeeds in going through in the fullness of the bill that it's been considered. Some information that one of the presenters made earlier in the day I think needs underscoring. This policy is already starting to show signs of working very, very well indeed. The Chinese government issued an edict I think it was about March last year, saying that no one who was manufacturing vapes in China they all had to obey the laws of the destination countries that they were sending those vapes to. And of course, Australia, with its law that came in on January 1 this year, has seen a remarkable 95% fall in exports coming into Australia of vapes from China. If you look at November and December last year, there was a record increase in vapes coming in as those companies rushed to service the stockpiling, lot of vapes available in the country. If you go online, as I've been doing over the last few weeks, to some of the vape shops who are selling stuff online, you'll see another remarkable thing. A lot of the brands that they're offering for sale have the words out of stock next to them. That suggests to me that already people who are trying to buy down, vapes while they still can, are starting to find it a little bit difficult. And as we move towards July 1, I think we're probably going to see a situation where that situation is increasing a lot. The implications of that, of course, are that people wanting to get vapes, as we've been hearing from many presenters today, if they are people who are adults and their doctor knows that they have had a serious smoking problem, they've tried other ways of quitting, they will be able to continue to get vapes from chemist shops just in the way that 18 million prescriptions are issued to Australians who need medical preparations for all the things that people use drugs for. This is a system that works in just about every country except the most corrupt countries in the world, where you can buy whatever drugs you want over the counter. But it's a system which is tried and true, of which there's a hell of a lot of intelligence about how to make those systems work. And it's a sort of a form of what we call exceptionalism, that the vaping industry and the people who are backing it are trying to say, well, actually, we've got a product here which is so important that we're above and beyond the prescription system. How dare you try to say to us that this life-saving product shouldn't be sort of handed out and sold by corner stores, vape shops, people like this who of course, have been doing it illegally. Before I finish, I'd just like to make one emphasis. The discussion today has involved a lot of reference to this term, criminals and black marketing. Every shop, every business which has been selling vapes in this country have been engaged in criminal activity. Mm-hmm. They have been fencing product that they have acquired from people who have brought it into the country illegally, and they've been selling it on to people in, whether it's been in online or in bricks and mortar sort of situations. That is looking like it's going to come to a fairly screaming halt. It won't, of course, be eliminated completely. There still will be, some black market in the country, just as, of course, there is black market for illegal drugs, which have been around for a long, long time. But the point being is that children and young people who have probably had no experience whatsoever, or very, very little experience of obtaining illegal drugs. And in my submission with Professor Peters, we've got data in there. The number of kids who are using illegal drugs, who are under 18, is very, very small indeed. They don't know how to acquire those drugs, but they do know, and they know it's very easy to acquire vapes. So I think that we're looking at something that's going to be a pretty optimistic sort of future scenario, is the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chapman.
Yeah, so I'm speaking as chair of the Australian National Advisory Council on Alcohol and Other Drugs, And this is a committee appointed by Minister Butler and advises Minister Butler clearly. And we've had discussion with Minister Butler around, it is a confidential committee that has open and frank discussion with the Minister about our policy options. And I can say that we note the mounting evidence for the benefits of vaping for smoking cessation, particularly around the Cochrane reviews and other work I've also conducted. And we see this also as an important aspect, and it may need further implementation, but it's an important strategy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Peters.
Yes, again, thank you. Look, the aim of good public health policy is to maximise the benefits at the same time as you're minimising harms. They're equally important things, and we're actually not here discussing whether electronic cigarettes or vaping should be available. All we're discussing is the how it's going to be available. Now, Senator Canavan's with us again, but he asked me a question at the 2020 inquiry, you know, why do doctors need to be the gatekeepers? Why can't people make their own decisions? And I replied at that time, and it's in the Hansard, it's one of those situations in life where no man is an island. If you want that model, the consumer model, to make them freely available, then you have to accept consequential harms to teenagers if you want the consumer model. I repeated myself, that's in the Hansard. Now the question is, who was right? Amongst all the people that have presented and submitted things, who was right about predicting? And I actually brought to that committee meeting a couple of the early disposable fruit flavoured, I think they were very berry flavoured, high nicotine concentration vapes. And I predicted in 2020 we would get exactly what we've had now, which is a catastrophic risk to the current and future health of young people in so many ways. So the how we've experienced, we haven't actually had a consumer model. We've had an easy access model, as Professor Chapman has just described. The full consumer model allows promotion and advertising and walking through a shopping centre and seeing a luminescent ad for vaping. So we've had an easy access model, but not a consumer model. And the consumer model in the UK and New Zealand has seen teenage and young adult vaping rates much greater than ours. So we've had a modulated model, not a consumer model. So what we also know is from the NDHS data, 22-23, that currently vaping use is really poorly targeted. And there's the smoking is in the lower SES group and in older people, all right, whereas vaping is in younger people, all right, and it's not selectively targeting the lower SES group. So it's a really, if you consider it a public health intervention for whatever, then it's a really poorly targeted one. And you know, how do we address the problem? Well, firstly, a bit of honesty would be good. And the second thing is we need a really simple, well understood, well-resourced approach, and that's political government, administrative government working together, and it's got to be supportive of the agencies and supported by the agencies such as TGA and Border Force, and all have to be involved in this whole exercise. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. I might start with Professor Borland. I just noted in your opening statement you made some comments, and I just wanted to raise with you that you wrote that the government should regulate the market in ways that minimise youth use and generally discourage use except amongst existing smokers as an aid to quit smoking or for those who would otherwise smoke. So I guess my question, or the point I'm making to you, Professor, is this not precisely what this bill is seeking to do, to allow smokers access via prescription and to greatly diminish accessibility of vapes to children who will rarely be given a prescription?
If you accept the Pollyanna-ish scenario that Professor Chapman elucidated a couple of minutes ago, yes, it will be successful in reducing access to kids, but tobacco control in Australia has been incredibly successful in reducing youth smoking using a range of regulatory strategies. That we can't do similar things if we take a more systematic approach to regulating vaping products. I think is likely to be the case. Now, if Professor Chapman's wrong and we end up with a large-scale black market, and I note that the levels of use of things like cannabis in Australia in the period when it was completely illegal, it's slightly more complicated now, were very large, and in some jurisdictions around the world, rates of cannabis use were greater than rates of smoking, for example. So the notion that you can actually control a black market when there's a strong consumer demand for a product, and I think is certainly open to question, and it's certainly not as simple as Professor Chapman would like us to have. So yes, if we have strong rules about it, if we have strong rules about who can actually sell these kinds of products, and strong rules of people losing their licences if they're caught doing the wrong thing, then I think we can effectively restrict the access to young people. There are a lot of other things that we can do.
Sorry, can I just, we're very short on time, so can I just ask you how you would suggest that be done?
Well, some of the ways it would be done would be by reducing the range of flavours. Some of the flavours are likely to be differentially appealing to young people. So I think that it is reasonable to reduce the range of flavours. I think it's reasonable to get rid of disposable vaping systems and to tax vaping systems rather heavily, so the actual price is more significant, which will be a major disincentive to young people who are much more price sensitive. Some of the other restrictions that are part of the bill I do support, and I think you can actually restrict youth vaping if you take a comprehensive approach within a regulated model, not trying to put it outside a regulated model where the main beneficiaries, I think, are going to be organised crime. And the situation, at least as I see from the press, in Victoria at the moment around the battle for the organised crime control over the tobacco and nicotine market is quite frightening.
Okay, I might just offer Professor Chapman an opportunity. You've raised an issue about him. I might give him an opportunity to respond there on the basis that obviously, I guess, Professor Chapman, you have a different view to Professor Borland, so I'm interested to hear your views around the comments that Professor Borland has made.
Well, the most regulated form of drug control in Australia is, of course, the prescribed drug regulation system. There are thousands of drugs which are regulated, some of which are in extraordinarily high demand. Weight loss drugs, for example. Viagra is another one. I understand that there are some levels of black marketeering of drugs like that in Australia, but by and large, people accept that that's where you go if you want a regulated, high-quality drug which is supervised by your doctor. It's not an onerous thing. I mean, I take, I think it's 3 prescribed drugs. I don't walk around feeling this is hugely inconvenient. I don't feel stigmatised by the idea of that I have to go to a doctor and sit in a waiting room and have people wondering why I might be there or anything like that. It's a system which works remarkably well. We've also got the ability in the regulated market system, in the prescription system, to up the ante or to relax it. So codeine was a great example. Codeine was available over the counter for quite a number of years until we started understanding that there were a lot of people using it who probably didn't need to use it, and they were, if you like, recreational users of codeine. And so what happened was that they moved it back under prescription, and I've referenced with Professor Peters a paper in our submission which documents just the success that that's had in wastewater analysis. There appears to be a very, very large fall in the use of that drug. So we saw the same thing with nicotine replacement therapy, as Professor Borland knows well. When it first came onto the market, it was strictly regulated and available only on a doctor's prescription. And then after a while, it was, after monitoring showed that there wasn't sort of major problems in either safety or efficacy being reported, then that was relaxed. We might see the same thing down the track with vaping, who knows? But one of the big differences, of course, is that the route of administration of vaping involves you inhaling chemical cocktail mixture into your lungs. It's very interesting to think about this, that the drug which is most inhaled in the whole pharmacopoeia is Ventolin drugs, drugs that people with asthma, other drugs used by people with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease use. There are something like 2.6 million people in Australia with asthma. None of those people use flavoured asthma inhalers, life-saving inhalers. Why? Because no drug regulator would allow flavouring chemicals to be added to something that you inhale into your lungs. The vaping industry and its supporters say, well, look, that might be the case, but with us, we're different. We believe that people should be allowed to inhale flavouring chemicals deep into their lungs. Professor Banks estimated about 200 to 300 times a day. I've seen one observational study which you extrapolate out from the 90 minutes of use. It's more like 560 times a day that people are pulling that cocktail down into their lungs. We have absolutely no precedent in modern medicine or anywhere for understanding what the consequences of that, predicting what the consequences of that are going to be down the track.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I'm happy to give someone else the call because I know we are very tight on time.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone, for your evidence. I think it's very clear to all of us, and I think I started the day by saying it, none of us want to see children vaping, and I think our purpose here is to try and stop children from having access to vapes so that they never start. What I'm concerned about is how we actually ensure that in doing that, we're not creating a scenario where adults who are trying to transition away from smoking are put in a position where it is too hard or too complicated to access a therapeutic vape or too expensive given the cost of going to a GP and all the rest, that they actually go back to smoking. And we've seen various evidence today where some say vapes don't help people cease smoking, others say it does, some say they're 2 times more likely to go back to smoking, others don't. I'd really like your thoughts on the impact to adults who are trying to stop smoking of removing access to vapes outside of a therapeutic process with the clinician intervention.
If I can start by answering that, I think that these are concerns that I share, Senator. People are not using the medical pathway as much as you might hope that they would for smoking cessation. Ever since for about 10 or 15 years, a majority of Australians trying to quit smoking have used some kind of help on their last quit attempt. There was a massive increase of that when vaping started to become popular, and now it's closer to 70% if you include the vaping, and that has cannibalised some of the use of more conventional methods. People are not going to their doctors for these sorts of things. Many people don't see smoking, indeed, let alone vaping, as a medical issue. They see it as a personal choice issue and are trying to make the changes without seeking any kind of medical intervention. And there are a significant minority of smokers who are opposed to the notion that they should seek these kinds of help. So what's going to happen to them under these circumstances? And many of those, and we've published work on this demonstrating that if you take people who are not interested in quitting and expose them to vaping, at least in observational studies, longitudinal observational studies, we've shown that they're much more likely to quit smoking. So actually exposing people to this alternative, lower harm product, and the notion that the harms are comparable to smoking, I think, is fanciful. You need to smoke for about 20 years before you can find detectable decreases in people's life expectancy. You're taking in something like 1/100th or less than 1/100th of the toxic load with vaping, even if you vape it a little bit more than you may have smoked. And all of the evidence is that people titrate their nicotine dose, so there's not much difference in that. Then it's almost certainly all of the science says it's going to be a lot less harmful. We don't have the empirical evidence to be able to say exactly how much. So you've got a less harmful product that people are, and using a consumer model, are transferring to. Some of them are using it as a clinical thing, as a cessation aid. Others are just shifting across because they see it as a better way of getting their nicotine. So you're going to stop a lot of that happening. Many of these people are not going to go to a doctor. We already have a shortage of doctors in this country, and if their waiting rooms are clogged up by smokers, assuming it's successful, then people with other diseases won't be able to get in to see them. It's a waste of doctors' time, in my view, and people are making these choices. The evidence to date is that some people have now been vaping for 10 to 15 years, and we're not hearing stories of these people suddenly collapsing in the street or of any serious diseases happening. So millions of people are vaping around the world using well-regulated products, and there don't appear to be any short to medium-term effects. The long-term effects, of course, we'll have to wait for some time for.
I think if we look at the historic cases of how long it took when the upswing in smoking, the beginning of last century, and when we started seeing noticeable rises in lung cancer, well, Ron would know this, that it was sort of 20, 30 years before we started seeing substantial numbers of cases happening.
Well, we're not talking about... Well, I've accepted that, Simon.
I haven't finished yet. Mesothelioma. The median age for diagnosis of mesothelioma is over 70 years. So people are exposed to it, perhaps in their 20s, and then they first go along to a doctor and get diagnosed. And so Professor Borland is saying, well, it's been going on for 10, 15 years. We haven't seen much, so it's probably not a problem.
Thank you. My question relates
to... That's not what I said, Professor Chapman. I said that...
Perhaps we could put that aside.
I'm giving the floor to Senator Kovacic. Senator Kovacic.
Yeah, thank you. My question related to the impacts to people who are trying to cease smoking, who are transitioning from smoking by vaping, and thank you, Professor Borland, but if anybody else has any comments in relation to that, I'm happy to hear them. Otherwise, I'm happy to pass the call back, Chair.
Professor Kovacic, could I just say that I've been part of the College of GPs guidelines, I'm not currently, but I've previously, and there is a place for vaping in the College of GP guidelines for someone who's keen to quit, and when other treatments have been unsuccessful. There's a place for that. The College of GPs is refining its guidance to GPs. I've personally been involved in educating nurse practitioners and GPs about how they can most effectively use the prescription strategy so that the benefits can be maximised for individuals and the harms can be minimised. So that's what I and many other people are doing right now to optimise the prescription model, which is infinitely preferable to the current shambles.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
Senator Pratt.
Could I just say that also we have been in discussion through ANACAD with the Minister and TGA, and we support the prescription model and the capacity to expand it and develop it.
Thank you. Senator Pratt.
I've just got one question, which is, I'm presuming that the prescription model, where you might have people, if doctors know that they have a smoker, that they will be able to, monitor that suggests the use of a vape, prescribe it, and monitor and, if you like, ration their nicotine intake so that it doesn't escalate above, because what nicotine people might currently be getting from vapes, which seems to be elevated above what smokers receive, largely because it's used more often throughout the day. Does that sound correct?
I think if I could answer that, there's a good strategy by GPs would be to follow the guidance from the UK Stop Smoking service, where they use typically might start with either 18 or 11 milligrams per mil and progressively taper it down, and that's the experience in the clinical trials where with behavioural support there has been effectiveness data. So yeah, well managed GPs, they look at an effect, they look at a blood pressure drug, they see what it does, and they adjust the drug to achieve the effect. GPs are wise people, and they care for their patients, and they'll titrate down their nicotine dose, but the ambition has to be to stop. The ambition is that this should be a short-term treatment, not a long-term treatment, because I think, as Professor Freeman indicated previously, we've got more ex-smokers, ex-nicotine addicts in this country than continuing ones. And the aim, the Thoracic Society, I think all the responsible organisations in the country would see a place for electronic cigarettes for a short term, transition to becoming a non-smoker, non-vaper. And if anyone supports a continuing long-term vaping position as safe, they have absolutely no evidence to support the argument that that is safe compared to cessation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Can I just add a point there, because in fact, people titrate their dose of nicotine. They get the amount of nicotine they need within certain limits, and that's relatively unchanging. So it may go up and down a little bit depending on the circumstances, but people basically, if you take too much nicotine, it is aversive to you, so you stop using it. So it's not there's not a problem with people overdosing with nicotine.
I'll just give the other professors a chance to respond to that if they're wishing to, and then I'll pass the call to Senator Cadell. Does anyone wish to respond? Okay. Senator Cadell.
I'm enjoying this debate amongst a lot of very smart people very much so far. I think it's a bit interesting. I've stated my thing to get crime out of this, and like your Professor Chapman, everyone that's sold on the street, every vape there is coming in illegally and be sold by crime. We've had instances where people who have wanted to tell us their experiences of their shops being set on fire while they are in there, but we can't offer them protection under the World Health Organisation rules, so they can't be here today. I'm going to go to Professor Peters. You said in 2020 you predicted the future. We've heard the Professor Chapman being pretty optimistic and the illegal market coming to a screaming halt. And while I hope that is, we all hear Professor Borland talking about that might not be the case. What's your read in 12 months, 24 months? Are we going to see smoking rates increase as people need their nicotine and don't go to doctors? Are we going to see that, or are we going to see success in continuing declining smoking rates and decline in use of vapes?
I think you asked me first.
Yes, that's correct, yep.
But my prediction was in relation to teenage use.
Yep, no, going now, yep.
That was right. Okay, so Professor Borland made a comment that the young people are going to go back to smoking. Well, that's nonsense, because they never smoked in the first place.
Right.
They'll need some support. Some of them need support. So they're not going back to smoking because they never smoked. Yeah, I mean, the reason why kids are smoking, why are vaping? Why? Okay, because it's cheap, it's easy, it's sweet, it's highly addictive, and that's all encapsulated in our problem, which is the disposables. And if we got rid of disposables, we'd be 90% of the way there. And the prescription model is separately designed so that if adults who seek to quit use a vape, that they will do it in the optimal clinical circumstances. I think Professor Banks mentioned it. The optimal clinical circumstances in which whatever risk there is from vaping is minimised and secondly, the chance of a successful quit attempt is maximised. And surely that's rational policy.
I understand that. No. Your point was the prediction. You predicted that they will go wild here. The other prediction is that criminal things will continue to fill the gap in illegal acts?
Criminality was not a discussion point of the 2020 inquiry.
Yep. Okay. Professor Borland, what does the success look like for you? Are we going to see increase in youth smoking? Are we going to see increase in general smoking rates? I think we're at 8.3 of above 14-year-olds at the moment. Is that going to increase because of this policy? Are we sending people at more harmful?
I think there's a serious risk that there will be an increase in smoking rates among young people, among some people who have currently, older people who've currently quit using vaping and find the prescription model too onerous to persist with, or unable to pay the upfront costs of a month's supply at a time. I think there will be a decline in youth vaping, hopefully, to the extent that the policy is successful in reducing access and potentially increasing the price of the illegal products, because with a greater percentage of the illegal vapes coming into the country seized, which you would hope it would be the case with an increased enforcement, then the actual price that will be charged for these products is likely to increase. So there will be some benefits in the short term in terms of the levels of youth experimentation, at least.
Professor Chapman, I'll let you go have a crack, because I think it was described as a Pollyanna interpretation, but I like where we end up with yours. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'd agree with Professor Borland's summation at the end there, although I can't understand his reasoning about why teenage smoking might increase. I'm very much with him about teenage vaping probably going to go down dramatically. But as Professor Peters has pointed out, the proportion of 14 to 17-year-olds who smoke is very, very small indeed. It's at record low levels, and is increasing every time the surveys are done. So we're really down to almost, I won't say we are, but almost to negligible levels of smoking. So to sort of paint this as a sort of a dramatic picture of potential increased smoking, I think is I don't know if Pollyanna-ish is the word for it, but I think it's alarmist in the extreme.
Okay. Look, the addiction is to nicotine, is not to the specific the way in which nicotine is administered, which is affected by the nature of the product. So essentially, you've got people who are addicted to a rapidly administered form of nicotine, and they're switching to another reasonably rapidly a deliverable form of nicotine. If one of those products is not available, then the expectation will be that people might move back to the alternative product, particularly if they find cessation to be too difficult.
That's my concern, but you're all on record now, and I'm here for 4 more years, so I'll probably see you again, and we'll see how we go on the scoreboard. Quick question. As it goes to me, and I understand all the reasons why this legislation is there, isn't it somewhat counterintuitive that a proven more harmful delivery method like smoking, I can buy at the servo anytime I want or any corner shop, and what he's saying is currently less harmful way with what we know at the moment, I have to go to a doctor for? Isn't that counterintuitive?
I think it is counterintuitive, but I think it's easily explained, and that is that the whole of the tobacco retail industry was established across decades when we didn't have any idea about what we were unleashing onto the population. Now, for those who say, oh, well, they should be at least at the same level, I mean, that's basically saying, well, we should learn nothing from the huge mistakes that we allowed ourselves to make when we allowed tobacco retailing to be off the leash. I mean, we know what the dangers can be of unleashing highly addictive nicotine products onto the population without the sort of controls which are available to us under this bill.
Okay, thanks. Well, thank you, Chair.
Add to that quickly. History teaches us something that in the 1930s and 1940s, there were medical experts, professors, heads of surgery, who doubted that smoking was causing the increase in lung cancer. Indeed, one said that, yes, I see an increase in smoking. I also see an increase in nylon stockings. And you're not telling me nylon stockings are causing lung cancer. And that's a true quote. All right, that fellow then eventually quit, but he died of lung cancer. He was a doctor. So there were plenty of expert opinions in the 1930s and 1940s that smoking was harmless, right?
We're with that.
So it's no different from what we're hearing now, where a range of opinions unsupported by evidence, unsupported by 5, 10, 15, 20 years of data, are saying this stuff's okay, should be in the water supply. Those opinions are nonsensical. I do not know the risk difference between vaping and smoking.
There are longitudinal studies in the UK, though, aren't there? There are longitudinal studies in the UK?
They're not long enough.
Yeah, okay. No, I understand that, but there are some. The answer was just short-term or medium-term just then.
Okay, well, I'll give you a long-term study. There was a product, an early product, called a Puritane cigarette. It was produced by a tobacco industry subsidiary.
Yep.
Right? They studied lung function over 2 years. Right? In the course of 2 years of use of this product, they lost 5% of their lung function in just 2 years. There's no study that's done by a tobacco company, by the way, 5% of lung function. I don't want people out there vaping for 2 years losing 5% of their lung function. If there are other data that are more reassuring on hundreds of patients, I'm happy to hear them. I haven't seen them. I'm going to work on the basis of what I know rather than what others are prepared to speculate about.
No, I'm happy with that.
Thank you, Professor.
And if Professor Peters or Ball are in town, I'm happy to have a beer with you.
Senator Canavan. We are running significantly behind, so Senator Canavan, if you've got questions.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just wanted to go to something Professor Chapman just said about the declining use of smoking among young people and adolescents. I'm talking about here. Non-legal use of smoking. I had a look at the latest National Health Drug Survey, and what you said is right, Professor Chapman. Back in 2001, 11.2% apparently of people aged 14 to 17 had smoked.
That's ever.
Yep.
But not current.
Sorry?
That would be ever, not current.
Yeah, okay, ever smoked. Thank you for the clarification. Whereas today, or the last data in 2023, it's down to 0.9%. So that was daily. Sorry, yep, that's daily smoking. So you're right about that. But I suppose that raises the question that we've got a consumer model for smoking. Over that 20 years time span, smokes have been freely available to consenting adults in shops and all around the country. So this success story of reducing smoking rates for non-adults, for children, has happened while we've had that model. So doesn't that raise the point or the issue that we could actually reduce vaping rates among young children, even while having a consumer market for vapes? Because we've been able to do that with smokes. So why can't we do the same with vapes?
Because we're not banning vaping for adults. They will be able to obtain them from a doctor under prescription very, very easily. I mean, I get my drugs that I take on prescription by simply filling in something online, and my doctor then signs off, and maybe once a year he calls me in to sort of check how things are going. I mean, it's not rocket science how we can do this. It's not going to clog up doctors' waiting rooms. It's something which will be very, very easily done.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of you for your participation in our hearing today and our broader inquiry. If you've taken questions on notice, we're asking for you to return those to us by close of business on the Monday, the 6th of May. That's because we are due to report to the Senate on the 8th of May. Senators, if it's okay with you, we might just keep ploughing on. We've got about an hour to go until we adjourn. If anyone's got an issue and needs a break, let me know. Okay,
thank you.
Keep ploughing on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I will now welcome representatives from the Australian Council on Smoking and Health. They'll be joining us online. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. For the Hansard record, can I ask you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
I'm Andre Schultz. I'm the President of the Australian Council of Smoking and Health. I'm also a paediatrician at Perth Children's Hospital, but I'm not here in my capacity as a government employee.
My name is Laura Hunter. I'm the Co-Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Council on Smoking and Health.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. As you're aware, we've asked for declarations of conflicts of interest before our committee. For the purposes of the Hansard, I am going to ask this of you now as well. Have you or your organisation received any support, whether financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
No.
Thank you very much. If you wish to make an opening statement, please do so, and then I'll be rotating questions through the various senators here today.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, committee members, chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to this inquiry today. As mentioned, my name is Laura Hunter. I'm the co-CEO of ACOSH, one of Australia's leading tobacco control advocacy organisations with a very proud 50-year history. With me today is Professor Andre Schultz, the ACOSH president. Professor Schultz is a respiratory physician based at Perth Children's Hospital and an honorary clinical professor at the Division of Paediatrics within the University of Western Australia. He is also head of the Whalen Respiratory Research Centre at the Telethon Kids Institute here in WA. We represent our council, a coalition of 31 prominent health, education, community, social service and research bodies from around Australia. We speak as a collective voice of strong, informed voices. You have heard from many experts today at the hearing, particularly on the harms of these products, the chemicals, the impacts on the developing brains, lungs and the rest. There are very few dissenting opinions on this. The bill before you today deals with an issue of critical importance to our children and young people. You've heard today over 30% of teenagers in this country have tried vaping. And today I'd like to invite you to consider the headspace of a teenage vapor in today's current landscape. At the moment, as a result of the regulatory loophole that you have had spoken about quite a bit today, a teenager can walk up to a convenience store, a deli, a petrol station or a vape store, and if they ask for one, chances are they will be sold a vape. This is a vape that is mislabelled as non-nicotine and sold by a retailer to a child in broad daylight. A fruity taste, really nice smell, packaged, we found, in cartoon characters with up to 50 times the level of nicotine that you would see in any cigarette. The teenager buys the vape, possibly considers what flavour they're keen on trying next, unicorn milk, and heads off to school. Let's consider now the regulations that are put forward in this bill. Closing the loophole, stopping these retail outlets selling so-called non-nicotine vapes, restricting sales to pharmacy supply chain so that only licensed pharmacy importers will be able to bring them into the country with a permit, and everything else is stopped at the border, and imposing at least basic quality and safety standards on the products that are sold. The teenager, acknowledging that they potentially have an addiction, head to their GP to get access to a prescription vape. Now, they may not enter that clinic with even a notion of quitting. They purely want the prescription for a vape. However, they now, as a result of this law, have a 10 to 15 minute consultation with a medical health practitioner trained to educate patients on the harms of these products, particularly amongst those who have never smoked. There is no harm minimisation role for vapes in people who haven't smoked or were ever at risk of smoking. They have the appointment with the GP who can support them to quit vaping and can provide access to cessation pathways. This would be a far cry from what we're currently seeing in our community, and it would become possible because of the bill before you. I want to note, Australia knows how to implement an effective prescription model. We've been doing it for decades. ACOSH refutes industry-funded claims that this bill seeks to ban or prohibit nicotine vapes for smoking cessation. It simply seeks to stop children from easily accessing these products, just as it would be appropriate for other prescription medicines that have the potential to be recreationally abused. What you don't see in Australia is a prescription medicine being targeted to children and sold at the back of a station wagon outside a school. The loophole needs closing so we can get on with strong enforcement and compliance within each of the states. I'd also like to end with the voice of the people we are all here to protect, kids. Following are words of young people who were surveyed by both the WA and South Australian Commissioner for Children and Young People. From a 16-year-old girl in South Australia, there really needs to be restrictions put in place to make them not so easy to access, and the addiction would be forced to stop. And another, stop getting mad at kids for vaping and start targeting the people who sell vapes to kids. As you can imagine, and based off of our submission, we are in full support of the bill. We have endorsed 3 recommendations put forward by Cancer Council Australia in their submission. Noting that you have heard from them this morning, I'm happy to talk to them if needed, but I'm conscious of time. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. I'm going to kick off with questions. When we have a young child start to use vapes, or someone under 18 start to use vapes, I mean, some of the evidence we've got is often they're not aware that these vapes contain nicotine products. Often they're told they don't contain nicotine products. What are the implications for a young person who develops a nicotine addiction in terms of their physical health, their mental health, and other implications for that young person?
That's a good question. I'll just quickly, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands that we're on, and pay my respects to the elders who are Noongar, Wadjuk, Wurundjeri and WA. That's a really good question. And nicotine exposure has profound and potentially long-term impact on the developing brain. I'm talking about infants, children, and also adolescent. The adolescent brain is still developing, much more prone to making new synapses or brain connections. Nicotine can change that, so it can literally rewire parts of the brain. It can cause imbalances and changes in neurotransmitters, and these changes can be permanent. So prefrontal cortex, we're talking about executive functioning, so that is impulse control, short-term memory, attention, all those things can be changed, and after just a few vapes, and the changes can potentially be long-term. So that's just one reason why it's essential to keep or to prevent adolescents and kids from vaping.
Thank you. And do you agree with other witnesses today that these products are being deliberately marketed to children?
Sonic the Hedgehog imaging, fairy dust and candy floss flavoured. It's definitely, without doubt, targeted at young people, not at 50-year-old workers. Non-smoke, yeah, it's targeted to non-smokers. It's targeted at kids. I have no doubt about it.
And would you agree that children aren't using these products therapeutically? That these are products that children are starting with, they're not using them therapeutically to deal with an addiction to nicotine brought about by cigarettes?
By far, the vast majority are using them for social reasons. They might be given it by friends. They might see the really beautiful ads targeted at them. It might seem just really cool to try it out. They don't realise is there's high levels of nicotine in it. In fact, they're often told there isn't. It's safe. And then I think someone earlier also mentioned, then they might wake up at night realising they need a vape. And they are hooked, they're addicted, they're dependent on it, and it's too late. So I know people were talking about freedom of choice, etc. earlier today. That goes out the window when you're dependent on the drug.
I would also like to comment on that, Senator, that kids, adolescents, they're hardwired developmentally for risk-taking behaviours. And it's our job to make sure that those risks that we're exposing them to don't set them up for a lifelong addiction and dependency to nicotine. It's just really challenging. And with the flavourings, the marketing of them on social media, on Meta, and I know Professor Freeman spoke to that as well, it's shocking. It's shocking. And I mean, from a tobacco industry perspective as well, there is a quote from Philip Morris International's Corporate Affairs Strategic Document, which actually talks about harm reduction and how It's an important strategy that unites our goals with those of societies in which we live and do business. It allows us a seat at the table. We have a further opportunity to help shape the form of future regulation and take greater control of our own destiny. I mean, this is all from publicly available documentation from Philip Morris International. There is no doubt about it that these are really dangerous and need to stay out of the hands of kids.
And then for those adults who are smokers and seeking to vape for therapeutic reasons to stop smoking or to stop their addiction to nicotine, what is the value in a prescription-based approach to those adults, all the risks that you can identify?
Well, the value, I guess, first, as I agree with my colleagues who spoke earlier, there is a role. It's not a massive role, but there is a role for e-cigarettes in smoking, reduction and quitting smoking. But the chances of somebody quitting with nicotine replacement, like with vapes, is 6 times higher. It's much higher if that comes via prescription through a doctor, through a health practitioner. So firstly, the value of the prescription model is that the vapes will be accessed the right way, in the right circumstances, in the correct clinical model that facilitates smoking cessation.
I'd also like to kind of speak to that as well, Senator. So at the moment, the prescription model we have for vapes is unenforceable, which is why you're seeing them everywhere. Retailers are absolutely taking full advantage of the current loophole, and the reality is there is no such thing as a non-nicotine vape. So this bill before you will close off that loophole and will allow the prescription model to work effectively.
And presumably, I mean, when you see your GP, for instance, for other nicotine replacement therapy, which is available in supermarkets, but when you see your GP, you're given advice around a step-down model, how long you should be on the different levels of nicotine patches, how to transition down. I assume it's that sort of advice which can enhance the efficacy of nicotine replacement products too. I mean, when you walk into the supermarket and buy one off the shelf, whether it's a nicotine patch or a lozenge, you don't have the benefit of all of that advice and approach.
I agree. I think as well it's important to note that when it comes to... Oh, sorry, I've lost my train of thought just now.
Step-down model.
Step-down model. I've lost it. I'm sorry.
That's right. I can put it again. So, I mean, when you see a GP to quit smoking, you seek nicotine replacement products, presumably the sort of advice you get is how to actually taper down your nicotine. So all these products are for sale at a supermarket. You can buy step 1, step 3, different milligrams of lozenges. You can buy that off the shelf, but the value in going to see your GP, and the reason why you have to see a GP to have it under the PBS, I presume, is so that you get the advice which will increase its efficacy. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. There's the correct advice about how to do it. And at the moment, there are doctors who's asking, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to prescribe? And the RSC GP is in the final stages of creating their position statement to advise doctors how to advise people, how to step down vaping products, etc. So that's an essential part of it, as opposed to just a layperson going out, buying a vape and winging it, without any clue how to do it. So the prescription model is essential for that, and just also the clinical context of having the conversation, having somebody, having a GP, I hope with your respect, telling you, this is dangerous, this is bad, let's talk about what makes you vape, why are you doing it, let's look at the drivers, what can you potentially do to quit. So there's ways of talking, there's methods to support somebody to quit smoking. You don't get that if you just go to the shop and buy a vape. You get that through a prescription model, which the current legislation will facilitate.
And the follow-up too, I presume. I mean, it's bloody hard to give up nicotine. So.
And we actually have GPs represented on our council, Senator, and when we have spoken to them about this, they've said it's very likely if you are a smoker and, like the vast majority of smokers do, they give up cold turkey. But if they're needing more help and they are long-term smoker, it's very likely that they are already seeing them about other health impacts because of their smoking addiction. So they saw it, and these are their words, as a piggybacking exercise, as a way of offering them that support. And I know RACGP has presented to you today, and they're in support of the bill as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the call to Senator Kovacic and then Senator Stiljon.
Thank you, and thank you both for your time and your evidence today. For clarity, can you just let me know whether you actually believe that vaping is an appropriate mechanism or method for smoking cessation for adults?
It has a role. There is some evidence suggesting it has a role in vaping cessation. It's definitely not the first line. And it's best to be done in context of a clinical consultation. But yes, the best evidence suggests that there is a role for vaping in smoking cessation. Not for everyone, for some.
And I think it's important as well to put that into the context of the percentage of the population who are smoking being 8%, not diminishing that the importance of helping those people to quit. I think when you look at the majority of people being able to quit by going cold turkey as a result of the comprehensive tobacco control measures that the sector has been introducing over many decades, you have to realise that we're talking about very small fractions of people that may require additional second-line treatment therapies. And we support the RACGP's position on that as a second-line treatment and the TGA. And I think the TGA is probably well equipped to also discuss that with you when they're witness tomorrow, I believe.
Sure, because my concern is there's a little bit of a contradiction in terms of we've heard lots of evidence today saying, most people quit cold turkey, yet we have all of these programs that receive extraordinary amounts of public funding to help people quit, and then we have evidence that, no, you don't need vapes because people quit cold turkey. There should be clinical guidance with the use of vapes for cessation of smoking because that's important to help you transition away. However, you can go buy patches and gum at the supermarket. So they don't require clinical guidance or frontline intervention, but the vape does. And I guess where I'm a little concerned is that we are merging two problems. And I'm concerned about the unintended consequences of those two problems, which is, one, none of us want to see children vaping. None of us want children to have access to vapes. We don't want to stop adults who are currently smoking and using vaping as a cessation tool to not have access readily to that. And, we talk about, and you guys would have an awareness as well about the shortage of GPs, access to GPs, the cost of going to a GP where somebody who's trying to quit smoking then goes, this is all too hard. I can't vape because I can't access it, but I can go buy a packet of cigarettes at $60 or whatever it is that it costs. So these are all these conflicting tensions. And I want to get an understanding from you about how we actually ensure that we keep those two problems separate.
We both would love to answer that. Thanks for the questions. I did Laura go first.
I wanted to say that, these are the same concerns that we have had over the last few years, absolutely, and they're legitimate concerns. We feel that the bill does actually deal with these concerns. So it closes off that loophole to allow the prescription model to work, but it also introduces some basic level quality standards, and it allows nurse practitioners, not just GPs and medical practitioners, to actually prescribe these as well. So those are really important points, but we do feel that the bill sufficiently addresses those areas, and that's why we are really advocating for your support.
If I could say a few things, just the vapes versus nicotine patches and gum. What makes vapes or e-cigarettes different, they deliver really high concentrations of nicotine very fast. So it gives you a hit. It's a different sensation than gum and patches, which just takes away the craving. So different mechanism. About the cold turkey, yes, I think the context there is people stop smoking without the help of nicotine replacement like vaping and nicotine patches and gum. Most people stop cold turkey, but that's within the context of having the conversation with our practitioner. Firstly, are you smoking? Really? Why? You know it's bad for you. You know, just to get them thinking about something that's become a habit for them and having a discussion around it, and then directing the conversation so they just start thinking about the implications for them and what life would be like if they don't smoke. If they stop smoking, then we call it cold turkey, but it's within the context of this support, things like quitline. So cold turkey and quitline do go together in a way. They're not separate, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Also, I just wanted to note as well, vapes are an unapproved medicine, whereas NRTs are approved. So that's really the big distinction between their availability and their access at the moment.
So one of the comments is actually we had evidence earlier that you know, there absolutely is a positive impact. I think it was, I was trying to find who actually provided the evidence, that there is, you know, that it is a legitimate cessation tool, and some of your evidence actually says that we need to be concerned about seeing it that way, particularly from the UK experience. So I'm confused as to why we've got one body here telling us one thing, and I think it was Professor Farrell actually that said it, who serves as a director of the National Drug and Alcohol Research Centre, but I will check that. So, you know, we've got, you know, two bodies that are, you know, very highly regarded, giving us somewhat different information.
I think the best evidence suggests that there likely is a role. So I'll try to, that's scientific speak. So I'll say there is evidence for use of e-cigarettes in smoking cessation. It should be a tool. It should be a quiver, arrow in the quiver of the GP. It should be an option. It's not the first line, but it's good that it is available through a prescription model. And I think most health experts in Australia would agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Steele-John and then Senator Cadell. We do have one more block of witnesses to go and need to finish at 5:15. So I'll just ask you to be brief, Senator Steele-John. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for your evidence so far today. Regarding your endorsement of the Cancer Council's recommendations, recommended amendments, what do you see as the benefit of defining the term commercial quantity within the bill?
Thank you, Senator. So that was one of the endorsed recommendations that Cancer Council Australia has put into their submission, and essentially it was really just it's a clarification aspect, and it's really a provision that we've put in there and endorsed in order to strengthen that. What we have asked for and called for more specifically is just to define the commercial quantities that are outlined in the legislation, and that is just for the purposes of clarification. Yeah, we feel that that's really important.
And why do you consider it to be important and valuable to do that?
We feel like it's important to do that because we want to ensure that there are no punitive measures that will have any unintended consequences of the legislation.
Mm-hmm. What should be involved, in your view, in the process of defining the term commercial quantity?
That's a very good question, Senator, and one that I can very happily take on notice. We can provide you with more information around the logistics of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And regarding the Cancer Council's third recommended amendment, which you've also endorsed, you highlighted as particularly important what are the sorry, let me rephrase that a little bit. In relation to their third recommendation,
Yes.
you've highlighted as it being particularly important. What are the risks in your view of insufficiently restricted advertisement of vaping products to health practitioners?
Very good question, and from our perspective, it's a really important one. So this recommendation is particularly important to safeguard health practitioners and their patients from the tobacco industry. We even have GPs, again, represented on our council, who have informed us that within their clinic, they have tobacco industry representatives turning up to ensure that GPs are selling their vapes and prescribing their vapes. It's incredibly concerning to this particular GP. It's incredibly concerning to us, and it puts this legislation in a different light around, around protecting health practitioners and their patients from some of the underhanded marketing strategies that we know the tobacco industry is capable of doing. And I think
look, Chair, is there time for one more question, or is it time for me?
It just bumps the last witnesses, that's all.
No, I'll leave it then. That's all. That's fine.
Do you want to place it on notice, Senator Steele?
Yeah, that'd be great. If you can provide it on notice, any other times when yourself as the council have been engaged in the process of defining a commercial quantity, either for legislation or broader public health advice, and the process you went through to arrive at that goal, so that we can see both what you've done in the past and how you would recommend the process be undertaken this time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cadell,
I will just go one. I'll forget the others. Just one question. In your word picture at the beginning of this, you mentioned how it would work going forward, this new policy's implementation. You said prescription model for those who need it and everything else stopped at the border. What confidence do you have, given border forces on record with their concerns about stopping stuff at the border, that this will happen? What happens if it doesn't?
It's a very good question. Actually, we have quite a good relationship with the Australian Border Force, noting obviously they're coming as a witness tomorrow. But we, even in developing our policy solutions to this issue, we worked with the Australian Border Force, and they are very confident that it's a very simplistic approach whereby they'll do a country risk profile and they'll identify the key manufacturers, but it's very much conveyor belts come through and they gauge which ones have a prescription and which ones don't, and the ones that do go through to the pharmacy that's going to dispense them. Now, nothing is perfect. Nothing is perfect. There is an illicit market and a black market for every illicit drug in this country, but by shrinking the sheer volume, you are going to shrink that illicit trade. I know that you also had it mentioned by the AMA representative today that there has been a Chinese report released that as of after the 1st of January this year, with the import ban, 93% of imports from China of vapes dropped. It was incredible. So, this is not the only thing. There's a tranche of legislation and a tranche of levers that are going to make an impact here. The one before you today is really important, but the ones that have already been implemented, we're seeing big impacts.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for your evidence to our committee today. We are asking the answers to questions on notice are returned by the close of business Monday. That's because we're reporting on the 8th of May. So if you could please assist us in that way, it would be appreciated. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I would now like to welcome Associate Professor Emily Stockings, Professor Marie Thiessen, and representatives from the National Centre for Youth Substance Use Research. And I thank you all for appearing before our committee today. For the Hansard record, if I could ask you each to please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Jason Connor, the Director of the National Centre for Youth Substance Use Research.
I'm Associate Professor Gary Chen from the National Centre for Youth Substance Use Research, and I also have Ms. Cheng Vu with me. She's a PhD student.
Okay.
Hi, and I'm Ms. Tianzi Sun. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the National Centre for Youth Substance Use Research.
Thank you. And do we have Professor Stockings and Thiessen?
Yes, thank you. Associate Professor Emily Stockings, Program Lead of Smoking, Vaping and Mental Health at the Matilda Centre, University of Sydney.
And Professor Marie Thiessen, and I'm Director of the Matilda Centre at the University of Sydney. I'm well aware we're last of the day.
Yes, and we are running on a tight time frame. I apologise. I do just need to ask you to please reiterate your declaration of conflicts of interest. If you could give me a yes or no answer to the following question. Have you or your organisation received any support, financial or non-financial, direct or indirect, from any parties involved in the production, distribution or sale of tobacco, nicotine or vaping products?
No.
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 Great. Thank you very much. I'd now like you to make a brief opening statement and we'll get to questions if we can at the conclusion of that. We'll start with Professor Connor.
Yes, we're the National Centre for Youth Substance Use, which is one of the 4 national centres. Our research is the only one that focuses on youth specifically. Our aims are to promote the health and wellbeing of young people in Australia, and therefore tobacco use and nicotine use and vapes are central to our research. We support families, individuals and schools and communities at a prevention and population level, as well as health outcomes for young people. I'm going to hand you over to Professor Gary Chan, who will provide the quick summary for the centre, which summarises our submission. If there is time, and I'll leave that up to the Senator and the Chair, we do have research on 4 issues which were raised by the previous group. Smoking cessation efficacy. Our staff have conducted a meta-analysis, which is the gold standard of evidence for smoking cessation for e-cigarettes. Stopping at the border, a simplistic approach. We can circle back should you want. GP access challenges and the TGA update on web hours of approving cigarettes, which we heard from last night. But if there's no time for that, that's fine, but we can provide some evidence from our centre as well. So Gary, over to Gary Chan to give the 2-minute summary of our submission.
Thank you, Professor Chan.
Thank you very much, Professor Connor. So good afternoon, Senator. We appreciate the opportunity to provide evidence on vaping. Our centre has been conducting research on youth vaping as a key aim, and a key aim of this research is to provide an evidence base to reduce vaping-related harm in the populations. While we acknowledge that vaping is a very effective cessation tool for smoking, we strongly support policies that prevent young people and adults who do not smoke from using vaping devices. We also support the prohibitions of advertising, promotions, and open display of any vape products, including at the point of sales for any purpose other than assisting smokers to quit or reducing smoking-related harm. We also strongly support the tighter regulations of social media platforms to counteract the marketing of vaping products. Our research has demonstrated that most of the content in social media about vaping have portrayed vaping as fun and harmless. For example, showing vaping tricks. This social media content can increase young people's intention to vape and trivialize the associated harm. The vast majority of these videos do not have any meaningful age restrictions. For example, a 10-year-old can have unrestricted access to positive vaping promotions and marketing. In terms of the current bill and the considerations, it is our strong recommendations that a robust evaluation framework is put in place to establish if changes implemented are effective. For example, representative population surveys of e-cigarette users that determine how they access the TGA approved or illicit devices and for what purpose. Research into social media needs to examine most effective counter-marketing messaging to reverse the pervasive and unrestricted positive vaping messaging on these platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go to the room now for opening statements.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much to the committee for the invitation and opportunity to be here today. Professor Thiessen and I represent the Matilda Centre for Research in Mental Health and Substance Use, which is a flagship research centre at the University of Sydney. One of our many goals is to deliver research programs to prevent, treat and reduce substance use and mental disorders. We support the purpose of the proposed vaping reform bill and the use of e-cigarettes broadly as a harm reduction tool, but note that the current regulatory environment has a strong focus on reducing supply of e-cigarettes, for good. Yet demand reduction approaches remain of critical importance and should receive equal attention. If young people do not want to use e-cigarettes, if we reduce demand, then the market for these products will become vastly less lucrative. We attend this inquiry via invitation and did not make a submission, however, would like to make 4 key recommendations. The first is that e-cigarette prevention programs, so before young people have started using any product, be it e-cigarettes or conventional tobacco cigarettes, they are provided with effective programs within schools that help them, that prevent use before it starts. We are currently the only research institute that runs an evidence-based e-cigarette prevention program. It is called Our Future's Vaping. It's being currently evaluated in 40 schools across 3 states in Australia, New South Wales, Queensland and WA, among 5,166 students. This is happening now, and it's the only one of its kind. This is funded under the Medical Research Future Fund and in collaboration with our colleagues and friends at NICER. The second is that support be made for targeted research among people who are vulnerable, so people in regional and remote areas, people who are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, so we can adequately address their unique needs. The third, that schools avoid punitive measures, disciplinary measures for young people caught using e-cigarettes. Or implementing strategies that do not have evidence of effectiveness, such as use of vape detectors. And finally, that investment be made in youth e-cigarette monitoring programs Australia-wide to enable trends in e-cigarette use and related harms to be tracked and responded to efficiently and effectively. And we thank the opportunity to be here today, and we'll happily take questions.
Thank you very much. Pass the call to Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. Look, thank you for that information, particularly from the last witnesses there. I'm interested in just a couple of things, and that is, do you, and I'll throw this to the whole panel, do you believe that a prescription-based model is the right approach to vaping?
Do we want to take that first?
Do you want to go first, Jason?
Marie, Jason.
Anyone.
I think it's a very challenging area, and I think you've probably learnt that over the last few days of the inquiry. There are some positives that you've heard about the benefit of having medically supervised smoking cessation, which we know is effective, which our centre has demonstrated in large-scale gold standard studies of meta-analyses. The risk is that it's very difficult to access GPs currently for anything. The people that are probably at elevated risk are have less capacity and resources to access GPs. The evidence to date suggests that GPs or medical practitioners or nurse practitioners in general are reluctant to prescribe. Some of the guidelines that are shown in the AMA and guidelines are suggestive that they should do this cautiously. So the risk is that, along with the comment about border control, that it's a simplistic approach from the previous evidence, we would disagree with that. I think our research suggests that we invest an enormous amount of money in methamphetamines, heroin, cocaine, cannabis, unsuccessfully in bringing to Australia. It seems highly unlikely that we'll be doing the same for vaping. We encourage the TGA to provide approved vapes. It's been 16 years so far where they've had the capacity to do that. And at this stage, there hasn't been any approved vapes. I think that will improve access. It'll improve medical practitioners and nurse practitioners' confidence to prescribe them. The concern is access with all chronic conditions is going to be challenging. We're concerned that the illicit market will continue, and despite good attempts to reduce them at the border, we don't think it's a simplistic approach. I hope that answers your question from our perspective.
Thank you.
Yep, to add to Professor Connor's comment, I would like to say that it's very difficult to put a yes or no answers to your question, Senator, because it really depends on how this is implemented. As Professor Connor already pointed out, at the moment, it's a lot of medical professionals are very they're inclined not to prescribe this product, even though these products, like some senators and other senators has already pointed out, there's gold standard evidence suggesting that vaping products are effective for smoking cessations. And some of our colleagues, like Professor Coral Garner in another research centers, did mention that to improve the effectiveness of these prescription models, we will need to broaden the potential prescribers, like, for example, including pharmacists to the prescriber list instead of just getting GP to do prescriptions. I do also agree that potentially we can get nurses, like registered nurses, to do prescription as well, because we would always need to bear in mind that the most dangerous form of nicotine is combustible cigarette. It's not vaping, although vaping itself is harmful.
Okay. Can I just go to Associate Professor Stockings and Professor Thiessen? I'm interested in just a little bit more information around the work that you're doing around schools. If you could just give me a very basic sort of picture of what that looks like and what that sort of success rate, whether you've been able to measure the success rate or is that too early?
We can describe the work that we're doing with schools. Critically, it's developed with schools, and Australia is very lucky to have an education system where education around drugs is embedded in the curriculum across the country. It's absolutely critical that we use that in the most evidence-based way that we can. So with teachers and with young people, with parents, we design evidence-based programs. We've done that now for 20 years across a number of drugs, alcohol. Those trials, 8 randomised control trials we've run, 24,000 young people in those trials, published in the leading journals in the world. The Lancet Digital Health just this week. So very, very gold standard strong evidence developed with teachers. Critical that it doesn't add an extra burden to teachers. They're already incredibly overloaded. You know, my daughter is learning how to be a high school teacher. I know how much work they have to do. So this is actually working with teachers to ensure that the education that we provide is evidence-based and shows effects. And we get effects 7 years later. So doing this type of drug and alcohol education within schools, we see reductions that are maintained in harms around drugs for 7 years later. And as Emily said, that's the most important way. We definitely support the legislation. We definitely support the pharmaceutical process and the pharmaceutical response in the legislation, but we also see that we need to impact those demands, because you've heard that won't stop all coming through. Yeah, and Emily, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit more in detail of the actual program. So it's delivered in PDHPE, so they're doing physical health and activity at school. It's a 1 hour program that is delivered in 4 modules. So teachers can choose to deliver it, once a week for a period of time. It's led by the students, so it's an online program, and it follows the story of young people their age who are going through situations that they might be going through. And we've embedded within a narrative the evidence around how to effectively teach a young person to say, no thanks, I'm not going to have a vape today. How to effectively teach resilience skills, to give them, to do a lot of myth busting, bring them back to understanding the social norms. A lot of young people overestimate that everyone's vaping, therefore it's normal, I'm going to do it, to bust those myths. So it's done within a very desirable format, so they're following the stories of characters. It's a little bit Home and Away meets research, and we've been doing this for 20 years, so they're engaged with it. Yep.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I was, when you say 20 years, you've been doing it on a lot of other drugs. How long have you been, have vapes sort of been, I guess, entered into the program?
We first identified that we needed to address this issue probably about 3 years ago.
3 years.
And we immediately started designing a program with young people, submitted for funding, got funding and started that trial at the start of 2023. So this is still underway. I can't
and how long is the trial?
It has follow-up for 24 months after the young people are first enrolled in the study. It's still happening. The 12-month follow-up is due around term 4 of this year. It's 2024 this year. So we don't have data on efficacy that we can reveal publicly because we are still under the bounds of our ethical requirements, but we can talk about the student evaluation and the teacher evaluation when we first rolled it out. So teachers, for example, 94% rated the educational quality to be very high. For students, more than 80% said the skills and information they learnt from the program would help them in the future. So we're seeing really high initial responses from the program.
Yeah, great. And can I just finally ask one more question around that is, so the ages of students, is it just high school? Are you involved in primary school? What are the ages of the students that are involved?
Currently just high school, so we're aiming years 7 and 8, so they're 13 to 14 years, and currently not primary school. We have view to develop this in the future. The reason we have specifically looked at high school is because we've found that it's just the right time. They are emotionally developed enough to understand the principles in the program, but it's before most of them have started using the drug. So it's just in that period of time where they've developed emotional maturity but haven't yet started. Too early, they can be too young and it can introduce them to the concept. Too late and they've already started.
Yeah, great. Okay, I look forward to the outcome of the project. So thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much, witnesses.
Senator Cadell, the last 4 minutes are yours.
Wow, thank you. Let's go speed talking. Quite, again, second time I'll say counterintuitive today. My son's a bit of a narc when he was on the SRC presidency and wanted to install vape detectors. You say schools should avoid punitive measures. How does that go? That doesn't strike me. How does that work?
I suppose at the very core of it, it pushes people away. So it punishes people for something that might be an exploratory behaviour. It's labelling children as being bad and it can push them away. We want to be drawing them in and giving them something that they can take away from that, educational programs. The other thing with vape detectors is that it breaks down trust between young people and teachers because they're being watched, they're being followed, they're being assumed as being bad. They don't work and they can be easily circumvented. So people will, young people, if they really want to avoid it, they will vape and then they'll blow it down the toilet and then flush the toilet.
So engagement's critical.
Yeah. Going very quickly, you spoke about the demand model versus the supply model. This is all supply. Interesting bow into the streams, and I think Professor Connor, you were on there as well as people in the room. So should there be more funding on that demand side to lower the demand, do more of these programs, do of these things, so when they do get through, and I have every confidence that you do, that Border Force will not get the majority of things stopped, should we be having more of a focus on that as well?
I mean, it's not either or.
It's, as well.
It's yin and yang. So it's definitely as well, and definitely that we need investment in demand as well as investment in supply reduction. And we need to invest more in, as well as investing in supply reduction, investing in that demand reduction where there is a wonderful evidence base. And in Australia, we have some of the best evidence in prevention in the world. And as Professor Connor and his group will easily talk to you about as well, I know it's hard to do it online versus in the room, the evidence base that he's collected around using vaping as a harm reduction for those who are already smoking. So,
Professor Connor?
Yes, thanks, Marie. I think it's important you mentioned the word harm reduction. As everyone on the panel would know, Australia's national drug strategy is a harm minimisation approach. So we do recognise that despite our intentions, a lot of children are going to vape. So returning to the Senator's question, having a punitive approach to managing students that vape or anyone that vape does not fit the structure of a harm minimisation approach to reduce risk at a population level, not an individual level.
Okay. Coming from a home of 3 teenagers where one of them used a threat when they were in trouble that they would get a vape to annoy us as parents.
You have to love teenagers.
You do.
Senator Cadell, Senator Steele-John does have a few questions.
Yeah, I will.
Happens to him.
Okay.
Senator Steele-John, thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. So just very quickly, your submission to this inquiry focuses on how advertising on social media can be used to promote vaping products and to spread anti-vaping information. In your opinion, would the bill effectively limit the physical and digital advertising of vaping products?
I'll hand that over to Professor Chan. I don't think it can because it doesn't sit in Australia, but Gary can review our research in that area.
Yes, so the current bill unfortunately do not have much restriction, much content about how we can restrict this access to this content, and unfortunately, a lot of content in social medias. They are now these companies. They are actually sponsoring influencers, so a lot of these content does not look like an advertisement itself, but they are the persons from these making these content actually receive funding from the industry to show that vaping is fun and an interesting activity. And that fit really well with the Professor Thiessen's and also Stocking's comment about demand reductions. If we are trying to ban all these products, stop trying to reduce supply, but then we have, on the other hand, young people see all this content on social media like vaping is fun, vaping is very interesting and fun activity, it's not helpful. And Ms. Tan Thi-San can tell us much more about that because she's been leading a lot of this research in our centre.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. So just reiterating what Gary Chan said. A lot of this material is online and it's hard to regulate because even if we have a bill that says that these products are banned, other countries might not, like the UK, which means the content will be cross-border, and there needs to be more regulations from social media companies, but not only them, for governments to also impose, regulations on social media companies to make sure that a lot of this content isn't going through the cracks.
Thank you. And just a final question. What would be considered, what should be considered in your view in the implementation process of this proposal to maximise the efficiency of anti-advertisement measures, and particularly if you have any observations around what best practice of using social media campaigns to discourage drug use as part of this, what we can learn from those best practice examples as part of that implementation process.
We're happy to take that on notice. I know we're at the end. We could provide you with some evidence and descriptions of some very positive social media campaigns that we've been working on at the Matilda Centre with influencers. There are some challenges there in terms of the costs and some of the complexity in engaging barriers to entry with those campaigns. But we also our Youth Advisory Board has really strongly said that using social media platforms like TikTok are going to be incredibly important for engaging young people in positive messages. But I could give you that. I know we're at the end of time.
It'd be really useful.
Yeah, be very happy.
Of where it's worked and where you think it hasn't.
Yeah.
Would be great. Thank you.
Super
That's it,
happy.
Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I know we're on time, over time. Our centre as well. We've received NHMRC and MRO funding to do exactly that, Senator, to co-develop with young people counter marketing measures that can be used on social media to try and reverse the positive messaging that's coming out. And the staff online are leading that type of research. Again, no answers yet, but the government has put funding towards that. So it's a positive step forward.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Professor. Thanks, Senator Steele-John. Thank you all for participating in our hearing today. I know it's always tough when you're the last to appear, but I appreciate your your concise responses to our questions. We are asking for your answers to questions on notice to be returned to us by the close of business on Monday, the 6th of May. That's because we are reporting to the Senate on the 8th of May. That now, though, does conclude today's hearing. I'd like to thank all witnesses who have appeared and Hansard Broadcasting and our Secretariat for their assistance. The committee now stands adjourned.
All right, and I'd like to thank you all for sitting there watching this amazing little show with me. Let's close out our window. And, yeah, wow, what a day, hey? What a day. That's day one, as you can see. It's gotten dark here. Lights getting brighter behind me. Bit of the lights getting brighter on this issue. I don't know. It's still looking a little bit murky, isn't it? Yeah, what to make of all that, hey? What to make of all that? I know my brain's fried, and I want to thank you all, especially you guys who hung around all day to watch this with me. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. It's really been effective. All of you have been fantastic out there in the chat, because I know this is such an emotional issue for many people, and it's so easy to just get away from ourselves and lose our shit, as some people might say. Yeah, I do look. I can take the headphones off. Finally, I have got ears under there somewhere. Well, look, we're gonna do all this again tomorrow. Am I crazy? Well, maybe. Um, so stay tuned. I believe it's going to start a little bit later tomorrow. Bear with me just a moment while I check over the program. I believe it's going to start roughly around about 1 p.m. tomorrow. I'm going to stay tuned with what's going on there. I'm going to probably start the broadcast around about 12:30 p.m. just after lunch tomorrow. And yeah, there's some interesting guests on tomorrow. Alex Wader, Colin Mendelsohn, and lots more will be on tomorrow. Craig Jackman, among others. Yeah, it won't be more of the same. I can reassure you of that. So please, if you've got a moment, come in and watch it with us. Share your comments, your views, and all that. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'll break this down and check out the snippets of information. I think there's going to be some very interesting YouTube shorts and videos and stuff like that to come out of this footage moving forward. But tomorrow will be another day, of course, and it'll be very interesting. Now, remember to stay subscribed, click the bell, follow me on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Live Pippers. I'll make announcements there. I'll also put up the link to this as soon as I can, probably tomorrow morning, as early as I can, on YouTube, so we know, so we can get a link. I'll probably try and put it in the vaping community pages where I can access on Facebook a little bit. Also on my personal page on Facebook as well, Pippa Star. So, with that said, let's get out of here. Thank you once again, and stay strong. Remember, there's only one thing I think that will kind of really get the Australian public on side with vaping is for them to understand it. And the only way we can do that is to improve education, vaping education. Let's improve vaping education. I'm Pepper Star. You are beautiful. You and you. Till next time. Take care now. And I'm out of here. Ciao for now.